come to a common conversation and ground on that, it's never going to get resolved, TC. It's literally about the people not having their benefits. What's happening? Why can't you get that through your thick skull? I don't want to hear from you. I ask him a question. Go ahead, TC.
I really do have a call in 1 minute, so I gotta jump.
See, when I got y'all on the tight
$10,000.
y'all want to
I'll
play.
let y'all know if I close it or not. I will be back though.
You don't 10,000.
I'm gonna go 10,000.
That's a good deal. Move on.
We about to square up, yo. We about to square up.
I also had put statistics in the chat
You ain't squaring up nothing.
related to the hospital closures that would stand if the big beautiful bill were to pass, and the vast majority of those are in Republican states, and it will be the Republican representatives in those districts whose hospitals will close. Those hospitals closing mean thousands of jobs, thousands of people out of work. Where do you think they're going to go? These are healthcare professionals. They're going to leave the district. That isn't good for the people there. It isn't good for the economy there. It will be very detrimental to those individuals. So I think what the government shutdown is doing is it's giving people an ability to highlight that. So I'm wondering if Marshall's still on the stage. Texas faces the most number of closures. Has anyone in your state even mentioned it? Has it been on the news?
Yes.
Have you even been on that?
Hospital has already closed in Texas.
Yes, it's been on the news. It's been widely publicly available. The person on the opposite side of the aisle who has the largest voice about it is a gentleman named James Talarico, who was one of 3 people in the Texas Democratic primary to challenge John Cornyn in the general.
I like him. I think he's pretty interesting.
He's good. He needs to, for Texas, edge down a little bit on the billionaire talk. Not much, just a little bit. Because there are going to be people, even in major cities in Texas, who like, okay, kind of. It might be something that a state on the East Coast or a state in part of the South might take, but Texas is a little weird about that stuff. It doesn't take that kind of stuff kindly.
Remind me, what are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? You gonna say something? Yeah, well, the hospital's closing. Right, but we're talking about the overall subsidies and the fact that the people not paying into insurance. Okay, they're going to close them down. But the hospitals is one thing. We're talking about right now with the people not getting paychecks, not getting benefits. That's what we're talking about. Can we have that conversation?
So can I just say personally, what I mean is you want people to contend with the uncomfortable, painful truths that people are facing a lack of funds, where they're not going to be able to buy the basics. Is that right? You want people to actually contend with that instead of talking about anything else but.
I mean, as long as we bring it back to that, then fine. But I don't want to get too far away from, that piece of it, because really, ultimately, we have it where we continuously see that the American people are seeing that they want to blame the Republicans. Republicans want to blame the Democrats. I'm seeing the polls go up 53% that the Republicans are, the reason for this, and 43% that the Dems are. Okay, those are numbers. I don't want to worry about that because I understand, these people, they won't fight and they won't argue their points. I want the people who are on the opposite side to understand why it's being closed. And so maybe you can start actually talking to your constituents, but the more that you continuously keep saying that this is about leverage and people trying to win their next seat and so on and what have you, that's not the primary reason. It's not. And I don't understand for the life of me why people cannot focus on the fact that people are losing their health insurance. Maybe you don't care about the health insurance. Maybe you don't care about letting people get their medicine and their medication or being able to go to the doctor's office. I don't know. Maybe that's it. So if that's it, then let's have that conversation.
It's all actually related. So the health insurance, now people Medicaid is what is leading, it will directly lead to the hospital closures. And in those areas, that's also employment, like gainful employment. It is, in some districts, it is the primary employer. And so all of the small businesses that exist, they only coexist in a world in which there's gainful employment. So it has a domino effect in those districts.
So firstly, I think what you don't have is you don't have enough people angry on the Republican side yet, and that's because what they're not seeing the things that you're like. They don't see that pain point that you're talking about. They don't feel it or see it at the moment, right? And so if people are not seeing it or feeling it, and they're not going and calling their particular congressman, or at least in high numbers, then you're not going to have people like you mentioned polls. Well, the new AP poll that came out in October had 67% Republicans and 63 state Democrat. The numbers are still small. Put it back, right? Putting up time, times 44, 30, 45, 39, right? It's just not that far of a gap between the two sides yet. So until Republicans start coming on the Democrat side and start saying, hey, Republicans open it up, we're just not going to have that agreement.
Why can't we just do this? Instead of saying come on this side or that side, just doing what's right for the people and understanding mentally that, okay, this particular administration has a new thought and process. They have a new vision how they want to run the government. I can understand that. All I'm asking is the fact that you give the people time to catch up with your vision. The vision that they have is going to cause destitution. That's what I'm talking about. And until we have that conversation, all the rest of the other stuff is bullcrap. That's what I'm trying to say, because I see where they're going. I understand where they want to be. They're tired of people, asking for a handout. This is how they think. Okay, fine. But at least give a process so that people can prepare themselves for it. This is not how you do things. That's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
It does. If we come in project management, you don't want to boil the ocean, right? So we're doing like any type of process improvement. You want to try to figure out where's the low effort, high impact areas where you can find some improvements. Definitely. I can agree with that. You put it that way makes sense. So
that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying we need to have these conversations, because this has to be flushed out. I don't want it raising the people have it all one way on one side or all one way on the other side. No, I understand there has to be some changes because, things are being revealed. I get it. Let's do that. But let's find a pathway forward. When they created this big, beautiful bill, I think that they just went for the gusto and was like, we got this shit. We got the time. We can do this now, right now. Let's just do it. And it's like, no, really? These people, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say these people, but I'm just saying we the people. Because I don't want to separate myself, because at any given time, you could be high on a hug and then tomorrow something might happen. So I'm going to always stay humble. Right?
Exactly. True. You can be doing real well one moment and being better the next. Ain't that the truth, Lisa?
But I mean, budgets are priorities, right? And these people just passed a budget, right? Or they passed bills that demonstrate what their priorities are that are part of a budget. And we know who they are. They do not care about hunger. They don't care. And the game that the Republican politicians play in the whole Republican echo chamber is to have you thinking about the game and make it seem like as long as you're owning the libs, that's going to keep your belly full. Eventually, that's not going to work. But it works a long, long way. And that's the reality of what you hear when you hear these megaphones come in here. And they've been listening to their propaganda on their side. And they act like there's just no consequences to anything that ever happens, with government. The government hasn't done a single good thing for anybody ever. Oh, except for, Medicaid covering half the births in America. Social Security, as weak as it is, keeping old people housed, fed. Outside
there seems to be a real lack of trust between the two sides, and in my friends across the aisle, I don't think they trust if they put together a clean subsidy bill that is just subsidies, that the Republicans will pass it. I think their thought is the Republicans have had more than a decade to deal with the ACA and their criticism of it. They continually come to the table with nothing. Why would we believe that they're gonna abide by this on subsidies? Now, somebody correct me when you come out pretty astute that I am. But don't subsidies have to keep pace with the economy? I'm not trying to make a partisan point. I'm just generally curious as I understand them. Subsidies have to keep rate with market value, which means it goes up or down depending on the economy. At least as I understand. If I'm wrong, please someone correct me. But if I have to give to my friends across the aisle, they don't trust that we're going to be honest about subsidies and the need to put government money into that. They think we're going to make a dead argument, which on our side is bankrupt, because our president, during both of his administrations, has spent like a drunken sailor. He hasn't spent a balanced budget. He's talked about balanced budget, but he hasn't actually spent one.
Yeah, but Marshall, you're acting like they only need to look forward when they just passed the bill that didn't include the extension of the subsidies in it. They just said they don't care. Just the other day. It's like if you're dating someone and they say, I don't love you, and you break up. You don't come back to them thinking, oh, they love me now. They told you they don't love you. They don't love healthcare subsidies that address these people who are in this basically donut hole in the
Okay, so then
they don't like those people.
So then I should revise what I said to say the Republicans don't care for healthcare subsidies. And I think that's where the sticking point is. Democrats think they're a good idea, and if somebody will be affected by them, I think they're a good idea. But apparently the Republicans do not. And that's a bad place to be for the country in general, but it's also a bad place for my party to be. The fact that it is unwilling to have a discussion about continuing subsidies, despite the fact that the prices may rise. I think as a compromise, we would just genuinely need to be willing to make that compromise with the other side. It doesn't seem like we're willing to do it.
But Marshall, not even no Republicans, this is not even a Trump Republican thing. The Republicans are not for what you're saying.
I'm not saying they are.
That's what I'm saying. How do you? I guess that's what's a bad thing, but this is a Republican. They don't even.
I'm saying I think that particular place has a deleterious effect on the public. Most of the public, regardless of what we like, think that the ACA is a decent thing. Agree with subsidies. Do they always make financial sense? No. But as the House is the body that allocates money, and it's the body that's proportional, it's the body that should reflect the will of the public. And the Senate is entitled to be more partisan or in nature because of the way it's been set up. But the House should genuinely be reflective of the sentiment of the public. And while I think there's significant sentiment of the public that does not believe subsidies are there I think is a larger position of the public, portion of the public, that genuinely believes that those kinds of stuff matter. And I think that means that the Republicans are going to have to compromise on what they believe is financial well management. But here's the other part about this, I'm worried. We don't have the legitimacy anymore on monetary issues. If we tell the Democratic Party, hey, we need to spend within our means, all they have to do is look at us and go, but you didn't. Why should we? We're not a party that thinks confining government is important. In fact, we're still in large part the FDR party that says larger presence of government in your life is not a bad thing. Right? So why should we expect that party to be the financially stiff party when we're unwilling to be, despite the fact that we preach it. It seems like we're just being hypocritical as all get out. I say this to somebody who genuinely thinks we should try to spend within our means and that money is not endless. But I can't have that argument in real genuineness with somebody in your honors place, for example, in Texas, with any kind of legitimacy on my side. I just can't. It's not there. So
Republicans want to end healthcare subsidies of all kinds.
Yeah.
How many times did they vote to repeal Obamacare? Is it 60, 70?
Over 100.
So over 100, right? A billion, basically, a bajillion.
That's
A
exaggeration.
bajillion times. Bill Obamacare with us. States like Texas have never expanded accepted the Medicaid expansion dollars, right? Like they just passed a bill that let these subsidies expire. They think if you are too poor to afford it, or actually it's weird. They think if you're too rich to get Medicaid, but too poor to pay for it yourself, that's the breaks. If you get sick, good luck. Maybe your church will help you out. That's what they think. Let's just be honest about it. They voted that way over and over and over and over again. Who cares what they say? It doesn't matter. It's not worth a damn. I don't care what they say. I care what they do. It's really, really simple. If you vote against healthcare, you're against you vote against healthcare subsidies, you are against healthcare subsidies. Like, there's no wishy-washy, like, oh, I'm for it even though I voted against it bullshit. Like, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. So, like, I don't, respectfully, I continuously hear Republicans, whether it's the professional ones on Capitol Hill or it's other people who are trying to, thread some sort of needle where they can be pro-healthcare but also anti-healthcare subsidies. But we all know that when we buy things, if we don't have enough money, we don't get those things. And there are a lot of people who don't have enough money to get those things. In part because the one part of healthcare that Republicans seem to like is setting up structures where insurance companies can make a shit ton of money off of us, basically using our sickness as a profit, making vessel. But that's who they are. They haven't shown themselves to be anyone else. And it's been a very, very, very long time. This fight has been going on since long before I could vote. I'm a middle-aged man. This goes back to Hillary care in 1993. Even
Since
before.
Harry Truman, actually.
Yeah, there you go. That's who this party
Truman was the first person who proposed some sort of more nationalized healthcare system for the United States in the Teddy Rooseveltian thing of you can't have a good population if they're not healthy.
So Marshall, one of the things that they
I
want
need
to
to make
subsidies.
we don't continue just a second. We're at the top of the hour. It is 8:01, and we are taking a field trip today, guys. Yay! Your field trip is coming. All right, so get your blankies, get your cups, your sippy cups, your bottles, whatever it might be. Get ready for the field trip. It is coming. Thursday is going to be a very special night. I have got confirmation that we're having a special speaker. I'm not sure if Patsy would like to speak on that now, but I want you guys to stay tuned because it's going to be an amazing conversation. So that will be on Thursday. There is a field trip coming. I'm sure the school bus will be heading out real soon, and we'll be taking that field trip. Yeah, so that is the reset for now. Patty, did you want to say anything, or you can't talk? I can't. Okay, all right. Do you know what field trip, girl? What's going on? What you saying? Wait, what? You don't need no permission slip. Alright, you guys are funny as hell. Listen, the people tried to take the field trip yesterday. I tried to get them on the bus, and the place was closed, so I couldn't take the people. Okay. Jesus Christ.
But you know what? That's a good segue because I was trying. There's people are doing their own personal videos coming out of Jamaica. You guys, this is not good.
Yeah, over 539,000 people have lost electricity thus far in Jamaica currently right now.
That's what I'm a big girl. I'm addicted now. This is crazy. I feel really, really bad. And my question to the room and to the house is, do you think that Donald Trump is going to send any recovery relief
Paper towel.
to Jamaica?
No, they
No,
don't
yes,
even
they
get paper towels.
The picker-uppers?
Nothing.
You may not know where your job
Casino over there.
No, I'm serious because
I'm
it's
very
kind of like a
serious.
quandrum. If he sends money over there, in which I wish he would, then how is he going to explain to his own people? Now, it's just a big mess.
He's gonna slap the
They
parents
say
off.
help.
But I tell you,
How is he
Lisa,
gonna explain
don't
to his own people
worry
not eating?
about a thing.
Listen to this.
No, this is not
Because
facts.
It's gonna be alright.
I'm about to have tears.
Please don't
Trump will respond if China steps in.
What? China?
Who said that? I don't know.
I believe Trump will respond if China decides to step in. China already
You
has.
know what? That's a good point. I think China.
Jamaica.
I think China will send some money or some food or some relief over there. That's a good point. I feel better now because I'm thinking, who's going to help those people over there by tomorrow morning? This is crazy. But anyway, they're not trying to be Debbie
Our
Downer.
government is shut down.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what we can do right now.
They have investments out there. So.
Well, they sent aid to Alaska during the shutdown. Alaska is a part of America.
Huh?
I'm saying they're a red state. He's saying the government shut down, but they still got aid when they had the flood set. But that's in America. Jamaica. Hey, First Lady, I know, but it's still a shutdown time. He just said the government shut down. I'm saying yes, but I'm sorry. I'll still hear my little pink head, my little pink ear.
I like your new PTR, bro. That's
Wait, you got a new PTR? Let me check it out.
Yeah, she blinged out.
Wait, so I don't see you on this.
Identify as a cat. Oh, what a cutie pie!
I like it.
Oh,
Crazy.
that's hilarious.
For a living, I do my best. That's a
That
fact.
is so
That's a
cute.
fact. I like it. I like that color. I think one day, First Lady, I'm gonna have that car one day.
Oh, I'm not gonna go that far.
So,
I like it.
so one of the things, First Lady and Lisa and team is that
Yes.
in the bill, what the Democrats want subsidies, they want to also fund PBS, NPR, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every year. I think they could negotiate that out of the deal. Why keep that in there?
What deal is this? Where's that at?
One of the things that they want is to restore the funding to PBS and NPR.
Where are you finding that request?
It was in their request when they were saying about in the budget what the Democrats want. So First Lady, I can send you the information, but
When was this demand asked?
was that Marshall talking to some
Well, obviously, go to Lisa first. She's the head honcho here.
So, Marshall, my name is First Lady. I am not Lisa.
A lot.
I know I don't do a lot of talking. I get it, but this is like the second time you've called me Lisa, and I let it go every time.
I will do my
That's fine.
No
No worries. But I understand, but you know why? Because Lisa's usually the one that's talking, so I get it. Everybody, because I don't do a lot of talking, I do a lot of yelling. So I get it, Marshall. That's fine. Omar, hello. When did this happen? When did they make this request?
When before in September during the shutdown, and part of their request had the funding for public media. They wanted to restore money for PBS and NPR, which provided educational programs. That's crazy.
Okay.
They want healthcare for people in Bedford.
Oh,
Well, you know what? I take it off the table. Take it off the table. That's fine. That's fine. Well, my rich uncle can help them pay for the PBS. That's fine. Okay, so you got it. What's next? Can we get a deal on the healthcare?
I mean, I'm looking through it. I'm trying to find some areas maybe where you can negotiate, but it's not too much. Not too much. It's kind of still expensive. I mean, it's over $1 trillion. Over 10 years for a broader.
That's $1 trillion a year. That's just $1 trillion a year. Your president, my president said, "Hey, listen, we banging right now. We the baddest country on this planet. What's $1 trillion? What's going on?
I think you're
We got money. And then
how much is it already added to the deficit? That's not a big deal.
Yeah, I haven't checked it. I don't know if the deficit, if they've done those numbers this year yet, but I can tell you that he has signaled to the Democrats that he's willing to have a brand new, somewhat Obamacare if they are willing to, look at what's wrong with it and change it. So he has provided that olive branch.
So Trump only had a abortion really quick, a concept of reflective.
Can I ask Marshall a question really quickly?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, brother? I hope all is well. So Marshall, I'm under the impression that the last time these things were negotiated and extended was in 2022. Why was it only extended for 2 years? If it was 2022, why was it
21,
extended?
4 years.
2020. Okay, 4 years. Okay, there it goes. Was that a limit to how long they could extend it for? Did they not have the votes to make it permanent? I'm just trying to
Reconciliation, going back, reviewing to see if in fact, it needs to stay. Does it go higher? It was a way to be able to get the Republicans to be able to vote on it. So they came up with a limitation and put an expiration on it.
I'm sorry.
The expiration was the Republican piece of that agreement. Together, they had to agree that they were going to be temporary.
Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that. Thank you, First Lady. I appreciate it.
No worries, brother. Is that field trip as the bus getting started? The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Yeah, I'm there.
Round and round. Wheels on the bus go round and round all through the town.
And I have to pack my lunch. Okay, I'm ready. Pack my lunch.
Big wheels keep on burning. I don't want to
Get it right now. It's just getting hot.
Oh, it's my bedtime, girl. You know I get excited when I get out.
They would get subsidies if they kept the public option, right?
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah,
The public option.
I think to Amari's point, Amari, you're not going to get a more generous benefits package from the CA out of the Republican Party. You're going to get a less generous benefits package. Which goes back to Eric's point, which is Republicans
See you guys in 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
They're not interested.
See you guys in 5 minutes. You got all that? Yeah, babe.
Oh, we taking a field trip. Yay!
Oh my God. My tummy.
I'll make a soda.
You know, we would have never needed these subsidies if they would have kept it public.
Yeah. If they had kept the public option in and they kept the penalty would have paid part of these subsidies. It was a penalty in the ACA originally was part of the pay for because it got passed under a pay for option.
That's a fact. Because when you don't have enough people paying into something, then guess what happens? The person that's giving you the something is going to go up because their overall margin is not being met anymore. Hello? So if people continue to keep needing,
Doesn't that mean he pays for cost of living?
That's what, exactly.
For farming subsidies, I'm just like,
Yeah, but it costs more using the subsidies. If we would have used the public option, at least they would have been able to negotiate prices. So it would have been cheaper to have the public option. And now we have to have subsidies because Republicans want to like.
that just kind of sounds like a sneaky way to like undermine the ACA in the first place. You couldn't adjust the law and it makes sense. Like, let's just undermine the bill as much as we possibly can.
I didn't know Haitian could sing.
That's not Haitian. That's my affinity. You trying to make me. Now, my affinity, you know you can't do what I did. Like, you know,
Okay, it's Mike Turner, but so what? Whoa, holy shit! You heard that too? Whoa. So one of the things that people didn't really like the penalty they have to pay for young people who are not sick. They didn't like that. I'll say that. But first thing, one of the things, the rules. I mean, you can't cross state lines. You can't buy insurance. Like the way I remember going back to hearing like Republicans. I'm going back to the Mitt Romney days, right? And they were saying that the way that the policies were made, they didn't actually give more choice, and that was one of the problems I have with ACA. There wasn't enough choice. It was actually closing, and doctors were leaving.
That's not true.
that's not true at all.
That's what they were saying. Though. You remember that?
Well,
That's what they were saying.
Nobody told me that.
I remember them saying it, but it wasn't the truth. I do remember that being put out there, but it wasn't the truth. And not even just wasn't the truth. It is not the truth. That has definitely been them, saying that crap, but no, that's not a true statement. Child.
I'm going 15. It's content.
I know you are.
You say one thing and then the group just lose their shit, man. These are unhinged people in the world.
Well, you know what happens with that? People hear what they want to hear, and then because they're not actually on stage to express what they really need to say, then sometimes the words get all misconstrued in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I just ignore it, or at least I try to ignore it. Somebody said that I was mean. I said, okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Love you.
I can take that advice. Thank you, First Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait. They were saying which doctors are doing what now when it came to ACA?
So one of the Republican talking points, and again, this is when I was saying that basically that the ACA was actually hurting doctors. It was hurting them because it was basically picking winners and losers.
Are they called specialists?
Because they can't be talking about primary physician. Yeah, they can't be talking about primary care. No, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, this is like someone said. You're going back to the 2012 election, right? We're going way back. That's what their talking points were. I remember listening to who's the guy that died with cancer, the radio host. Was it no, the white guy who died?
Yeah, Fat Boy.
Yeah. Like him and Sean Hannity would just rail on Obamacare round the clock. I don't know if y'all remember that. That was their talking points. They used to piss me off. I used to get so triggered by those two.
Well, why? They were rich. Why do you care about what they say?
Because I felt like they were spreading like how y'all would say that we do misinformation. So I mean, I'm going back to my hardcore den days where I was like, man, this is misinformation. So, but unless like people watch different media sources, then you probably wouldn't. Like I used to listen to all of them. Larry Elder, because when I drive home from work, they'd be on the radio, and then you turn to other networks to see what other people are talking about.
Why all that negativity in your life?
Because if you don't hear what the other side is saying, then you just hear one flow of media, and it's never good. It's called programming at that point.
Good for your soul.
I mean, the reason I know is the people who watch, he's on the stage. People like Matt, he listens to both sides. He's able to counter a lot of Republican talking points because he knows what they say. People who don't watch Republican talking points don't have an ability to debate them because they don't know what the other person said. They just only know what maybe come on stuff like that, like urban radio or something or whatever other news channel. Like that Stephanie lady comes on somewhere. But she's her dad's in politics.
Stephanie Mills. All right, I got the ticket, y'all. I got the ticket tonight. Look above my head. Yes.
Well, what song you want to hear?
Trapping. Oh, you got your equipment hooked up again? Click the
No,
link at the top.
I'm in the street. Sorry.
Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Click the link. Hey, Quinn. We are moving. Get on up. Hey, She-Wolf. Good to see you. If you haven't already, we are flying to another sky. Click the link above my head so you can get there before I get there. Don't meet me there, beat me there. Let's go. Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top.
And for your field trip, the Bronx Zoo is free on Wednesday, so let's do it next Wednesday, okay? Perfect
Okay.
trip. Bronx Zoo in the fall, guys.
Are y'all coming to my hood? I'm in the zoo. I'm not
You in the zoo?
pack. Yeah, I'm out here pumping a pack in the zoo.
Okay. We'll be there. We'll be there next Wednesday. Click the link at the top. This room will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Please click the link at the top. Guide yourselves accordingly. We thank you for flying with politically correct skies. It's been a great day. We appreciate you. Please click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Reform is sleep. Click the link at the top. Click the link, click the link, click the link. Click the link, click the link, click the link. Are y'all asleep? What's going on? All right. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Blast off!
And as evidence for that, he doesn't have any, except for the fact that he says Goldman Sachs has been wrong a lot and he made money on them in the past. So that seems like bullshit to me.
Goldman Sachs looking stock today is trading all-time high. They're considered the world's leading thought leaders in investment space. I mean, I think that's a weird flex to make in the first place. I mean, you might want to say something like, I really believe in this tariff phenomenon. Well, we know he don't. He doesn't. We've got an investor letter of his where he talks about how tariffs are going to be incredibly inflationary. I mean, he actually bet on that when he was running a hedge fund, that tariffs would be inflationary. So I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah. I guess the question is, when you look at somebody like that, like, do we think that he is just like desperate for this position, wants to have it, and was excited to get it? Obviously, competed with another sport and got it. And maybe he's figuring, I don't know, maybe the Supremes will bail me out on this, and they'll overturn the tariffs, and I'll be able to kind of have an excuse for why this didn't happen, and that way I won't get crossways with Mr. Trump, or do you feel like is there a cohort of people that are true believers that this is a good economic program right now? Like, what do you think's happening?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think one of the big questions we've been asking ourselves, and everyone's been asking ourselves, is why is the market pulling up like this? I mean, just to be honest, right now, it has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with it. Go back and look at history.
Okay, I'm done. So Anthony, the claim that we made that he was not a great hedge fund, he was a C player. By all intents and purposes, he had a track record to lose 90% of his
Listen, he
funds
claims
value.
to think for 10 minutes and then he starts.
Hold on.
I would like to respond.
No, he said that. No, because what you gonna say? What are you gonna say to refute that?
Because it was like a 10-minute clip. Go ahead, because you've been biting that clip. Go ahead. I want to hear that.
All right, thanks a lot. So, Key Square Group, that's the name of the Cent's hedge fund. The Cent left SPM in 2015 to launch Key Square Group, a hedge fund named after a spot on the chessboard. Let me get to the point. It received a $2 billion anchor investment from George Soros. Key Square uses geopolitics and economics to make macro investments. Its main fund returned 13% in 2016, but declined or broke even every year from 2017 to 2021 before making major gains in 2021, 2022, and 2023. The inconsistent track record scared away clients. Assets under management shrank from 5.1 billion to 577 million in 2023. So he did not lose the money. The investors pulled out money. ML is making
He lost the money.
as I would say, losing ML is making
That's all you
get money. That's not money. This is asinine, and it's embarrassing.
Anthony,
It's a lie. It's not a ML, you constantly lie. You are a liar.
I'm a liar. That's why you.
Thank you. One at a time, y'all. We can't hear. So Trump. Okay. So the bottom line is because he sold it or whatever. That doesn't make. Redo that, Anthony. Rewind.
No, Lisa, Anthony's saying that people pulled out their investments. That's how he lost money. That's how you lose money. Right? Major people.
I want to be clear about something.
That's how you lose money.
JD, respectfully, all right? You lose money.
He lost 50% of his funds while he was there.
I'm talking.
That's bullshit. You mean I'm lying? I literally fucking played your game.
I'm lying.
Was that me talking or fucking professional talking?
You ain't on your mic.
No, I played the fucking tape.
No.
I mean, let Anthony talk his bullshit for a minute and it's on you. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll talk my bullshit. Thank you. All right. So when ML says that the hedge fund lost money, all right, he's saying that through bad investments, the money went away. It's not, if a hedge fund, if the investors decide to pull out their money, that's not a hedge fund losing money. If he suggests otherwise, as I said, he's a fucking liar or he's ignorant. It's one of the two.
TC, if you don't, if investors pull out, right, of your hedge fund, that's literally losing the money. The point is, they don't feel like they trust your investments anymore, which is why they pull the fucking money. That's how you lose money.
So hold on. So Anthony, who do you have to corroborate what you're saying? I literally played a professional analyst who runs another hedge fund, who talks about Benson's performance. Those words came out of his motherfucking mouth. So you trying to call me a liar like somehow, why the fuck do you do that? When I literally played what the fucking man said. You want to fucking call me a liar, and I literally played what a man said. Are you fucking okay? You a fat motherfucker.
What I said.
Half the time.
Hold the picture.
What?
Hold the picture. Hold the picture, ML. Hold the picture. Picture.
Yo, besides getting the fucking
Y'all chill out. Come on, let's go.
One at a time.
Yo, look, can I finally? Okay, so I'm gonna squeeze in here while these guys are venting. So here's the thing, right? Like, when you look at his record, right? The first time at the Soros Fund over his first 4 years, right? He averaged 13%, which is actually quite solid, right? When he left and started his own enterprise, right, where he was doing this thing, Anthony's partially correct, right? The average return is about 3 to 4%, which is extremely weak, but it's not considered.
That is fucking horrible.
You relax. Take a breath. Take a breath. This is
10%, bro.
Okay, you do not need to be screeching every time someone says something. Like, take a breath in and breathe out and relax. This is literally not that serious. Second thing I was gonna say, right? I don't know why you're in your fucking vagina today screeching. Relax. So fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit.
You said something about 3%.
He averaged like 3% over the second half of the period, right? You have the instability with COVID-19, the market being all over the place during COVID-19, COVID-20. And on top of that, his last year with his own private investment, he had like a 27% return. So investors got spooked and pulled out money halfway through, and they're not playing the long game. That's on them. Like, I do think Anthony is partially right, but I also don't think he's the best investor either, or the best leader of a private PE fund. That's why I called him average in my initial statement, right? That is literally I'm done.
Marshall, and I know you don't like me, so you're gonna say this bullshit. But the fact is, 3%. If any fucking fund that I invest in, any ETF or any index fund that I invest in, is bringing back 3%, that's not even fucking matching annual inflation of 4% per annum. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not a good fucking investor. He's actually fucking horrible by every standard on fucking Wall Street. I fucking beat that listen, I'm not even a fucking professional, and I beat that every fucking year. And you tell me he's a professional and he gets to lose money at 3%? That's losing money. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? Stay in your fucking lane, because I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. 2% of the value. You lost 50%, and then the funding to like 90% of the initial capital in a couple of years. It went from 5 billion down to 5. But he also lost, the guy said he lost 50% of the place that he made during that time. So he lost people money. That's why they pull their money. And you saying he's returning 3%, and you said Anthony's right? How the fuck is he right when my initial premise was that he's a mediocre investor, he's a C player? That's all I said. And I said, hence the reason why he is. And I've been able to corroborate and provide the evidence, yes, from a never fucking professional on Wall Street who assessed his performance. And they said it was fucking mediocre.
So in all your searching, you forget the 5 years when he averaged 13%.
We're looking at the entirety of his investment. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because he has piece of information that doesn't align with what you want to say, right? You're not
I was talking about his fund
You want to omit the information.
You want to cherry pick certain years. You do that. But I was very specific. I was talking about the fund right.
I don't know why you're preaching again and fucking in your pants.
I'm not in my pants. I'm not.
Right?
No, I'm not.
You're a 60-year-old man screeching every precinct. Someone has a different point of view than you.
Hey, Martha, I am not. I'm not going to take somebody for I'm fucking screaming. I'll spare you tonight. Because my beef is with Anthony. So you can shoot the fuck up. No, I am fine, Martha. I am fine.
All right, guys, let me go into Angry Dog or Angry Dog.
We're gonna move on.
Yeah, I'm not screeching over y'all are mad because you literally interrupted me. How you want to move on? Why can't I finish my statement? And that was on you. Why can't I fucking finish what I was saying?
Like, yo, first of all, you weren't making us mad. You were spending all time trying to tell them to whatever. Breathing.
Yeah, he was still screeching over.
Alright, so make your statement.
You didn't mute him. You didn't make it. Why did you mute him?
Make your statement so we can move on.
Yeah, go on. I should be there.
When did we start here, JD?
I don't even know how we got here and the significance of it.
The eliminated ballroom, and it went crazy.
What's the significance of the arguing back and forth anyway? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, he did
From both of y'all.
It's history.
Alright, so we gave him an opportunity. He needed. So let's
No, I got muted because one of your fucking mods fucking hates me. I keep getting muted every time I try to talk.
Okay, so let Mother finish his thoughts.
Yeah, my initial position, right? My initial statement was that he was average, right? I don't think he's the best in the world. But if you look track record, it is unfair to omit the portion of his record that you don't agree with when he averaged 13% and just ignore that over like those 5 years didn't happen when you make it. That is my entire point. I'm not saying he's the best fucking investor, but what I'm saying is that sometimes you people are so fucking biased, you ignore pieces of information that doesn't align with what you want.
So Marshall,
Anybody
mother.
want to do a 30-minute?
Oh, we're not gonna do this. Please don't do this at all.
So the point, no, I'm just going to make one point of clarification.
That's it, yeah.
So the point here, when we're talking about it, I looked at the last, because you judge by your last year on Wall Street. You're not judged by the previous 10, 15 years. Those are bygone years. You're judged by now. What have you done now? I went to the latest period in his life when he ran a fund. I'm not talking about when he was a part of a team. He was a program manager, a PM, as part of a team working for Soros, because you get to make decisions as a group there, and you get input from your different bosses. This was where he ran the fund. I'm talking about a specific period in time where he ran a fund and ran it into the ground. That was my point. Why he's viewed on Wall Street as a fucking C player, as a horrible investor. That's the performance. So you obviously talk about bias. What I'm saying is actually factual. I'm not cherry picking from like his whole career. I'm saying the period in time where he's failed. That's what I'm judging him on. The 5 years where he managed the fund. More than 5 years actually. That's what I'm judging him on. He lost 90% of the fund. People pulled out their money, and he lost 50% on the bets he made. That's like a monkey throwing a dot at the fucking dartboard, and you go 50 in or out. That's horrible. Then you said he averaged. Hold on. He said he averaged 3% on Wall Street. What is the fucking standard bearer of a return on investments? You have to beat the S&P 500. So that includes you have to make at least more than 9% or 10% to actually be a viable fund where people actually trust you because you beat in the market. If you can't even beat 4%, which is the annual rate of inflation, then you're a horrible investor. And that's it, bottom. So when you guys talk about being biased and whatnot, I'm cherry picking. No, I'm judging him by a fund that he owned. He didn't own a fund 15 years ago. He managed a fund. That's what I'm when he was the boss, that's what I'm judging him by.
Okay. All right. Y'all got it? Good. All right. Can we move on to the next subject here? There's going to be a problem in a couple of days, and I know we talked about this, but not enough for my own benefit. There's so much stuff going on with the food banks not going to be able to help that restaurants are now starting to offer free food. And we're giving this more as informational. Restaurants are going to start offering free food. So you guys, places like Subway, there's certain restaurants who are going to start offering free food. So if you having a problem eating, or you're not going to be able to make it to the food pantries, look out for offers from restaurants. This is starting to get very, very real. Okay. Also, there's this thing. Anybody want to add about the food can help out? Because I was thinking about doing a piggy bank in this room. I don't know how that's gonna go. I'll just put it out there, and maybe somebody can think of something, a way to enact it like a piggy bank. Like if there's people who really are gonna be affected by this. I'm not talking about scammers. I'm not talking about people running to Walmart and putting steaks in their drawers and shit and running out whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if we have a penny jar, cookie jar, whatever you want to call it, every program, and then we give it to see in the room. I mean, $1, $2, whatever. You might need gas to get to work because you paid. You might need to go buy something to eat. Nobody's trying to judge nobody, and it could be anonymous. Like we give the $1, $2, $3. Somebody else has to set it up because I don't have Cash App. And then at the end, anonymously, that whatever amount we have in a cookie jar could be given to somebody who really needs. I know what it feels like to need gas money. I've been there when I was in college. Oh my God, if I had to go under my seat one more fucking time to try to find money to put in my Fiat Spider. I was going to have a heart attack. No, I don't want to say that, but yeah. So I know what that feels like. So maybe we can start doing that. Does that sound like a good idea to everybody? Yes, no, maybe.
Mike, piece of.
Huh?
He's one of the
Is he talking to me?
We don't have to set to be at the top of it.
Might be.
You made a
You
post.
don't have to set to be
Okay,
at the top.
I told all you kindergartners, I told all you kindergartners to chill out, grow up, and stop with the egos.
I thought we don't
It's
do
ridiculous
that.
now. Y'all too grown for that. Cut it out.
This is like a serious thing. Let's turn this into some bullshit that quick.
Stop acting like kindergartners. Cut it out.
Canyon, use your green bean to move people that talk the way you are.
Okay,
Like I said, stop being kindergartners.
You know, you guys know the time. Okay, what do you guys think you up there with the green beans? I'm not right from the phone. So yes, no, maybe, because we can move on if that doesn't, because I can see right now the people in here don't have the gravitas. I don't understand what's going on.
As long as my information stay private, I'll work with you.
Me too. Maybe it's like a food bank.
We'll figure it out in the back channel if somebody wants to do that. It don't have to be a lot of money. I'm just saying some people, you guys understand, they're not getting paid. People that we know are people in our room not getting paid. So, but they still got to show up for work. So maybe if that's needed, hey, if they don't need it, fine. It's just keep every day, keep adding to it, whatever, and then we'll find a way to disperse it. No one's trying to be heroes over here. We're just trying to be helpers. That's it.
Hey Lisa, do you know if GoFundMe would support, just people who are out of work and somebody wants to set up a GoFundMe page for somebody they know, a family member? Is that still a thing? Do you know if that would even qualify to go on the GoFundMe?
Yeah. Somebody's gonna have to suffer with that.
They take too much out.
I always think so. You can help someone directly. Like if someone comes in here and they're down and out and they have a cash out, and if someone can actually verify this, I'm that person directly. But people are real shy; they're not gonna say in a way about saying I'm hit right now, or maybe they won't. If it gets to that point, somebody could come in and say, "Yo, I'm really messed up, y'all. I got tried, put behind, got it, something like that."
If they want to say who they are, Zella's going to be better than
JD, thank you, JD. I could really use your help, JD. I'm down kind of bad right now, JD.
Anthony, you guys are gonna stop this shit immediately.
So childish.
It's just getting stupid. We're trying to help some people in here. Just because you are fat on the hump and you live in the life, there's some people that's going to eventually trying to make this
JD
material.
said he got me and I was thanking him. That's what happened. JD said he got me.
Oh my God.
And I was responding to JD. Like, say something fat.
Okay, I'm done with that as well. Yeah, this is just like playing with monkeys in the zoo. I'm just good with that. So let's move on to something else. What?
That sounded like a little bit of a racial epithet. That's all good. You got it.
Are you a monkey?
Man, it doesn't matter if I am or not, man. Again,
Am I a monkey?
why do we have to put
Am I a monkey? Am I a
I didn't say
monkey?
you were, man, but why do we
Okay, so then
Would zebra have been better? Would zebra
people are getting stop talking.
He does that on purpose.
Wow. Okay, so if I offended anybody by saying monkey, let me just go back and redo that. I can't use the word gorilla.
Lions in the zoo? Zebras? How about zebras? How about zebras? Tigers or bears or lions?
At this point, we're good.
Okay.
So, other breaking news. There is a major, right now, hurricane, and people are sending over, I guess this is on WhatsApp, what's going on in Jamaica. This is supposed to be the biggest hurricane ever in the Pacific. Is that true? In the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Wow.
The winds are
That just me saying is scaring me.
185 miles an hour.
Whoa.
500 millibars, that's really bad.
Whoa. I guess morning we're going to see the aftermath of that. And all I can say is we have to pray for those people. There's no way that,
Nah, yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, but it already went to Jamaica and now it's moving. So you have
Oh, it's past Jamaica?
Yeah, the front they got what they're gonna get. Now you know what I'm saying, it's moving over. I think they're worried about Cuba now, and then it'll be Bahamas, Haiti, and Dominican Republic. So
Did it do a lot of damage or mild, you know?
I didn't hear anything as far as anything major.
Can you guys imagine winds at 175 miles per hour?
85.
Hey, oh, stop. Okay, I'm good. Imagine that. I mean, that is just insane. Wow. Okay, and the houses are not really that, you know?
Yeah, and the power too is gonna typically goes out already anyway, so it's gonna be worse.
And isn't this the time where usually it's tourist season, right? Around now in Jamaica and places.
Right now it's not tourist season.
It's not okay. Yeah, August is hurricane. Yeah, usually it's around December, right?
Yeah.
But it's hurricane season, that's why the cruises and everything are cheaper. Because it's that type of season, and you can go for little or nothing.
Listen, my manager is actually going on a cruise to Jamaica next week. So
I bet you they're not.
well, I hope it's gone by then. Like it doesn't take a week to pass.
Left, ma'am. If you
What, Jamaica?
island that 185
She just
It's gonna be some damage. It's going to be
right. Or she won't get out the boat. I don't know. Her choice.
That's the thing.
Yeah, you ever seen those boat stuff when they be hurricanes? They be swinging. That shit is crazy.
The water is very rude.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a hurricane, be even close to a hurricane, even on the boat.
I have been through countless hurricanes. This one, as we know, is catastrophic. I have people that live in Jamaica. I've actually lived there for 3 months at a time throughout my life. And the place that hit, one of my friends, his mother, they just finished a house, and it's just a complete wash. She lives right off, if you are familiar, it's like near Treasure Beach. And what Sai was saying is true. You can get there to next to nothing if you live in Florida with a cruise. And it is a time that a lot of people still go there, but we're in trouble for quite a while. And so, I don't like the, praying and whatever. There needs to be action behind it. But I say do pray, but take action as well, because this is real. And I was on the phone all through the night. He's just trying to get his mom home. He lives in LA, and he's just trying to get his mom home at this point. After 5 years of building a house, and it's just happened one night. And
that's sad right there.
Yeah, I mean, I can hardly talk about it. He was just in tears all night. So, But as far as the damage that's done there, I mean, there's damage all across. But from what I've been able to understand, Kingston looks rather, because there's cameras that you can look at. I can put a link. I can find one if anyone cares.
Yeah, I saw one on YouTube. I don't know how. How to. You guys have to find these cameras. I just don't believe it. And plus, people are putting stuff up on WhatsApp. I just.
What are they saying on WhatsApp?
Video. I see video.
Oh, okay, yeah.
People being
I meant like a live cam.
outside.
A live cam. Not this video, but a live cam. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, so last one I saw, I don't know who it was, a man, a boy, a teenager, actually being blown down the street. He rolling like a tumbleweed. I was like, why the hell are you outside? Well, I guess outside is everywhere now.
It really is. And when you're going through a hurricane like that, and if you don't have transportation, say that you're just trying to get some food or you're trying to check on a family member, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, and it's true until you've been through a hurricane. I'm from Indiana, and I went through major tornadoes, but until you've been through a hurricane, there's no way of understanding it. Yeah.
Okay, so we are concerned, and I don't want to say thoughts and prayers because it sounds so empty, but yes, right? But I'm praying for these people tonight as I'm in my comfortable, warm, dry bed. I'm going to be praying for these people because, we just, I don't want to get into it. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. We just take so much for granted. And now we're getting ready to be starved out in our own country. So, one more thing. Anybody want to keep commenting about Jamaica while we go through the breaking news and stuff that's going on?
Yeah, y'all need to be praying for Cuba at this point. Like I said, Jamaica, it got you.
Well, you know what I mean, though. I mean, we gotta pray for everybody. I mean, I know Cuba's gonna get it, but the winds are still at 185.
Yeah, they flew down, but they're still up there.
Yeah.
Last I checked, it wasn't going over Cuba. It's like a Cat 4, which is still catastrophic. I mean, Cat 5 is like off the charts. But yeah, but a lot of the area, I mean, people are going to be going through a lot in Cuba, but a lot of the area they anticipate it to hit is not going to be as populated, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but from my understanding.
Yeah, somebody has to look up, track it, and see where it's actually going to hit and whatever, and update us as we go along tonight. But hopefully we won't be here till sunrise, and people are. I just don't want to get any more heartache in my heart. But not saying that anyway. So they're bombing in Gaza again today, you guys, and then Hesef came out and said, "The ceasefire is holding." He literally can't. They're bombing over there. What's left to bomb? I don't know.
You mean Vance said that, right?
Who did I say?
You said the Secretary of War.
Oh, okay. No, it was actually J.D. Vance. He said the ceasefire is holding, and they're literally over there dropping bombs again. I don't know what else. You know, all our money is just going down the fucking toilet everywhere. Okay.
And people will think JD's the best thing since mascara was invented and will vote for his stupid ass if he runs. That's what's crazy.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that before we get too far off of it. So, they're starting to talk about a lot now. A lot is Trump's third term. So I have to talk to. Was it you, Omari, who came in and told us how it was going to be done? And I was like,
no, it's not. It's Manfinity. And
oh, it was Manfinity?
Yeah, I believe there will be a third term. That's not something I think about.
Well,
Marty, you and I were talking. It was me and you talking this morning. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, but I got it from somebody.
No, Manfinity has his whole plan on how he was arguing that, and they was trying to tell him the 22nd Amendment. It was like they've been going back and forth on this in the spaces for some time now. And
it's pretty clear that the 22nd Amendment does not prevent the Vance Rubio ticket running on a platform that they will nominate Trump as the Speaker of the House, right, which is a nominated position, and that is the third.
Go ahead, finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That was all I said.
Yeah, that's wrong because even if he became Speaker of the House, in a issue where he would need to be a successor, they would skip him. So it would literally go to the Vice President. They would skip the Speaker of the House and go whoever else is in line. If the Speaker of the House does not qualify to be president.
I don't think Trump is in good shape. I mean, I know this is it's good talking, it's good entertainment.
No. This is not. Listen, we're not doing this for entertainment. The reason I brought it up is because Steve Bannon. Okay, let's get this together. Let's tighten this up. So Trump himself is talking about it. Somebody asked him on the plane to Asia, well, did he have any blah, blah, blah? And he goes, well, I'm thinking about it. And then he said, let me see if I can get the exact quote. He said, I have to paraphrase it. Okay, he said, I would love to do it when they was asking him on the plane. So then who follows that up is White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon. So this is not for entertainment. So you got Trump saying it on the way to Asia. Steve Bannon comes in and says, he told The Economist that there is a plan, quote, there is a plan to get Trump a third term. So people are saying, don't dismiss this as trolling or attempt to shake off the lame duck label. What it is, if Trump can figure out a way to do it, then he will. Then this guy is saying in The Guardian, even though I think it's truly extremely unlikely that there is a path to Trump 3.0, here's a very simplified version. All right, so what they're going to do, step one, obviously, is to figure out a plausible legal basis for the third term, repealing the 22nd Amendment ratified in 1951.
The next is step 2. Trump to declare a state of emergency and postpone the 2028 election. Trump loves a good fake emergency. He's already used it at least 10 emergency declarations to justify his tariffs. And then the last one here, finally, you got to neutralize your opposition. Unlike the previous 2 steps, this is easy since there's no opposition. The Democrats are still floundering around trying to figure out what they stand for. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, who appears to surround herself exclusively with sycophants, is threatening to run again. And the last one is Manfredides. Manfredides said that, I'm just shocked I'm even using this as an example, but I've heard this part too, that Trump is going to run, J.D. Vance is going to run, Trump is going to be the VP, right, on the ticket, and then once they know he's going to win, J.D. Vance is going to win, so once he is inaugurated, he's going to step down, and guess what?
I gotta say, this is bad form to them. I mean, DCU, I love this.
I just read from your fat ass, what's his name? The one that does his name. So don't start putting all this shit on me tonight.
This is what they do, Lisa.
From the Economist. So the Economist and your House Chief Strategist, Steve Bennett, do not dump this shit on me like you did in that airplane. I'm just reading.
You got Trump booty clappers like Christian, Amari Anthony, Mike, Special Mike, who bottom line is they literally believe everything that came out of Trump's mouth. And now they want to sit here, don't believe this. The bottom line is this is now coming out of Trump's mouth. And you know what? Rather you think he's trolling or not, you idiots find this acceptable. You idiots find it acceptable.
Not really. This will be my
President of the United States.
Yeah,
because you know what? I want to know how I know you all. Hey, y'all, mute up. You want to know how I know you all accept this? Because the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, he's just trolling. Why y'all believing him? How about you change that rhetoric around and say, you know what? Yeah, this is strange. Like, the only strange way is you. Why don't you guys just literally have a complaint about it? You know what? Why the hell is the president of the United States trolling? If that's what you really believe this is, why don't you guys have a issue with the president doing that? You guys don't. You guys don't. And so the last thing we're gonna do is listen to a bunch of idiots that believe everything this man said,
but not this.
but now y'all want to pick and choose. Come on, projecting.
You trying to say something?
Oh, no, this is bad.
Well, my question is, why?
Mike, you're gonna get moved to the audience if you come off the mic again.
I'm serious about that. You said it one more time, I'm gonna slap you with this iPhone.
You trying to say, you would have
I am not in here making shit up. Don't tell me about bad form. Then you go and you call your goddamn chief strategist, because he's the one who's putting this in the Economist. So either he's dumber than you or he's smarter than you. I don't know what you got.
Why is it a troll, right?
Why are you guys arguing among yourselves? We're not trying to have a conversation. If you want to talk to the rest of us, that'd be great. But you guys are talking among yourselves like that, like Dumb and Dumber, when they be having conversations with each other about a situation that 5 or 6 people are involved. Stop it.
Well, Miss Tracy, you should listen to us. We are
Why not? You brought up the JD name. You know, the Spurs in the room. Let me see.
So you should listen to us. We're telling you that would be a bad thing. That would be my red line. So you're hearing from a Trump whisperer that if he tried to run for a 3rd term, that would be a red line for me.
But it's a red line for you, but that doesn't matter. Because you happen to care about that.
You can go. Talking to me. If you want to talk, no.
Who's saying that?
Who's the moderator? What are you talking about?
What are you doing right
You
now?
know, sweetie.
All you men better shut the fuck up immediately. Okay, so the thing is Kenya, Amari, and then who else?
Nikki,
Please don't test me because you got me in a bad moment here. My stomach is growling. Don't test me.
No, I'm gonna. Can I go now before I lose my thought, please?
Kenya, hold on.
It's about to escape me.
Kenya,
Yes.
it's you, Amari. Who was the third
Jeremy was actually talking, and then you got interrupted.
Just let me know when I can speak, Lisa. All right, you can speak right after Kenya. Go ahead.
I don't even know if I want to speak now, but what I was going to say, Omari said that would be a red line for me. It doesn't matter what you think about it, it's the possibility. Everything that he has come up with, he has executed. So let me correct that. Everything that has been presented to him in that plan for years and years, he is following through. Steve Bannon is not lying. He's not trolling. I've seen him in interviews. I've seen him talk to many people. They're going to find a loop and they're going to go for it like they've gone for everything. Has Trump been stopped yet? No. So if he thinks he can get away with what he's getting away with now, what makes you think he's not going to get away with a third term? Because he's a narcissist and he always plants a seed or primes the pump. That is his mode of operation. So it's not about your red line. He's going to try it if Steve Bannon says, this is what I think you can do, and this is how you can do it. How do you think we got this far? Yes, sir.
In the chat from Steve Bannon's his comments on regarding the third term. Please take a look at that link. It's his words, so I'm not even going to repeat what he said. You guys can go and listen for yourself. Also, I've noticed on the news today, yes, Mr. Trump has echoed a desire for a third term, jokingly, and there's this thing where they're saying, well, there might be some possible conditions where that might happen, or it might be possible. This is the language coming from his cohort. So, yeah, they actually, I believe people. Mr. Trump and MAGA has shown us who they are. I personally believe them. I don't think it's funny. I don't joke around with it. I don't have a red line. Even joking around it and talking about it to me is a red line, right? And so it is underway. And I forgot where I was going to go, but the breaking news, White House fires agency advising Trump on construction projects. So the group that's responsible for construction and changes to the White House, I think there's 6 individuals, he just fired them. And so the behavior that has been demonstrated clearly indicates that, you just can't trust these folks. They're going to do whatever they want to do, try to figure out any loophole, any gray area, and exploit the fuck out of it. That has basically been their modus operandi.
So, real quick, I was going to say, I actually mostly agree with Robert. Wait, it was my turn, right? Did I skip? Okay. Well, real quick, right? I do think that, everyone knows inflation is up, the economy's not doing super well. We just gave $20 billion to Argentina. We're about to go to war with Venezuela. Like this whole making the entire news story focus on Trump's third term conveniently when everything is going poorly, really for Republicans. I just think where people are getting played. This is a major distraction, but it's everywhere now. People are no longer even talking about the economy. They're talking about Trump running for a third term, and that's on every news channel, right? So I think he's smarter than you might give him credit for, because now this is all the focus. This is the entire focus of politics.
Lots of distractions. They work on people who are easily distracted. Let me just make one other point. Oh, no, Omari, no. Omari, go.
Hold on, y'all. Please, let's bring it down a notch, okay? Wait. Go ahead. Whoever's next, go ahead.
So, Mother pretty much, said what I was going to say. I think this is a distraction. You're right. I'm hearing everybody talk about it. It's just kind of weird. Again, it would be my red line. People don't believe it's a red line, but I think a lot of people don't want to see a third term. He's already looking old as old. I don't know if I want to see him hobble on, 4 more years, even if he did a great job. I want him to pass the torch to whoever is next in line, if that can be whoever it is, whoever wins the election in 2028, whoever wins. This is a republic, right? People will vote in November, and that person in 2028, and that person's going to be the next president on January 20th, 2029. Let's not do this, folks. I mean, I get it.
Remember what you done said?
Don't say let's not do this, folks. This is your people talking. This is your people talking. This is not no conspiracy room. This is your people speaking.
And now that the replay is turned off, I just want to say, Lisa, that this is the same thing that they said about Project 2025. Go ahead.
It's a long business.
House of the God. That is so true. They want us now to shut up to talking about no, we ain't. Guess what? We're gonna talk about it every damn day.
And we're Epstein files.
Shut up. And let me just give you your master right now. So let me, you see how they try to twist this? You gotta go to the simpleton room. And the simpleton room is down the hall when you get to the first door on your right with the padded doorknob. Open it up and y'all guys go in. But this is not the simpleton room. So your people are talking about it. It is nobody on the left talking about it. It is the fucking strategist. So let me let you guys hear it for yourself one more time.
So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president 28, and he is already accommodated with that.
What about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But
Sorry, I accidentally hit my ear.
so are you. You've never heard it.
No. I want this to play out. Because looks like he needs a bath, but I'm going to go ahead and I'll just cleanse my... shut up, you go look at it. He looks like he needs a bath.
Yo, he looks like he's about to smoke.
Trump 28, Trump is going to be president 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
What about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will, and you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you just told me. On the one hand, you said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have a second term.
Why is it make that clear?
Because he's in his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
But you'll be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be genuine? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution?
I think yes. Because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make in the big beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing going forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
The last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side, there's no room for debate, there's no room for compromise, we must smash them, and now you're telling me this is a negotiation, and that's and it's like, it's just to me some good.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. So I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
What is that?
Okay, that's some scary sugar honey ice cream.
That's Steve Bannon.
That's scary. What do they need him for? What do they need him for? We need him at least this one more term. To do what? He is the vessel for what? What is the end result?
Providence. We need him. It's divine providence.
That's exactly what he said. Oh, and you need 3 years to do that? You crazy person.
It's a timeline. There's nothing you can do about it.
Bow to the king.
time. Did you just hear this crazy shit right here? Let's get
on the stage.
I don't want you guys jacking each other off all night. I just want to just figure out what we need it for. What do we need it for? What do we need it for?
We have to stop the left from destroying this country.
Okay, you're the one who just said that the thought of him having this term was appalling. Now all of a sudden you have found light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean,
I know. I'm convinced. You know what, Lisa? I'm completely convinced they just trolling here. They just try to push buttons. Because their responses, listen, there's responses are responses from mature black men in real world. I'm serious. And I deal with professionals of all levels, black, white, Asian. These are not mature black men's responses. It's not. Even when they're triggered, I don't. Even when they're triggered, the responses is just something's off. They're doing this to get us all riled up, and I'm over it.
You're the one that brought up the topic. No, Kenya's done with.
Okay,
my point exactly.
JD, if they keep coming over the mic, I'm not playing anymore. You guys acting like free range chickens. This is not your fucking chicken ranch, and you're just walking around free ranging. There's gonna be some order in here, or not at all. So nobody's bringing up anything. It's on the news everywhere. What the problem is you guys don't want us to talk about it. So who wants to be in the queue first?
There for a while.
Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And by the way, I'm blown away that Amari is here talking about the red line being if that man decides to run for a third term, and not the fact that a sitting president is wearing a Trump 2028 hat in the Oval Office. Right? That's horrific. Right, to JD's point, and this is actually a question more than a statement. JD, my understanding is in the U.S. that the Constitution prevents any vice president from being a candidate if he cannot be eligible to be president, which would deny Trump the ability to be elected as a vice president or vice presidential candidate. Right. But when you say that, like, they would skip over the Speaker of the House in a scenario where Trump was Speaker of the House, is that called out in the Constitution or an amendment, or is there
I'll look it up for you. It is in the succession plan, so he can become Speaker of the House, but in like a type of succession, they would literally have to skip him because he does not qualify to be president. But I'll look it up. Let me.
Yeah, that part that I'm missing, that's the part that didn't make sense. And I think, and I'll end with this, is that I think Lisa and First Lady's right. Like, this is like Project 2025.
But think about that, Jeremy. And I need to cut you off. If that were a thing, if what you're saying wasn't a thing, like that, what I'm mentioning, then how easy would it be? Why wouldn't Bannon and Trump and all them troll it or not? Why wouldn't they just simply say that? Well, we can make it to the House, and he could be succeeded. They're not saying that because that's not a thing.
And I think it's exactly the question. I'm glad you said it. It's exactly the question. Hold on, I'll end with this. I think that's exactly the question I was saying. If you listen to what Lisa played, Bannon said there'll be a time for that, and we'll walk everybody through it and explain how it can happen when it's the time.
Exactly, Lisa.
Yeah. And so they don't want to drop it now because that's going to give the Democrats time to start defending and preparing against it. That's why they're going to drop it last minute. But that's also why the left has to start running through these scenarios in their heads. We've got to figure out how to block this and how they're going to try and do it.
And Jeremy, I think we kind of missed this in the room a couple days ago. What they're going to try to do is question pretty much the language of the Constitution and probably have the Supreme Court interpret it a certain type of way. That, maybe, that's something like the route they would go. But I like I said, let me look up that succession thing because I'm 100% positive. Speaker of the House, even if he becomes Speaker of the House, he cannot. It would have to skip him if it ever got.
I think it's the Secretary of State. I think it's the President, the Vice President, and then I gotta look it up. I believe the the Secretary of State.
No, Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House is third.
Speaker of the House is third.
So Secretary is fourth. I forgot.
Omar, you can get Johnson. Go ahead.
So, but this notion, someone just said, why wouldn't they just say it? Like, really? If you think they're gonna just tell you that, like, come
No,
on.
the reason I said that, Robert, is because it's simple. I think about it. If everyone, a lot of people believe that he can become vice president and then Vance will just step down. I mean that. Okay, so if you can't do that, well, then they might have to become.
Wait. He's speaking. Oh man, I was gonna play a clip. Pardon me. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, that's the reason I said that they would just say something like that. Because if that were the truth, they wouldn't be able to fight it. That's what I'm saying. If someone can simply become the Speaker of the House and then become a successor, you're saying that what kind of strategy would it be not to say it? Because if that's the way the law allows it, then what can anyone do to stop it at this point, right? They control the House, they control the Senate. If that's the way it's written, I wouldn't see a reason that the Supreme Court would overturn that if that were the case. So I wouldn't see no reason for them to hide if that were a thing.
They would overturn what? Because you remember, there's an amendment. You can't overturn anything.
No. Roy, you're missing. So I said if it were fact that Trump could become Speaker of the House and then become president again through succession,
He can't.
right? Okay, that's why you gotta listen. I said he can't. I understand that. And I was explaining that to Jim, that is not a thing. And then I said, if it were a thing, and this is what I was explaining to Jeremy, this would be something that they would just simply say because it's simple. If it were a thing, it wouldn't be able to be something that could be overturned. So they would have no issue. It would be no reason for them to hide that as a strategy because it wouldn't be able to be overturned. But, well, I got it. It's not a thing. That's my point in the beginning.
Okay, so I have to.
So how do you want to?
Hold on. Wait.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. So the current order of presidential succession is as follows. Vice President. Hold on. Wait. Vice President, the first in line and only person who could become president outright through succession. 2, Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House of Representatives, the highest ranking member. 3, President pro tempore of the Senate, a high-ranking senator. 4, and this is what I said earlier, 4, Secretary of the State, the first cabinet member in line of succession. Then it's the Treasury. And then number 6 is Defense. 7 is Attorney General. 8 is the Secretary of Interior. Then there's Agriculture, Commerce, Labor, Human Resources. So they're like, it's laid out. It goes like 18 levels down. And the last person on this list will be the Secretary of Homeland Security. So we do have a current order of succession. I just read the first couple of levels. So now we
And Mary, number 3. Yeah, the important thing there, Robert, is number 3 on the list does not have to be an elected official. Lord.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm starting to spit up my drink.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Bad form tonight.
There's literally a Robert Dupree test, y'all. If you bring a Robert Dupree, you guys need to check your position.
That is not true, Robert.
I'm gonna hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Because when Trump was telling us before this nutcase got into this office, that we were hallucinating. What are you calling this guy? Can you be quiet while I'm talking? The least you can do is respect me.
I respect you, man.
You're going to go like, you could go, you come back.
Okay, so the thing is here, you guys remember they told us we were fear-mongering for 2 years? I don't know how many Anthonys and Omaris and all these people that came in. Half of them I can't find anymore. I got my Trump list over here, and it's down to like 4 or 5 people. But remember we fear-mongering? We don't know what he's talking about. He's not gonna be doing that, and everything. Haven't they finished to like 60 or 70% of the 2025 doctrine? So I don't give a damn what you guys say. I'm gonna do like this journalist says. I'm going to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, because these people are they're running roughshod over this country. You guys haven't done anything but create havoc since he's been in office. There's nothing positive, and if you say the border one more time, I'm gonna take your ass down to the border and chain you to it and coat you with book and surf, Omari. So the border, and then what?
There was a lot
on top of that.
There was a lot made earlier. There was a false statement. Someone said it doesn't. The third level, again, just to be sure, the third level, President pro tempore of the Senate, a high-ranking senator. So they have to be a senator.
I was talking about the speaker, Robert, I was talking about the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House, if the President disappears, the Vice President disappears, and the Speaker of the House, and the Speaker of the House can be nominated, does not have to be an elected official. And so, and I know GD was going to get the article that says...
What it says is the highest ranking member, as far as the House of Representatives, it says the highest ranking member of the legislative branch.
The Speaker of the House.
Warren is the Speaker. We're going to nominate Warren.
Yeah, the Speaker of the House is elected official. The Speaker of the House is an elected official.
Robert, you're missing the point.
Wait, Robert, let's break it down. Listen. Listen. The party has controlling members could elect Lee Royal to be the Speaker of the House without me being elected by a constituency in, let's say, my district. Let's say I am not in Congress. They can say, we want Royal Singleton to be the Speaker of the House, and they can literally appoint me to be the Speaker of the House. And if I accept, I'll be sworn into the Speaker of the House. You get it?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, he has to be appointed, though. The position has to have appointment.
No, the House of Representatives vote as a fucking body to nominate the Speaker. The Speaker has to get to a team and their Speaker of the fucking House. That is how it works. You can be me, you, any American citizen can be Speaker of the House. Therefore, if motherfucking J.D. motherfucking Van dies after Trump's cackling knees knock him off earth, nigga, I can be motherfucking president, bitch. That's what I'm saying. The fuck? Let's all continue circling this drain, right? Because this is getting a little stupid. It is not hard to understand this. Now, the pro tempore of the fucking Senate, that is a person who is in the Senate. So Chuck Grassley, right? That's a seniority-based position. Like, this is not, did y'all not take civics? What's going on?
Okay, I got two more things to talk about on this thing, and thank you so much for that, Matt. But let me tell you, Steve Bennett, your strategist, says the third term is already planned out. I'm going to listen to this before I bring it to the room, but let me let you listen to your President Donald Trump first, because y'all want to pay me no attention. Y'all trying to talk about, this is a third. The only people talking about it is your president, Steve Bannon, and your president. So y'all need to go and start sending emails off to them and stop talking to me, because I'm bringing you what they're talking about. You understand? So here it goes one more time. And then I got a breaking news about your president after this. Hold on, let me play this.
We're talking about a third term now because no matter how you look at it, we've got a long time to go. But despite that, so many people say you've got to run again.
And President Trump actually read the Constitution is pretty clear. Under the 22nd Amendment, no one can be elected president twice. Some have speculated about loopholes. The amendment only bans a president from being elected more than twice, but doesn't explicitly prevent them from becoming vice president and then assuming the presidency.
That's the plan.
Congress could also change the rules, but that's a long shot. A Republican proposal was introduced in January that would allow non-consecutive third terms, but without getting Democratic support in the Senate, it's unlikely to go anywhere. But what if Donald Trump did get a chance to run for a third term? That might open the door for other past presidents to return, including Barack Obama. When asked about the possibility of facing off against Obama, Trump didn't hesitate.
That would be a good one. I'd like that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the only good to me. The only lining in this crazy thing of shit is that Obama could come back, and Lord knows we need Obama back.
So you are for third. So you are. Oh, okay. My bad.
And it has to do with Obama, yeah.
Oh, right.
Obama needs to stay retired.
This is crazy.
Hell no.
Ask me that.
Hell no.
If you ask me, look, Putin, ask me that question again, it's gonna be the same. All right. So I don't know what you think you're trying to prove right now and gain any brownie points by acting like a feminist. Just go ahead. I got another breaking news. Y'all want to keep talking about this, or you want the breaking news?
Breaking news.
I just want to make one statement real quick. So here's the crazy thing. Even if you were to try to run, remember, we got all of these states, right, who are ran by Democratic governors and houses. They are not going to certify who's elected. So how's that going to work?
But okay, so when we're talking about the vice president part, if JD Vance or whoever runs and he's on the ticket, he's going to the person who won the presidency. Why wouldn't they be?
They're not gonna put it on the election ballot at all.
Why not?
Because it's not.
Is it nothing? No, that's not true. What was it true? Wasn't true. Okay, so you put all that information for us so we can research it, and I'll do more research it myself, but this is what's happening in the world of news tonight. I'm not making the news, I'm bringing it to you. Let's get it all together, y'all.
Troll, low-key, Lisa. Come on.
Yeah. Who's the troll, man?
They're trolling you guys, and you guys are falling for it. Y'all got bigger fish to fry.
You got bigger fish to fry. You should know. A troll should know a troll. It's just
I mean, listen, you can take shots, but again, Democrats
it's not
have
taking
bigger
shots.
things.
This is the way I communicate.
But you guys have bigger things. No, that's fine. You have bigger things to worry about than to worry about.
Right. And one of them is you.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
It just doesn't make any sense at this point.
Well, then you need to call Steve Bannon and Donald. Why are you talking to me about it? They're the ones talking about it, sir. So call Donald J. and Greasy Bannon, and you have that conversation with them. I don't make this up. So it's all over the place. And if they're trolling, was he trolling when he was talking about denying people their civil liberties? Was he trolling then? Hello?
What civil liberty have you been denying?
I'm talking about people who are deported without having due process.
You need the illegal.
Illegal asshole.
No, Obama did the same thing, and it was way more. But
okay.
First of all, it's classroom.
Obama does it.
If you don't let him land Kenya, it will continue.
The truth is the truth.
No, it's not.
Obama's not way more. No, Obama. It is, sir. Obama supported more illegals than Donald Trump.
No.
That is a fact. I know it hurts, but it is a fact.
Tell me
If we feel good about it, okay. These people tell me almost every single time.
Okay, tell me if you saw.
You guys are going to talk one at a time. When someone else's voices, you hear it. Who is keep flicking their lighter or something?
No.
Let's blow yourself up over there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you have not seen one video, one accused of ICE agents during the Obama administration beating up people in the streets, just picking up random people, asking if they're, legal or not. None of that happened with Barack Obama. Barack Obama did not separate families, right? He didn't sell. No, we didn't. We didn't put kids.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry for me.
This is horrible.
Right. He did not. He definitely didn't do that. Okay. You didn't get any of that when he was just the
So
president.
families were separated under Obama.
So
That's what you're saying. They weren't separated. The legals got reported.
Okay, so
Come on, man. This is bad for
can his land go?
goodness gracious. So what I'm saying is, you did not have Barack Obama's put kids in one cage while putting their parents in other cages, and perform medical procedures on mothers or non-mothers, right? So random women that will not allow them to have children anymore. That did not happen in the Barack Obama. Okay, so what are we talking about here? They went through legal processes. They went through due process before the people were deported. We all know this. And it's not like they didn't get called out for it. He did get called out for it, but he still did it with due process. Why are we pretending as if what Barack Obama did resembles anything that Trump did when it came to immigrants? Stop this.
Did you mean to say that? Come off me, Brian? Okay.
All right, so good. I'm glad I can move on to this next piece of breaking news. Now, I ran across an article about Donald Trump. It says Donald Trump admits he needs extra care as he's seen clinging to the handrail on Air Force One stairs. President Trump is sparking major health concerns once again. Following his arrival in Japan for his 5-day tour of Asia. Footage from his arrival shows a 70-year-old obese man with big cankles looking frail as he moves slowly down the stairs of Air Force One, firmly gripping the plane's handrail with his fat, bruised hand. Another video showed the president cautiously exiting his car to meet up with Japan's Emperor, I can't pronounce this, I say Emperor N. Upon leaving the meeting, the president was also seen dragging his right leg and favoring his left side. Let's see, there we go more. The president's slow walking and careful demure further raised eyebrows after he admitted to undergoing a previously undisclosed MRI, which is during his recent visit to Walter Reed Military Medical Center earlier this month. Trump himself told Marines this month that he takes extra care going down steps and shouldn't bop down the steps, describing his need for slow, deliberate steps. Let me see. I got an MRI though, y'all, and it was perfect, Trump told reporters. I'll give you the full results. Wait a minute. Can you mute yourself for just a second? Okay, fine. All right. Give y'all a full report of the results. We had an MRI and the machine, the whole thing, and it was perfect. So they had an MRI and the machine told them it was perfect. I guess that's what he's trying to say. When asked for additional details, Trump said, you can ask the doctors. I think they gave me a very conclusive report. Nobody has ever given reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, I would let you know negatively. Neither I would let you know negatively. I wouldn't run. I would do something. But the doctor said some of the best results they've ever seen for my age. Some of the best reports they have ever seen in their whole career as practicing doctors. Okay, that's the end.
I believe it means nothing. I believe it, by the way. No, but that actually means nothing. Okay.
Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. But he said his ECG showed him to be approximately 14 years younger.
Hell to no. He said he believed. I believe that.
He has the best health ever. He's the greatest ever. I believe him. That's why he should run for 2028.
That's why
The trolling is
He's very strong.
And he's challenged AOC to
Omari, the thing is, Omari's trying to troll, not working anymore. It's just so
The trolling is just bad.
You can give it up.
Too many people are talking without waiting for her to finish, though. It's you, Amari, and Mike, the usual suspects.
Yeah, because they're triggering when I'm trying to help them. Like, Omari, like, seriously, you're a cool kid. Like, just be yourself.
He's a real man.
Just be yourself. Because, you know what? And I said that just to see if that's what someone else would pick up on instead of the message I'm trying to get. Typical. Omari, you don't have to do this anymore. I'm serious. It's so obvious now. You're acting, and it's very obvious, sweetheart.
Okay, so Omari,
Hold on, go ahead.
I was going to say that the truth is, Omari, I'm going to be honest, he does look like he has some type of some incident, and it could be stroke-like. Not aneurysm, definitely stroke-like. I'm being serious, too. And I've spoken to other, like my colleagues. They've almost said the same thing when they look at the videos of him, how he's walking, the way he's slurring, just everything looks like he has some type of stroke, maybe minor, but he definitely had something. Because that's not. I agree. Lisa, may I respond, Lisa, if it's okay with you?
You I just ask you one question while you add this to your response. Why is he admittedly and on camera dragging his left leg?
You're talking about when he's doing the live.
No. When he was walking.
I know what you're talking about.
The vehicle.
Yeah, I saw that. So before, again, you're right, Kenya. I'm trolling because what I said earlier when people were talking about third term, I said he doesn't even look healthy enough. I clearly said he doesn't even look healthy enough to run a third term. That's why I think it's fake. But I don't know, Lisa, he doesn't look healthy. Something does seem off on him. Will we ever find out? I don't know. He has a lot of money, and he might be able to get through it. But I said that, but no one picked up on that. No one picked up on anything I said. But hold on, Haitian JD, hold on. Yeah, I agree. If he's not healthy, step down. I agree. But when I say that, you bypass that and act like I didn't.
Because he don't believe you, bro. You over here getting ready to watch kids go fucking without eating, and you don't give a fuck. Your red line with this motherfucker right
You're making shit up in your head, man.
Now I'm having a health kid. Come on, yo, don't believe
Haitian, you're making things up.
Nah, I'm saying what you saying.
If I save something, I don't need to go on your side. I'm not looking for
He put you on my side, bro.
So if I say I think he looks unhealthy, I'm saying he looks unhealthy. Why do I need to lie about that?
Why is he lying?
What's the point?
If you follow a man who lies every fucking other word.
I don't like his policies. I'm talking about just black and white shit. This is just ABC 1, 2, 3, Jackson 5s. Come on now.
Yeah, sure.
This is horrible form tonight. I mean, God damn. It doesn't make any sense because again, in one hand we're saying that the man doesn't look good. I mean, this has to be a troll. I'm dead serious. This has to be a troll.
Amari just said that.
Right.
Yeah, but
Okay, so I'm gonna change my
I know that's on y'all's mind. The gate is
one mic on Lisa.
right.
I'm just gonna post a picture that somebody took, or I don't know if it's real or fake, without his orange makeup on, and you guys can decide for yourself. I'm gonna make it my PTR. So go ahead, keep arguing.
Hey, Lisa.
So the man that's tying his leg is the same man that's gonna run for a third term. You guys don't hear yourselves. This is
You don't hear Steve Bannon, and you don't know what your name is, Michael, or what your name is. But I'm just telling you, you sound crazy because you're president. So everything else he says from this moment on, I want that same shit to come out your mouth. Because your president is saying it, your chief strategist is saying it, JD Vance
saying it. Nobody here is making it up.
Yeah, but you're falling for it.
Don't tell me what the fuck. You fell for it and you fell for it.
But what's the falling for it? So, okay, if they're covering, what are they covering up for?
So who's the devil?
Conversations. It's just a Democrats because
Yeah, right.
you guys fall for the fear mongering every single time.
Yeah, fear mongering.
It's fear mongering.
Okay, so be quiet. You said it 3 times.
Can I go?
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
so hold on, can I go?
I did okay, that before you. Okay.
Wow, this is insane. Okay, go ahead.
You don't want me to speak?
No, I'm talking about Mike. I'm talking about Mike. You guys stay focused, okay?
Somebody dropped that. Okay. So he's there. You can listen. Don't like it. So usually, right, when a human being, whether it's a toddler to older adult to senior citizen, once you're dragging your feet and slurring your speech, there is something wrong with you from up. I'm not even going to clinical. Let's just say I'm not a clinical person. There is something wrong with that individual from a psychological, and when we look at them, you can just see it, right? The signs and symptoms are the person slurring speech. So if they're slurring speech, there's something neurologically wrong with the individual. So Mike, you're so smart, right? And your lack of common sense. Can't you even realize that there is something wrong with this person? When Donald Trump speaks, he makes no sense. None. He can't even formulate like a real concrete adult point for a first world leader. So what's going on with you, Mike? Why you can't live in reality? I'm trying to understand. And then Amari, I'm starting to realize you hanging on his nutsack. What's going on with the both of you?
What are you talking about? What did I gotta do? And that the conversation with my
and that this is exactly the point, Dap. I think it's like when I hear people on the right say like, oh, you guys are all falling for it. You're falling for the troll. Like imagine if like Clinton just came out and randomly said, oh, we're gonna roll back civil rights. We're gonna go back to segregate. Oh, and everybody was like, what the hell did he just say? And then it was, you guys are just falling for that troll. Like, why is your red line like, oh, we have to see him do it? Because when he just talks about it, he's just joking. Why isn't the red line like, how dare a sitting president even joke about a third term? How dare a sitting president and his advisors and not even joke, because Ben's not even joking.
Listen, man. We're pretending like this is a Washington or Lincoln or Reagan type of president. It's a reality star. Do you know what the first part of the conversation in this room was about? The Apprentice. How terrible it was. How broke the things are. You hired someone that was on Howard Stern. You're in Canada, right? I mean, Justin Trudeau was horrible. Let's not talk about that. But we'll leave that for another day. But we hired someone because other presidents cost us like Trump. They did such a shitty job, nobody liked them, that people wanted Trump. And then when they got him out of office, they said, damn, Biden is a fucking piece of shit. We gotta get Trump back. There's plenty of videos of people like, hey, who you gonna vote for? Vote for Trump. It's not a loss of like a state that hate when I say that. It's not about winning or losing. We just say that people fail, and you're the reason why. Because this kind of like snobby type of, vibes that you give the American people, you're gonna continue to lose. And I like,
Part time. So hold on. Yeah. So the point that I was trying to make is that you guys you guys were on your high horse about Biden, how he was, just being run down before us. We knew that he was his diminished capacity, mental and physical. He was just on forever. And you guys, he was suffering from dementia, blah, blah, blah. But every time Trump does some crazy shit, he's incoherent. In Japan, he gave a speech at a Navy base in Japan, and it literally made no fucking sense. But yet, I don't see you guys hammering and say, hey, he's not cognitively there. We need to get him out of office. He's a danger to us. He was walking with the Japanese Prime Minister. He was totally lost in the sauce. He had no idea where he was at. He literally crossed. He was walking to her right. He literally walked in front of her and crossed over to her left in front of her. Then crossed back. Dazed and confused. He had no idea where he was at. But he's the leader of the free world. Make that make sense. Y'all have nothing to say about that. But if it was Biden, all of y'all motherfuckers would be just beating that drum right now. But when reality hits you guys stay on mute. That's some fucking shit, y'all.
We can play that clip of the Japanese, the one he's speaking to the troops. I mean, you can play it.
Well, I read it.
Yeah, you played it from end to end? For the room? Because what you
did, yes.
Okay, I must have missed that because he didn't sound that way. He didn't sound bad to me.
We played it yesterday. There are the good parts, obviously, and there are parts where his brain freezes, like any other person who suffers from gets.
Wait. I'm sorry. People get so distracted and don't even focus on the freaking dot. The dot was that, Omari, did you hear the whole story and the theme and who this person is being right now? They're not well. But yet, when it was Biden, he's talking about hypocrisy, if I have to give you the answer. You're not focusing on that. You just focus on, I thought he was okay in this little dot of an event here. You don't listen for the bigger picture. You listen for something that you can tear apart. And you miss the whole point, which is why we're in this situation to begin with. So can you please learn to listen instead of just listening to respond? Period. Point.
I'm taking one dot at a time, it's called connect the dots. And that's what I'll be doing, Kenya.
Omar, since you done last time, we heard enough.
Okay, so I was trying to see if I could find some audio on Trump falling down the
He did it.
Asia. Unfortunately, he didn't make a sound, so I had to look at just the words. But something is going on with him, and regardless, they don't care if it's, how they were saying, calling Biden Weekend at Bernie's. He's past Weekend at Bernie's. You know what I'm saying? He's like he's a crypt keeper at this point. Y'all, we should have kept Biden. I don't know what were we thinking? This is crazy as hell. I would have took Biden on a fucking respirator at this point because everything is upside down. You got the Walking Dead running the country, and you got idiots on the stage talking about, all he's doing is you say that every damn time, okay? I don't want to just hear it for this. If he's trolling on this, he's trolling on everything. That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? Once somebody does you, they'll do you again. So that means everything is suspect at this time, right? Or no? Or we just pick and choose what we believe from you guys?
Here's the scary thing, Lisa. Like everyone's saying, he's dragging his leg. He's 80. The oldest leader of the world just, some people say stolen election, Cameron, 92 years old. 92, exactly, Asia. And that guy's going to be in there at least until 100. So don't sit here and tell me he's got his diaper change and make it individual. That's it. Just because he's got cankles and he's dragging his leg, don't think he can't do horrible things at 85 or 87 in his third term. You know what I mean? Like,
do you know exactly? Do you
know how the elderly get?
Kenya, do you guys know what's going on in the nursing home after the lights go out?
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what the hell you guys talking about.
That's a fact, Lisa. I used to work
sexual assault, STDs up the ass. Yeah.
So they just this is the crazy part with me with them. they want us to believe and they want us to dictate how we, on our side, who we should vote for, who we should nominate, who we should do this, who we should do that. They're constantly trying to tell us what to do. Y'all won. Sit down and shut up. It's up to us to critique now. Sit down and be quiet and watch the world burn. That's all you got to do right now.
Ooh, go, Felicia.
Don't look up. Don't look up, though.
And don't look up. No, that's a good movie.
The plane might be coming over with a what do they call that place underneath the bottom of the plane? Full of diarrhea. Courtesy your president. What president would do anything like that, even in jest?
Not a same one.
Contingency.
Not a same one, Lisa. Not a same.
Crazy girl. That's almost like you having a business, a restaurant, and then you laugh at the people because you know you didn't put rat poison in their food.
Oh, Lisa, and
Lisa.
And you know the first time you saw that video, he was like, "It's good."
Yes.
But can we do it? Can you do it with a crown on my head?
So Lisa,
that's exactly how it happened.
So Lisa, Kenya, and team, I just posted, quite a few videos. He's having a good time out here partying with the people. I don't see what you see, and
I forgot and moved on. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. Instead, I moved on.
the truth.
I don't know what you're talking about, Omari. That was like 10 minutes ago in my mind. I've forgotten about that already.
You know, Omari, you can post all the videos you want. It was your president who said that his damn leg was dragging and he needed extra care. Why you keep going against your I can't even say it. Why you keep going against
The omnipotent one.
It don't make sense. It's coming out of his own mouth. He says he needs extra care. Was he talking about something else? Maybe something a little
Lisa, one question. How many years is Brian older than Trump?
I don't know. Tell us.
4 years? 5 years?
Two, I believe. 82 and 80, I think.
No, Trump's 79.
Yeah, Trump is 79.
Yes, so he's deteriorating at a faster rate than Biden.
Hey, that's what happens when you don't add the formula.
Well, we talk shit.
When you don't have right away.
So I don't think, like I said, I don't think Trump is going to make it to the end of his first term. I think he's going to die in office.
This is scary.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Okay, can we not? I don't want to go that far. Can we?
Yeah, I'm saying because I don't wish.
We're not gonna do that.
I don't wish demise, and I like the.
No, I'm not wishing demise. I'm just saying.
You don't need to bring it up, sir. Please don't do that. For everybody.
Yeah, we
Please
don't
don't do
bring
that.
whatever we want. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just basing my opinion. If you,
I
I
respect your opinion. I appreciate you and your opinion. I just gotta do the sign of the cross, and then also because they got this little. If you don't stop it, child, is it past your bedtime? Oh God. So what I'm just saying is now he's calling people instead of dead, they're calling people expired. So I think that's what's going on here. The expiration date is coming on. And we just need to add a little bit of embalming fluid. Maybe they give it a little bit at a time every day just to keep the the flesh fresh. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think if he runs for a third term, good. I want him to run for a third term. Y'all know?
Can I ask you a question, Lisa? What happened in Texas, or JD already, what happened in Texas with regards to the kind of redistricting that's going on? And the California response, and what I've heard is now it's starting to happen, like every state is getting in there and kind of doing it. Virginia's next, exactly. Like, the right response, does every state have to go in? And because ultimately, every time it happens, I think it takes away the power of the individual vote in America a little bit.
I didn't know.
That's the point.
Because Lisa, everybody gets to pick their own voters versus the voters getting to pick their representative. And that's what America's come to, the gerrymandering. You get to pick your own voters. And it's not like in the past when people gerrymandered, and it was not scientific. Now it's fucking down to the person. They literally have all the data points. They have all your metadata. They have all your shopping data, all your credit card transactions, who you donated money to. They have who you register to vote as. They have everything about you. Even though you register as an independent, they could tell where you might lean on those particular personal factors. So they're literally using, you know, AI to determine how to draw those lines. So this is high technology time. So they get to choose their own voters. They get to carve districts in manners where they disenfranchise the geographical group, like we'd always keep as a cohesive unit, and then they get to slice and dice which sections of that geographical location they want to partition over to other groups to dilute their vote. So this is real. People don't understand the ramification of repealing the Voting Rights Act and what is going to happen. Black folks won't have representation in any endeavor because the fact is that the districts will be so gerrymandered where black folks, they take 25% of all the black folks in a particular geographical area and they disperse them amongst the other areas. So therefore it dilutes black voting power. So black people count, and also even though they live in a geographically distinct area, they won't have representation. And that's what's gonna happen.
Hold on, you guys. Let me reset the room. Hi, April. Thanks for coming. Resetting the room, please. This is the 420, and tonight we're talking about Trump's 2028 run. The term has already been planned out per Bannon. I have one more 3-minute clip to play on that, and then we'll start talking about other stuff that's surrounding that. If you have a pink ticket, y'all, please just check it in. That's all I gotta say. Who's in the queue?
I just want to say this. Can I get a real quick moment of silence from my born country, Jamaica?
We were just doing that before you came in, so we did do a moment of silence, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to be able to help. And I think we can't come up with no way.
Thank you for saying what you just said.
First of all, Doc, and love to you, Lisa, and to all the moms. Love y'all.
Yeah, my family. Thank you, Ruth. My family's safe. I have more than like 5 family members back home. And yes, I am a born Jamaican person.
Have you heard from them, Jack?
Yes, I did. I spoke to my uncle, my mother's older brother. He's still back home with my cousins. They are safe. My cousin, one of my other cousins on my father's side, they're safe. And 4 of my other cousins, the neighborhood is flooded, but they're not.
Houses were able to withstand 180 degrees.
Yes. So this is the thing. So it's more of the more when you're more close to the ocean, those are the communities that are being affected more than inland. Most of my family members, they're inland, so they're more like, I would say, like further in the mountainous areas. So there's more mudslides and those type of things going on in the inland. But on the outskirts, they're the ones that's more affected. And by the way, it's the strongest hurricane in history.
That's what we were saying in history. Oh my God, that is unbelievable. God bless and God keep, because that's saying a lot. The strongest hurricane since they've been recording, right?
Yeah, you know about that? Like scientists were literally saying this year that due to climate change and all that, we weren't going to see the strongest hurricane in history. Maybe they predicted this, like well in the beginning of the year. Also, I have to say shout outs to DR and DR on Haiti and Cuba. By in the morning, they're gonna get the brunt of what we got as well. Haiti and DR, they have been having a lot of flash flooding, right? Asian.
I'm scared to see the pictures in the morning. I'm really dreading seeing what the islands will look like in the morning. I'm dreading and I'm praying. You know what I mean? I really am.
7 fatalities.
7 fatalities so far. Wow, you guys. Okay, so when we we have the room tomorrow, maybe at that point we can move forward and troubleshoot in our brains. The people who are serious in the room, the other ones, y'all can just stay on mute about how we can help and whatever way that is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it looks like.
When I get the information, I'll post it. Believe me, I will.
Yeah. Okay. Those of us who are willing, and those of us who can, and those of us who knows the difference between empathy and sympathy. Because I was about to lose my mind today on that one, but I let it go. So tomorrow I will definitely speak up, and we can do something. It just any little bit, your heart is in the right place. So okay, you guys, I didn't want to make the room a charity room, because I've been talking about giving the whole night. So I forgot what I was going to say. Anybody else want to jump in and talk about the third term? We talked about his medical condition, which is obviously there's something going on with him. And he said, what really made me know something was definitely wrong, because he said, if it was something wrong, I would tell you. I was like, okay, there you go. There you go. You're on your way out. Because you would not tell us nothing.
Yes, I got breaking.
Wait a minute. That tells you that there is something wrong. Because if it's not good, well, he's the right. So yeah, there's something that's going on with him. Absolutely.
He's on the plane when he spoke 3 quarters on the plane, but that's what I was going to tell him. Is when they asked Jake with regards to this VP strategy, that's too cute. Like the people wouldn't like it. And when you and who says, hey, we'll reveal our plan when the time is right. And JD is what I said in the chat. I think the time is after the midterms. And what he's really saying is, hey, if I were to come out and say my plan is this VP strategy before the midterms, they know that would kill them, the midterms. So I think after the midterms, when there's no repercussions, then his team goes and says, okay, this is our strategy. Let's go play it out in the Supreme Court and let's get the ruling to get ready for the election.
Well, and I don't disagree with you. You know, a lot of people here are saying he's trolling. Look, everything he said, he's done. I mean, in theory, I could take that at face value. Everything he said he was going to do, he's done. Now, all of a sudden, I'm supposed to understand that he's trolling. So,
that part.
Insufficiency says otherwise. But you didn't hear the other part, April. He was dragging his left leg, when he was trying to get over. And then he said, I need extra care now, especially when I'm coming down the stairs, you know. So he's walking. He said, I'm walking like this down the stairs because I need extra care. Oh, that would be a sight.
You know, it's funny about the cankles. The big cankles are a lot.
Clean up on aisle 4, please. Extra Lord has just bring the super sucker.
You know, it's funny how he didn't know about Project 2025, right? Remember this? He didn't know anything about Project 2025, y'all. So remember when all the pushback was happening and they didn't know a thing about Project 2025. So this is the same strategy, y'all. The same exact strategy. And they're going to play this like a fiddle. And this is what is happening. They throw a little bone, they pull it back, they throw a little bone, they pull it back because they want to get a feel for what MAGA is feeling. And as soon as they get a feel for what MAGA is feeling, and if the country's sour on it, okay, no, we're not going to all the way throw it there. But they are plotting for 2028, y'all. I want y'all to understand, I said this, and I can bet y'all any amount of money, they are plotting for him to stay in for 2028.
Raz, you're right. Wait, let me go get it. You know you're going to get in there. No, I agree, Raz. And Emma, what you were saying earlier about the seats and the gerrymandering, I'm just going to be honest. Never in history have our Democratic, Republicans parties been this strategic. They're not that smart. I'm just going to say it. All that has happened up to this point was not like instant, as you said. All of this is part of the plan because you can't set something up that fast. The Republicans, look at the true Republicans, they're floundering because they're waiting for what is the puppet masters under Trump
to say what the next play is. That's why they need him for another term. Everything is strategic, and it's nothing that Trump is doing. It's everybody who is pulling his strings because he's the puppet. They're not that smart. This what's going on, Bannon and all the other Steve Miller. Listen, we shouldn't be surprised by anything they're carrying this out.
That part, Kenya, that part.
The government is not that bright. Really? You think they're doing this on their own? It's all part of this plan.
And Kenya, it's gonna. I'm sorry, and they're going to. I'm sorry, they're going to fight against it because we all know this man wanted to be a dictator. We all know this man was a fascist, the whole authoritarianism. But somehow they want us. Oh, this part's a troll. I'm like, you're not going to change our minds by even coming up here talking about no, this is the troll. We've already made our minds up on what type of man this is. It's clear as day what type of man and what type of people are backing him. And so for you guys to come up here, so even if somehow the Supreme Court decides not to interpret it, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that they tried. It's the fact that they tried, and you guys still won't get it. I mean, that's the second they're trying this. Go ahead, Jeremy. Then I think Matt is next.
I'll be really quick, and I think Rez brought up a great point, right? Like, when they talked about Project 2025, what did he say? Oh, I haven't heard about it. What's that? And just recently, when they said, hey, the people are talking about your third term, what was his response? I haven't heard about it. This is a man who got a picture taken in the Oval Office with a Trump 2028 mega hat on the Resolute desk before he said, I haven't heard about it. So I just think it's a great point, Brett. It's like when people say, you guys are freaking out about 2025. You're just freaking out about the third term. No, it's the same thing.
And I'll tell you this much. There's no trolling. Like I said earlier, it's priming the pump. You're getting your base riled up to continue to support you because you brainwashed them. So it must follow through. They must make sure they show up to vote because he's planting the seed now. The 2028, you don't spend that money unnecessarily to troll. He is strategic. It's like subliminal messaging. He's messaging now. He primes the pump. He doesn't surprise us with anything. He tells us, and then we don't believe him, and then we see he actually follows through. So why won't we believe him this time, as well as his base? He's going to run for 2028, and they already believe him, at least the not so bright ones.
Do you believe that Trump says that's a dictator?
You're no longer breathing. I'm just gonna say that.
It's the grift.
I
think it's the grift. Trump is grifting. He's done that. And people are donating. They're buying the stupid ass 2028. It's a troll and a grift all packaged into one. That's what's happening.
Have you guys hold on, Kenya, hold on. Is that Kenya?
No, not me this time.
Oh, go ahead, jump in, and then I'm gonna play this clip. But did y'all see the list of the donors for the grand ballroom?
Yeah, sure did. Not surprised.
I'm gonna read off the people that I'm no longer gonna do business with.
The greatest donors of all time.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Where's yours? I didn't see your name up there.
He ain't giving nothing, but that's
check.
Hold on, after Halloween. Have you guys seen a pumpkin like a week after Halloween? Old and moldy, nasty. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I have to direct you guys to my PTR if you need to refresh it. This is what Trump looks like without the orange makeup. I don't know why he bothered to show up.
Jesus.
Ooh, look at his skin texture.
Ooh, baby.
Ew.
He's whack.
Ew.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. That's scary.
Makeup, is that what you said? He has no
This is Trump without the orange makeup.
He's so old.
He's decrepit.
This is tiny tails on the tips.
I mean, I think he looks better to me without it on. I don't know about you guys. I think he looks better with.
You saying he looks more human? Is that what you're trying to say?
All you need to do is touch you one time, and you will no longer be in the room, biatch.
Oh, Netanyahu. Okay. Oh,
That's what you
Netanyahu.
want to do. Let me know.
Okay. Yeah. Please do not come to the bed. Never mind. With your makeup on. Okay. So now let me just play this quick little clip, and then said that the military will be paid despite government shutdown. He is directing good old Petey to release some funds. I don't know which funds they're talking about, so maybe you guys can help us in here after we read the article. But let me play this, and then we'll move on to that, because that's amazing.
Bannon insists that Trump is going to be running for a third term, even though it is a direct violation of the Constitution. You gotta hear this.
Lemonade like this comes along once every century. If we're lucky, we've got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028. You know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term? We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
There's so much power behind the scenes. But right now, these guys are trying to figure out a way to turn around the Constitution. We'll see what the definition of term is or something like that.
We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
These people do not learn their lesson. So this, crazily enough, would not be the first time that we had somebody serve 3 terms. It has happened before, which is why we put in the amendment, because we realized, they're just going to keep running. It was always sort of a gentleman's understanding that nobody would run for more than 2 terms. Once they did it, then they realized we have to enshrine this. We did enshrine it. Play the Bill Maher clip, because this is exactly how I feel.
The Constitution. Can I read a passage to you?
Here we go.
Amendment 22. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And yet you keep talking about Trump's third. Maybe you should have this. President Trump, he's going to run for a third term. President Trump is going to be elected again on the afternoon of January 20th, 2029. He's going to be president of the United States. Okay, but the thing I just read in there, it seemed like there was no wiggle room there. It seemed like it was just, they would send, it said only 2 times. We have a team of people that are how can a team do something about that? I don't care if the team is 12 trillion people. The words are still important. Federal courts right now, in federal courts, there's 120 lawsuits on what President Trump is doing for his Article 2 rights. Wow, that's not the unified executive third. But he's chief executive, he's commander-in-chief, he's chief magistrate, chief law enforcement officer. There's 100, and they're running the court every day. But it's been President Trump, all because of the interpretation of this. The interpretation of this is open for interpretation. We open. Can I have it back?
If they're able to get a constitutional amendment passed, cool. I stand by. Obviously, there is a way to amend the Constitution. We want there to be a way to amend the Constitution. But there are things that are interpreted by the court where it's like, okay, admittedly, like this one's maybe not as clear as we want, like take the Second Amendment, for instance, for a well-armed militia or whatever. There's a lot to talk about with that. This one is pretty clear. So this feels like people are trying to skirt it. I don't think people are being honest about why we have term limits. The whole structure of the U.S. government was to stop power from accruing too much. That power corrupts, absolutely. And if you let a monarch happen over time, that power just solidifies. This is why I think deep state is the right one.
And that's what I think they're trying to do. To get absolute power. And to keep that shit. If he doesn't, somebody mute his mic. You can hear that?
Yeah, what is that?
Light on the lights right now. And dogs and seatbelts. The dogs and the cats.
You know what I find interesting, and okay, my brain is going crazy, and I'm just gonna let it go. But language is important because when Bill, I'm assuming that was Bill Maher or whatever, Maher, yeah, he said no person shall be elected a third term. And I heard Stephen, come off mic after I'm done, please. Don't come for me yet. I heard Bannon say he will run and be elected. The Constitution doesn't say you cannot run. Trump has a lot of power and a lot of money. You think if he doesn't show up, if he shows up, they're going to turn him away? He's building his army now. That says elected, which is an outcome, but who says he wouldn't still try to run? That's just like he didn't want to leave the White House. He should have, but he didn't go gracefully I'm saying is a matter of interpretation. You said it can't be elected, but didn't say I couldn't run. And then once I run, then I can do what I need to do. So listen, Trump is stupid, but Russell Veld, Steve Bannon, Steve Miller, they're not stupid. I'm just saying. I'm going on mute.
I just want to say this, right? The first time around, he didn't have the cronies that he needed, right? The Bill Barrs, the General Millies, the people in the world, they were willing to go far, but they weren't willing to go the bridge so far. They weren't willing to break the law. They weren't willing to take it to the limit. That's the difference. This time around, the people that he has are loyalists. They are willing to go the bridge above. They are willing to not just test the Constitution, but to break the Constitution at any given moment. If they are blowing up boats in the middle of the ocean and are willing to break international laws, right? They don't give a crap about breaking the United States laws. I want y'all to understand this. It is not even about running. Bannon is strategizing a way for him not to even have an election. I want y'all to think outside the box. If a country puts themselves in a position to declare a war where there is not a way for an election to happen, he could be a sitting president without an election to happen in this country and create an authoritarian situation. They are strategizing to that point. It is insane, but I want y'all to understand how deep this shit goes. I'm going on mute.
Wait, Rez, isn't that what Benjamin
You can't talk after every speaker, can you please? Just one second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had anything to say. I was just looking down on what she said before.
Cool story. Yeah, April, I just want to commend you, April. Thank you for being the voice of reason tonight. Well, you know, like, it's just so, like, we go from a story about him running for the third term to a story about how sick he looks. And then Dap comes off his mic and says, you know, whatever Dap said, you know, like, talking like people are sycophants or whatever, not understanding. Maybe he just got to room, he didn't understand the context of the, you know, how odd this is.
You know, I was in your room crying and I heard everything.
You know, Dap, I said, I don't know. He words me, I don't know. You're my guy, Dap.
Go ahead.
You're my guy. And you're Dap, man. You know, anything I can do to support Jamaica, I'm there for you, brother.
Yeah,
so, you know, just know that I'll do.
All right, we can't chat.
No doubt, brother. Anytime, man. 100%. I got you. So, you know, but it's like, it's not about like the sycophant stuff. It's just that when I spoke to Lisa this morning, Lisa has a little small room in the morning and she played the clip. And my whole thing is, I don't even see this man making it through these, you know, 4 years. I don't see it happening. And I couldn't, you know, April and I don't agree on shit. But this is something I can clearly, crystal clearly see. Like, it doesn't make sense. They can do whatever they want to do. Unless they can resurrect the dead, there's no way this man is getting another 4 years in office. It's just not possible. And the amount of time, energy, brain cells that we've killed discussing this, it's a travesty. But God bless you guys. It's all good.
Well, Mike, tell your president to stop talking about it then. Stop making national news. Tell your chief strategist to stop talking about it, making national news. That's what I think you should do, really.
Thank you, Anthony. And we'll say Bannon doesn't work for the White House, by the way.
No, I'm just saying, so you guys are in here perpetrating and trying to make it seem like all this stuff is something that we made up. Like we got the tin hats on and we sitting up here. That's y'all's job. I can borrow your tin hat tonight. I'll be fine. It is a little chilly over here. But I'm going to tell you one thing. None of us here is making any of this up. They're the ones putting it out there. So why don't, have you got on your 5 calls app? Have you and contacted your Congress people, your representative, to tell them to get word to your president that you voted for to stop this propaganda bullshit? Have you guys emailed him? Have you went on True Social? Have you started an account on X? And with all the gall of it all, did you start that account? Can you tag me in? Did you go on Blue Sky? Have you made a room on Club Hate? Have you done any of that?
Yes. And I spoke to Bannon CFO. I know Bannon CFO.
Are the replays on?
I personally know Bannon CFO.
Are the replays on?
They're trolling you. Trust me.
No, you were answering the question. So you said you don't have room on it?
I talked to Grace Chung, which is one of his CFOs. They're trolling. They're trolling. Trust and believe.
Can we wait till you tell her to come on in, or either put her on 3-way on your phone and let us have a chat? Because I'm insulted. I'm insulted that my president has nothing else to do while I'm over here starving and I don't have any food stamps, any health care, that he's trolling. I'm appalled that I'm about to lose my job and I'm over here not knowing if my kids are going to have a quality education. I'm appalled. So can you please get him on the phone? I'm appalled that Social Security offices are almost shut down. I'm appalled that we have troops who are trying to serve this country on high alert and they're not getting paid. I'm appalled that 11,000 air traffic controllers have not gotten their check and working for a second week. I'm appalled, but he's trolling. And y'all trying to talk me off the cliff. Y'all let us hold you guys, because he's gonna get Chung on the phone and we're gonna be able to.
Wait, no, he posted a whole video. Lisa.
I'm ready.
If all else fails, Lisa, you can try poly. There's always poly. All right.
Okay.
But Anthony, your response to Lisa. Your response to Lisa was, he's old. He's old and he's not gonna make it. Like,
there's always poly, Lisa. You get food stamps.
I'm embarrassed for y'all. I'm embarrassed for you guys. I really am. And it's getting so to the point now where I'm worried. Well, I really don't care, but I'm worried that you guys' mental state is about to snap. Because now you're in here going against your own stop saying that. Your own leader, your own king. What's going on here?
But Lisa, here's the problem with this conversation, right? This is the same man who literally said, because this is their king, their person they worship, who literally said he is the healthiest man alive, who literally just had a doctor's appointment, who had all his shots to say, right, to boot. Am I wrong, Lisa? Right? Tell me if I'm wrong. And how is he dying, right, in one sentence and breath, and he's barely going to make it, but he is the same one that claims to all his base, y'all MAGA followers, that he's the healthiest he's ever been. He's in the best health he's ever been in. But he's dying in the next breath. Make it make sense for me. Because I don't know which one y'all following. Are y'all following the dying man? But wait a minute, it doesn't make sense for me. Because either he is the healthiest president ever, or he's not. Because this man literally just had shots. He just had a literal,
He had his shots.
He had his shots, and not only that, he just had his, he just had, not just the MRI, he just had his annual health, and your set president.
Oh, this wasn't his annual, was it?
He just had his annual, okay,
But it's the second one this
hold
year.
on. Yes. He just had the annual. Karen Levitt came out and she said, not me, not Therese. She came out and said the president got a wonderful rating. That he is a
years. We have two eyes just like you do.
Excuse me, but you can't come out in one breath and say that he won't make it through his presidency, but then in the next breath, you are saying that your president is the healthiest he's ever been. Make up your
Nobody
mind.
ever said that on the stage.
And that's what you just said. He won't make it. You won't make it through his
lying.
presidency.
Why can't we all agree on one
What
thing?
is it?
No,
is crazy.
You guys. Because he wants backup. He always got to get his
because it's like, y'all get on, jump on our neck, and we're telling you we're agreeing with you. Why can't you just take the fact that we're agreeing with you?
Mari, you know, Mari booty buddies. Hold on, Anthony, let me ask you something. When Patty brings that list of things that are going on right now that are affecting so many Americans, right? And your response, or Mari, your response is not, hell yes, Patty. Your response is like, well, he's so old, he probably won't make it through the term.
We're talking about this right now. It's over the goalpost.
I don't mind being
Jeremy, literally, one thing is moving the goalpost. Jeremy, one thing has
the field is so big.
They don't only move the goalpost, they move the entire stadium. I think that's what they do.
Change the whole subject.
Change the subject when I was talking about stuff.
I'm talking about you, Ren. I'm talking about Jeremy. Jeremy was the one that we were addressing. He asked me and Omari a question. So, Jeremy, here's what's up, man. You know, we can have ideological differences. Patty's entitled to her opinion. I'm entitled to mine.
That was Lisa. Stop calling her.
No, Jeremy mentions Patty.
I meant Lisa. I'm so sorry. I meant Lisa. I misspoke. My bad.
I don't mind.
All right. So no, I was just addressing what he said. Jeremy, it doesn't make me right. Okay, Lisa, you win. Yeah, Jeremy, it doesn't mean that my point of view is right. Jeremy, I don't have any special knowledge. I don't have, sight beyond sight. I'm one man with one opinion. I could be wrong. I might end up on the wrong side of this. No problem. April, that's amazing. No doubt. If you could give me the lottery numbers, the lottery, I appreciate it.
Because if I did, I would be try AI.
Try AI. All right, cool.
Yeah, somebody
Here's what's up, Jeremy. It's all we doing right here. Like, we don't have to demonize each other. We don't have to say, how can these people this, that, the other. Let's not vilify people for thinking differently.
Actually, you do that every second. Why you?
Exactly. You do it all the time.
Yeah.
This is hypocrisy.
I want you guys to observe something. I want you guys to observe something. I want you to observe when Anthony Edwards starts with somebody first. It never happens. People will call you out of your name and they'll say the most dramatic stuff. ML, how many times have you insulted me today? Tell me one thing I've said about you today. Okay, that's not an insult. What you said, I said to you, you're either.
I called you fat.
No. It's not calling to question.
I called you fat. How am I insulting you? You are fat.
ML, literally I'm not. But that's neither here nor there, ML. You want to take a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old picture, you standing with you want to
Is this victimization? Do you feel like a victim, Anthony?
No, can you actually
But you're censoring yourself, so it sounds like Can we get back on topic? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Kenny. Anyway, so Jeremy,
Lisa trying to talk and y'all all over her, bro. Give her back her room, please.
Thank you. It's Lisa's room.
No, I'm not really close to the phone, so I can shut you guys up. So that's why I'm asking the boss. So
I'll tell them up. You just tell me.
She wanted me to have the mic, y'all. That's all she was trying to say. Get Anthony the mic.
So Anthony, I wanted Anthony to speak because, sometimes we need the context. But, no, much love though, Anthony. But I'm glad. And brother, I do hear you. Let me rephrase.
Go after Anthony's when he goes out of pocket. You can say he does a lot of pocket. It's a lie.
Go out there. That's a lie.
Listen. He said you finish talking.
Yeah, I'm finished talking. You guys can keep going and just. Okay, and I have really important. Hold on, let me just finish. After you guys finish this round, I have something really important to play from a retired 4-star general. So go ahead, when y'all ready. Let's
Oh man, I'd rather hear that first.
I know exactly what you're gonna play, Lisa. That's a good one.
Can we play it now? Can we just play it now, please? Please.
And okay, if you guys are done with your back and forth round robins, okay.
Alicia, did any maggers?
I want to cash after you, so how much you need that?
Alicia, did any maggers agree with the third term?
They're in here. Let me tell you what they're doing. They're in here accusing me of kind of like crazy tin hat rape, being irresponsible. That name. Okay. Just all kind of crazy. They're blaming me when it was their president who said it. I played his own voice, and they still tried to blame me. Then I played Steve Bannon's voice in 3 different clips, and they continue to blame me. They are blaming me for what their president, their ruler, their king, their Allah is trying to make this move. How did I get in it? I'm just giving you what he's giving you.
Lisa, unfortunately,
you always in it. It's always your fault.
Lisa, unfortunately, when you're dealing with maggers, when you're dealing with maggers, and for the record, maggers are black MAGA supporters. When you're dealing with maggers, they tend to deflect 5 more times on facts. You got a new word? Yeah, maggers. 5 more times, Rob. You got a new word. Alright, just wanted to say we're gonna do like Trump does and April. Rob is my friend. This is my brother. I ain't mad at him. You know you my nigga, man. But I just it's sometimes, man. I was just hoping that y'all wasn't in here saying that y'all support the third term, because anybody that supports the third term, let me stop trolling. If you believe that a president deserves a third term, you don't believe in the Constitution. It's that simple.
And this young man explained to us brilliantly about the young man explained it to us brilliantly about the concentration of power. That they said that it had happened once before. At first, it was under a gentleman's agreement. Now, what president served more than 2 terms? Quickly, somebody, because I don't know. That's why they did it, because they're afraid of absolute power.
And George Washington stepped down voluntarily.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So that he wouldn't sell the rest of it.
Was the last.
Roosevelt was a different set of circumstances.
Correct.
Yes, he was FDR. And it wasn't just simply the war. By going through the whole New Deal thing, like that was just a different set of circumstances. So like it's un-American to even talk about this. And I think that's the problem. We should not even be discussing the idea of a third term on a president. I don't give a fuck how much you love him.
Is Trump saying it?
Lisa, I want you to listen to those strings. Lisa, I need you to listen to the string of words he just put together. It's un-American to even be talking about this.
Yes, it's un-American. It's un-American. Yes, it's un-American. Yes, it's un-American. Let's not Anthony, let's not distort freedom of speech. Let's not distort freedom of speech with me saying it's un-American to even suggest that we should have a president with a third term. That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's un-American.
President to attempt to be a third president.
It's un-American.
So, and also, please don't tell other Americans what is and is not American. Oh, sorry, trying to get in the
No, I'm just saying, you see how Anthony is
twisting everything. Who said it? Who said it? The one you got sitting in the White House is saying it. There is no one else brought it up but him. And you keep trying to turn it on us. Anthony, you're not that good. You know, I like you and everything, but you're not that good. You're not that tight. Because he said it. Do you want me to send you all the articles? Do you want me to send you all the clips? Do you want me to send you the actual video of him saying it? And don't talk to me anymore about this. Go call your boy. You got your other man on stage talking about he got direct contact while we wait for her to come into the room. What's taking so long?
I'm not saying anything like that. Again,
That's what I'm saying, though, Barry. You shouldn't even be trolling like this, though, Barry. We should not troll. Steve Bannon isn't trolling. The thing saying Steve Bannon is saying isn't trolling.
Wow, you can stay.
Oh my God, I can't tell. So we've been in this room saying this whole time.
I've been here far longer than you.
Hold on, we've been in this room the whole time. All the MAGA said this is ridiculous. We don't agree. And
All
we
MAGA
keep
have not said that. That's not true.
the MAGA's in this room. Listen, did Rob say
No,
listen?
they said I should shut up talking about it.
I know we said the word shut up either.
It's not
We
true.
Lisa, nobody talks to you like that, Lisa.
When we try to tell you to nobody talks to you like that.
He didn't mean literally. Gosh.
So Lisa,
We never talk to you like that. We have the utmost respect for you, Lisa.
Lisa, we agree with you. We agree with everybody on the stage. We are not for that. Why can't y'all give us a hug and be like, yo, that's what's up. Omari,
You want to find somebody that wants to talk.
You guys are actually.
Why y'all always want us to love on y'all? What is this?
But maybe he feels like nice and fluffy or
No,
something.
it's not about that. I was just telling you. What I'm saying is that you always say that we just over here booty clap. We just said we agree with you, and you can't even take the fact that we said that.
But you prefaced it with you telling me, oh, how could you? And this is such a beneath you. Don't try
to say that.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
When I'm taking away
April, I think that he's not going to make it. That's all. Yo, if Trump was in perfect health and we had a crystal ball and said he's going to live to be 100 years old, I would disagree with him running for a third term. I would think that's a horrible idea, and I would think it's the worst thing ever. So nobody here is co-signing that. No, I don't like the idea, but we don't even believe it's possible. That's it.
And that's where the disconnect is. Listen, that's where the disconnect is. Can I say something? That's where the disconnect is in this whole conversation. It's not about you all saying, oh, we don't think he should. It's us saying, you say that, but everything that we didn't think he should, he has. It's the fact that there's an attempt. It's the fact that they're talking about it. It's the fact that they have supposedly a plan. That is scary. It's not what you guys, listen, it's not what you guys think. It's the fact that you're dismissing our concerns and saying, oh, y'all are crazy. But yeah, all the crazy pants up to this point has proven true. So why wouldn't we believe this is true too? You keep telling us, oh, he's trolling. He's been trolling a lot, and the troll has become a reality. That is the disconnect. That is the disconnect. You guys are too simple in your thinking. Your thinking is too simple.
So now we need to play the clip.
Way too small. Way too small. Elevate your thinking.
We are actually going to hear from the general. Let's see what they do now. Okay? Because we hear all of a sudden, we just have so little brain cells. So let's listen to the general and see what he says. Okay? Pressing play.
Japan, President Trump delivered remarks to 6,000 troops aboard the USS George Washington in what sounded more like a campaign speech. President Trump touted his political achievements, condemned Democrats in Washington, and criticized the media. But he also delivered this message on future U.S. military operations.
We will not be politically correct. You don't mind that, do you? When it comes to defending the United States, we're no longer politically correct. We're going to defend our country usually not the politically correct way. From now on, if we're in a war, we're going to win it like nobody ever before. You know, we go in, we blast the hell out of countries. You shouldn't have gotten in. By the way, you don't go in, that's even better. We have to go in peace through strength. But you know, we go in with win and then we leave. They used to say, to the victor belong the spoils. Well, we did the victor, then we leave. Because we had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Oh my God.
Joining us now, retired four-star general and MSNBC military analyst, General Perry McCaffrey, also with us, co-host of Morning Joe and staff writer for The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire. Jonathan, what's with these political speeches in front of troops?
No, it's hardly a new phenomenon for this president. Unheard of for any of his predecessors. But President Trump treats these sort of speeches as he does a campaign rally. We saw it even today on foreign soil. That used to be another matter where you leave politics at the water's edge. That's not the case anymore. We saw it a few weeks ago when he spoke to the top leadership of the military at Fontainebleau, and that meeting convened by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. So there's nothing new there, but it's interesting the timing of this comes as the U.S., of course, Katie, is deploying more and more of its ships to the Caribbean towards Venezuela. The Secretary of Defense announced a few more strikes today international. There's been almost a dozen now in recent weeks since we've been at the Atlantic and here on MSNBC. There have been suggestions within the administration that some of those strikes could move to land now. The president, as you well know, Kenny, you and I were both covering the 2016 campaign. He was really forceful, and it was a message that resonated with potential voters when he criticized the Iraq and Afghanistan forever wars, pledged he'd never do the same. He's not saying he'll put boots on the ground in Venezuela, but there does suggestion the U.S. may involve itself more militarily there and do it soon.
Yeah, it is strange because that was a pretty clear message being sent from his supporters. We don't want to be involved in everybody else's wars. We've got enough going on here. We don't need to be America or the world's policeman. And General McCaffrey, though, it doesn't sound like that's what Donald Trump believes any longer. As Jonathan is just mentioning, from the rhetoric that he's giving not just to those troops in Japan, but the speech to the military generals, the way he talks to reporters, how he refers to what's happening in Venezuela. It sounds like he wants to be the arbiter of everything around the world.
Well, he's unconstrained. And I think when you take that presentation aboard there in Tokyo Bay, which sounded unhinged and was cringeworthy, and had the Japanese new woman prime minister present while the troops are chanting USA, it was bellicose. It was resonating with those young sailors. That's the other thing, there is a widespread feeling among some in the military to push back against what they consider woke strictures on the armed forces. So we have to be concerned about this. If that speech in Tokyo aboard a carrier had been made by a military officer, he would have been canned and court-martialed for violation of politicization of the military. We've got a real problem. This message is being heard, and people are responding to Trump's rhetoric.
Okay, we need to find that, because I don't know what, except the general said it was cringe-worthy.
Can I explain?
We need to find that clip.
Can I explain?
USA.
Okay, no. So can I explain?
Right, go ahead.
That is called a captain's mast, right, in the Navy, right? A captain's mast is the equivalent of the Army's Article 15. That is basically calling yourself cheering on political sides when we are apolitical in the military. We are not supposed to literally take any political side when it comes to any kind of policy in the military. And that is what General McCaffrey is talking about. And I get it. And it is disgusting. It is very ridiculous. And what I just heard was deplorable on every frigging level. You guys do not understand that I said this earlier in this room, that he is pushing us into a military situation, and you all laughed. I had not even heard this tape.
So this is what I was talking about. That he's pushing us into a military state. And this is a part of authoritarianism 101. But you don't get it. And you will never see it from my eyes because you've never been down this road. But this is what happens to a lot of countries that we have literally fought in and fought to try to not allow when their democracies have toppled. Y'all don't understand it. You have no freaking clue.
Because they never served in the military.
That part, ML. Go ahead.
Clean out the high.
They have no idea.
Trump was put in there.
Oh.
You supposed to? I in the military. We never talk politics because we're apolitical. That's what we didn't get to. And the fun is that what Trump is doing is trying to politicize the military and try to do all this stuff. It's only going to affect the morale and discipline of the military for a long time. Especially when you have the majority of the people who are joining the military now, a bunch of racist people who join in, there's zero accountability because racism will be tolerated. They want to bring back hazing at basic training.
Yes.
The fuck?
And here's what's going to happen. They're going to end up with the same situation before, which is going to take years and years, ML, of trying to fix this situation that he is creating, because when they have to now put the military branches back together, it's going to take years of fixing this as far as policy and procedure. They have no idea how the military works. Exactly. And y'all don't
understand about team
cohesiveness. None of
and the thing about it is that winning the battle, that should never be a point of contention issue.
You gotta have each other's back when you get into these situations. When you're in a firefight, y'all don't have a fucking clue. You gotta have each other's back.
This is history. Centuries of the history in the military. How you make a team mission focused and pinpointed accuracy on whatever goal you set. Because in mere fact, you don't want people second guessing themselves or second judging their team members. You just want them to run and do as you're told and focus on the mission. But the thing about it is that when you guys think about, Trump's this, he's brandishing this, he was in Japan at a military base speaking about politics to active duty military people.
Right, and he had them cheering this shit on. He was literally telling them, go USA, go, and telling them, go ahead, yes.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
It's sad too. It's really sad, and nobody is saying anything. And I'm sure we're gonna have some positiveness now that we're not talking about his health and running for a third term. I'm sure these MAGAs in here are gonna be in 100% agreement. The general said, I only played a little snippet where he was talking about we're not gonna be politically.
And General McAfee knows what he's talking about. So for all you folks who are non-military, please, I'm going to ask you not to jump off mic on this. If you have never put a uniform on and you have never served, this is not your lane to have this conversation.
But I can find a military person that has served and play their tape too. Trump supporters who are generals too. Let's not act like they're not all generals that are Trump supporters. They are positive every day. They are positive every day. I mean, Flynn's a general.
And Flynn was supposed to be in prison.
He was fired. Exactly. He's still a general.
His brother Charles Flynn, I worked with his brother in Hawaii. He used to be in Eastern Pac. He's kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, these motherfuckers are crazy. He was crazy. You know, he spoke at the warrant officer's birthday. We had to go to the warrant officer's birthday with this dude. He started talking about communism and China. And it was the fucking warrant officer's birthday. This dude is weird. The whole Flynn family is fucking conspiracy theorists.
And just a side note for the MAGAs, right? It's kind of a whole topic.
His ass should have been in prison too, because they investigated him for
something. He should have been in prison. Another thing about it, you guys bring the people that's already been, people that are already been convicted of crimes and say you're gonna put up your General Flynn. General Flynn was a horrible general. Sometimes guys make general, because trust me, when I was in Iraq, we literally got a general fired. The Air Force officers, we don't fuck around. And then we knew the chief of staff of the Air Force, his fucking nephew was part of the crew too. But the problem is that you guys think that, oh, he's a general. Some guys make it up the ranks and they're not qualified. They got good assignments and people looked out for them. They had a good mentor and they just had the right assignments and somebody literally pulled them up with them, you know? And like I always said, I always tell my troops that, I remember one time I was commander and I was deployed and my troops were complaining about my first sergeant. And then it really made me dawn on me that my relationship with my first sergeant is not the relationship that he has with the troops. With me, it's an upward relationship. So it's respect. With the troops, it's downward. He maligned him whenever he got a chance. And then you guys don't understand military morale and discipline. And you guys think that Trump is helping it. It's going to make us horrible at fighting wars. And you guys don't get that. And the thing about it is that you guys have never been to war. You guys have never been in a battle. You guys have never returned fire. You guys have never done any of that shit.
And to be disrespectful,
but you guys want to tell Hacksack hasn't done any of that shit.
At all.
And especially when people talk about J.D. Vance in the Marines, he was a fucking reporter. Basically. And he did one tour. He never went to war. Never did any of that shit.
Hacksack
So when you guys talk about, yeah. The thing about Hacksack was a fucking captain.
He was in the Green Zone for 5 months. He was in the National Guard, and he literally made major automatically. He was in the National Guard, and he was in the Green Zone. He never saw combat.
I just want to know. I was asking ML. He made a statement. Is it okay for people that have been in the military to criticize other people in the military service? I just want to know if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yes, me, yes. Yeah, I'm so what I'm saying is that you guys don't seem to take into consideration what Trump is doing to the military. It's putting all our safety at risk.
Right.
It's not just mine. It's all of our safety. Because the fact is that when the military becomes a cesspool of racism, and the fact that people who join the military cannot trust their brother and their brethren, because that's what we're brothers in arms. Cannot trust the guy next to them because you know that he's openly racist in the military, and then you have to go into a battle zone with that guy. What do you think happens to that mission? And you guys, there have been plenty. You know why we lost? One of the reasons we lost Afghanistan was the fact that, you know, because there was a lot of racism within the ranks. So you gotta have a cohesive fighting unit when that's happening. And you guys only.
Can you expand on that idea a little bit? Why, you know, how the racism in the ranks caused us to lose Afghanistan? Can you explain that a little bit?
Because you don't have cohesion. Because people are not.
Unit code. Not Afghanistan. I mean
Vietnam.
Vietnam,
Anthony,
not Afghanistan. Right.
Okay. Cool.
So yes. So we all know what happened in Vietnam. Vietnam, you really had there's a fragmentation of individual units that should have been won because they were divided among racial lines. And then you try to pull them and go in a battlefield. So you're like, I'm not taking that hill, you take that fucking hill. You know, because we're not on the same team. You watch my back. Fuck man, I'm watching the guy who I know is not racist back. You are a racist motherfucker, I'm not watching your back. You understand what I'm saying, Anthony? What happens on the battlefield?
Wait. I need to address Omari right now.
I'll tell you about one of my racist boxes when I was little.
Man, don't do it. He's trolling. Don't do it.
I had this racist boss. He wasn't fucked up to me, but he was fucked up to the guy that so I just got to my first unit. This was his third ID. The guys there told me they went and deployed with this guy year before, he was in another raid. And the other lieutenant, they're first lieutenants, I'm a young second lieutenant, and they're like, when you go forward, be careful, because this motherfucker had us outside getting his food and shit when they had incoming. One music. Like I heard him playing his racist ass music, and I think he just gave me a pass. But he did a lot of shit to them young lieutenants that was out there. Like he'd have them go get his food. And we were in Rocket Alley. Rocket Alley is Bob Falcon, Russ Amaya, and I could tell you, I was so skinny when I came out from that deployment because I wouldn't eat food. Like he'd have them go get me food. This how fucked up this shit was. This was a white dude that was racist as fuck, listening to racist ass music. He was probably a great ass OER, but at the same time, I knew he wasn't right. Like he would ask me questions like, "How come the black girls can't grow their hair? Can you teach that black girl how to grow her hair?" That's what the fuck he would tell me. Or he would tell me, "Why do black people end up?" And I was young and I didn't know no better. I'd be like, "Sir, I can't tell you why you think they can't grow their hair." Like it's really bad when you have that type of leadership. You got that type of leadership, you put a lot of people in danger, and he didn't give a fuck about the black officers.
And that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't have a damn clue. Hold on, right?
They don't have a clue.
They don't have a clue. And now, wait a minute. Because I want to add to this conversation because Patty, I feel your pain, right? I was a young black armorer, my first time being an armorer, right? And I was doing a weapons turn-in, and I told this young guy, a white young guy, he literally threw his M16 at me, and told me, "Nigger, you better take my weapon." After I looked in down the barrel, and it was still full of gunpowder. After we left the range, and I was clearing the weapon, and I said, "It still needs to be cleaned." And he told me, "Nigger, I better take his weapon." This happened to me. I'm telling you what happened to me.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Liz.
I went in 87, right? But this happened in me in the 2000s. This happened at McPherson. This happened to me. This was a young white lieutenant who threw this weapon at me. Okay? I'm telling you what happened. We went to the range. It wasn't even his damn weapon. He was pissed off because he had a 9. He had somebody else's weapon. He was mad because it wasn't his damn weapon, and somebody gave it to him. And he was pissed off because his butterbar ass, somebody gave him a bunch of weapons to turn in, and he didn't want to clean the damn weapon. And I'm the young armorer, and I needed to turn the damn weapons in. And I told him, "Sir, you need to clean this weapon." And he told me, "Who do I think I'm talking to, nigger?" I'm gonna finish. And I said, "I don't know who you think you're talking to, sir, but I'm not the one or the two, and I'm not turning this weapon in." And fortunately for me, my battalion commander was a black man. And I called him in. And I said, "Sir, did you hear what he just said to me?" And he said to the lieutenant, he said, "You better apologize to her quickly." And he put, that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is right. And it was a whole situation that went on, and he jacked that lieutenant up because that lieutenant looked at him like, who did he think he was talking to? And I'm telling you, it happened right there in that arms room. But I'm telling you the stuff that I've seen in my entire career happen. Y'all don't even understand.
Well, I hope they ruined his career because that's a whole
They did, because they put his ass out. They
I don't know better. I was a young lieutenant. I just came out of basic training AIT or OC for us is OCS, for them is freaking AIT. Me coming out of school, I didn't know shit. All I knew was to shoot, move, and communicate. But as I got older in my career and I learned the regulations, I know damn well somebody ever asked me about how black women grow their hair, it's a wrap.
No, they shot his ass up. This is shit I'm talking.
Right here, joke. So it is always the lieutenants. So I was at the PX in at Clemson Air Base, and I see this lieutenant having one of my black troops just saluting him. So the point is that he had on a parka, so you can't see his rank on the parka, because he had the hood on and there's no rank insignia on it. It's fucking cold as hell, of course, not in the winter. And I'm seeing this kid, and I know the kid because he works for me, saluting this guy, just keeps on saluting him. What is going on over there? So I walk over and I say, oh, excuse me, what's going on? He goes, well, sir, mind you, he's in uniform. He didn't salute me, so I'm going to get to that. He said, well, this airman failed to salute me. So I said, so you make him salute you how many times? Well, I told him he needs to give me 100 salutes. So I said, okay. And I said, now, Bunny, what happened if I did the same thing to you? He goes, what are you talking about, sir? I said, I walked up on you. You didn't salute me. Because a lot of people, if you're black, they don't assume you're an officer. I said, you didn't salute me. He goes, oh, sir. I said, so what happened? I give you 100. Well, sir, when you walked up, I just didn't say, yeah, because you're so much black. I didn't say that, but I was like, okay. So I said, yes. Now, but I won't be an ass to you because you were an ass to this airman. But this is what I want you to do. If he saluted you 100 times, you know what's the requirement as an officer when somebody salutes you? You salute them back. So you better return every last one of these salutes. And that motherfucker stood there, saluting my airman 100 fucking times back.
I love you. That's fucking amazing right there.
I love it.
That's why I use that there. Period. And that's why I have much respect for senior fucking damn officers. Black senior officers. Because they've always had my damn back. Period. And that's what y'all don't understand about morale and the shit we've had to go through. Y'all don't understand what it is. Y'all get fucking mad in this room when we talk about this kind of shit and the shit we had to go through in our damn careers.
Y'all nigga irritated, but to be fair, combat arms get treated like shit anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I ain't gonna lie. I've been in the combat arms unit. Shit, I've been with the engineers, so I get it. But
you can see where dumbass is giving them license to go back to being dickwads.
Right.
Was that?
Yeah, he's giving
them license to be idiots. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't go back to being jackasses, screwed about Charlie fucking your bitch while you're in basic and stuff like that.
Not
anything about that. He already said, we're not going to do it the PC way. I believe knowing the president pulled 800 of their top-ranking military in all the way from all over the world to Virginia to get that little pep talk, unless they were going to radically change things. And they're doing that. Like, again, Trump can't keep his mouth shut, so he's always telling us what he's about to do before he does it. So he's given permission for them to do some crazy stuff.
And half of them dropped their packet, Kenya, and fucking retiring.
Yeah. But we still need more to be strong. And that's Trump.
Okay.
It's not good.
Well.
No, it's not good, but good for them. That says it's really bad.
There's even more great news. Trump administration said it will not use emergency funds to keep SNAP benefits going during the shutdown. He's not going to do that.
That's confirmed. He's been saying thank you so much.
That's crazy. He's not. And this is
doesn't care.
This is
care.
Here's the funny.
That's why he's staying out of it, because it can't come back to him as his fault.
But this is a lie, because here's the thing. If the Republicans were really giving a fuck, they could have used what they did with the big beautiful bill. They could have pulled the fucking nuclear option, did a CR, and did the SNAP benefits if they really fucking gave a fuck. So it's fuck all you fucking MAGAs, because you motherfuckers, if you gave a fuck, you could have paid the fucking you could have did 2 clean bills. You could have paid fucking SNAP benefits, and you could have paid all the fucking federal workers, because you could have did a clean CR on both of them, and you could have paid every goddamn body, and you could have pulled the nuclear option. That's why I said you motherfuckers are a bunch of liars.
Hold on. I
just keeps coming in. It just keeps rolling in. And I hope I have the right clips. But President Donald Trump told U.S. troops in Japan that he was prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities. Hello?
He's already proven that. He tried to do that bullshit with the Marines, even though he had them in federal buildings. He was still saying, look what I can do, slinging that little mushroom dick. Yes, sir.
He said that, hold on, you guys. I just lost it again. Dang it. I need to find this clip. He said something about the people in the United States don't care if he uses the military on American streets. I just lost the dang article. Let me see if I can find if this clip is the same clip that they're talking, but he's supposed to be on some other boat. This is saying that he's on the USS George Washington. And were they two speeches that he made? Because I don't want to listen to both of them. Let me see if I can find this again.
You know, they killed 14 people today, right?
Right, on two different strikes, right?
14.
No, 4 strikes. They had 4 strikes. 14 people dead.
Oh, God, I can't even find it now.
And that on top of the 43 that have already been killed?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let me try this one.
Non-judicial killing.
I'll stop it because this is some crazy stuff going on. We should be very concerned about the rhetoric that's. Can you reach the mic for me? Thank you. The rhetoric that's just being completely revved up here. It's just getting out of control. And any maggots want to talk about this? Y'all silent, especially bedtime? You need a snack, more milk? Oh my God.
How long do y'all think that
Lisa, what's the question, Lisa?
Okay.
Lisa, what was the question, Lisa?
He's talking to the military and he says, I'm paraphrasing because I lost the article. I'm going to try to find it. He said that it's okay for me to send more than just the National Guard into the streets of the United States. And then he said, people don't care if I use the military on the streets of the United States. Anybody got a problem with that right now? I'm paraphrasing because I just slipped the article. I swiped it and I lost it, so I can find it.
I hope you can find the actual article, but to your question, I don't, unless it's the comment, Patty has mentioned this act a million times, unless it's something having to do with like very narrow circumstances, I don't think he could do that.
He only needs the influence of the guard.
So, I go to, okay, Ramona, thank you. Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate you. You're the best, Ramona. Yeah, so with that said, I wouldn't be a supporter of it if it doesn't meet the narrow circumstances allowed by the law.
He also said that he said he's also going to give the military a pay raise in the same speech. This is good. Let me see if I can find it here. This one, okay, that article is coming from Fox News, the one about the pay raise. Okay, and let me see the one about the more than the National Guard. It's the New York Times. So if I have to pay y'all, and I'll be hearing that tonight.
I support it. Look the one that's
You said you support what?
Really?
Didn't I tell you this was gonna happen? Amari.
Well, you asked a question. That you were gonna get an answer.
Wait, is that Amari or are you drinking
His name is Jordan. He has a pink ticket.
Oh, okay. Did you say you would support it? Oh, I remember you, Jordan. Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. Get your thing. No, get your thing.
No, I mean, other than the moment when Trump had made a statement where he didn't get the privilege to go to the island, that's where I was like, okay, hang on, pause. You can't say that. That's wild as fuck. Other than that, I mean, I don't really see what he's doing wrong. And wait. Hang on. When I say that, what I mean is my perception right now, but I'm willing, I want to see what other people's opinions are because maybe I'm not
not seeing things completely clearly. Apparently, of course, you all, I'm not.
It sounds like you're seeing it through Johnny Walker.
What he's doing in Venezuela right now, is that legal?
What's he doing in
I mean, not the same what's going on with
That's the problem.
I've heard things here and there, but
This is the problem. This is the problem right here.
Well, people conversing?
No, you don't do your own research, so you don't know, which is why you think he's doing a good job, because you're not
It's like,
informed.
is he asking him what happened? And
You
what
should
the
know.
reason
That's
is
the
of me
point.
doing my
That's what's going on in the world right now. You don't know. That's the problem.
What happened is they saw something that they said looked like the Lockheed Martin monster, right?
Loch Ness monster?
Yeah, so
I thought that was in Scotland.
That's what I thought too, but they were dropping bombs in the water over there.
No, so that bitch navigated. He's like, I'm out.
You really haven't heard that?
No.
So now that you've heard it, what do you think? Now that you've heard it, what do you think?
Did he finish his statement?
That was pretty much it. That's enough to know.
Just dropping bombs in because, allegedly seeing a fucking monster in the water.
Yeah, no, I mean, first off, I would not agree with doing that, and that just seems so, like, Jesus Christ, like, that's wild as hell. Like, that does not make any sense.
Are you saying you don't know about the 57 people that he's killed just because he suspected that they had drugs on their boats between Venezuela, Colombia, and the Caribbean? You don't know about all that.
Was it confirmed that they did or did not?
It never was confirmed that there was so much as a fucking Tylenol on their craft.
Not confirmed to you.
Confirmed that they were
Just
dead.
a Loch Ness monster.
So it had
Amari,
you brought the evidence, you can't prove it right or wrong.
Amari, you were so lost. Amari, you were so lost, it's unbelievable, bro. Or you really got me playing dumb. Like, you don't understand the fucking connection between a lot of things that go on. Like, let's say, hold on. ML's brain works, so let's put two and two together. ML, who has the contract right now for drones in the Caribbean?
Who has the contracts for drones?
Yeah, in Haiti. Our friend Eric.
Are you serious?
Yeah, please.
So you're trying to get him a big up on his own?
Hold on.
Serious?
This past weekend, eight kids were killed by a drone strike at a wedding or a birthday party.
Is this Afghanistan all over again?
So when people in this room who are so fucking ignorant say all these things about immigrants coming here, and people say, well, the U.S. fucks up their country. That's just one more example. Because guess what? Haiti doesn't have fucking drones. You know what? 10-year contract with drones? Eric Prince, the former founder of Blackwater.
Water and feet.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a
on your fucking news channels, though, right?
Hey, I managed his contract when I was in Afghanistan for the Air Force. I was the core on that contract. That motherfucker boy made so much money over there.
10 years.
I know a lot of people made a lot of fucking money, like KB, or was it Brandon Root, Albert, all these different contractors.
And they suck.
And they were pissed.
You have people driving a shit truck making $300,000.
Very
Can I ask a question real quick? What's all the diabolical shit that went down when Obama was in office? Or Biden?
No, we're not. We don't get out to that this room. We're going to let out of it.
Okay, we not
We're gonna pass Trump. That's it. You're not talking that shit because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And just don't even talk about it. That's not what we focused on.
Right now is a 34-time convicted felon who's also civilly liable for essay, who is tearing apart our nation, not to mention our White House, and all of our relations, foreign and domestic, with our neighbors as well as everybody else in the world, and only has any kind of modicum of respect for dictators and authoritarians and the rest of the world. That's it. That's all. He's selling us fucking piecemeal. And the only thing he meant by fucking American first is America first gets their throat slit. Because that's what he's doing. And if
Business Daily?
I don't really follow. I mostly read Barron's and Wall Street, and then I have a paper. I used to it, but I don't really. Yeah.
Okay, because today they have and I had to look it up because I knew this was happening a few days ago. Trump's son, Junior, the company that he's investing in, won the military contract with the Pentagon for drones. Did you know that?
Which one? The Aver, what's it? Aver, whatever the country, what's that company name?
The ivermectin, which is a
No, there's a company, Aver. Is it Aver?
I'm messing with you, sorry.
No, it's unusual machines. Unusual machines.
I don't know that company. Is that a publicly traded company?
No, let me write it down. I'm gonna look up the whole thing because I only heard about it a couple of days ago. But let me read this article.
What are you Haitian, you're talking about another contractor?
That was Royal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Why are y'all surprised that they're stealing shit left, right, and center? Between him, Larry Trump, Eric Trump, they stealing our money. What do y'all got those?
Yeah, it's unusual.
Yo, it is a public company. It's Unusual Machines Inc. It's ticker symbol is UMAC. They were $14 a stock, a share. They were down $1.12. They were down 7%, 7.4% today. Their headquarters in Orlando. They founded in 2019.
You see that there? So to anybody that has any questions.
Okay, so whatever the news came, so today they started. What happened today? Because today they dropped.
Bro, you think he's an advisor?
That was 4 days ago. Somebody bought it on the news.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, 4 days ago the stock went up. They were trading at 1340, and then it just got a minor bump. It went up to 1596, and then it's been trending back down.
Okay, y'all ready? What are you guys doing? I'm sorry.
I said it got a huge bump.
Stop.
Yeah, so the biggest news came last year when they went from $3 to $18. But probably that's when he joined the company.
They probably bought the shares low, and now they
No, I'm saying no. When was the spike in the company so that they would have to have news?
When he became an advisor.
Also, Jones bought it. It's not Jones.
Yeah,
Jones for Jones.
Yeah.
It's a big jump from 3 to 18, though. That's a big jump in the air.
Because that's part of one of the laws now. We count American military members. I mean, American military or defense or police cannot buy drones with parts made from China. So they have to get.
That's a law.
So that opens the door for a lot of American companies to actually jump in the drone game.
It was still in the data.
It's a pretty small company though. It's the revenue was last year reported was 212 million, and that a net income of negative 6.9. So they're actually losing money. Yeah. And the net profit of so they're actually the company's not making any money, but I guess for this contract it probably will.
What are the regulations on presidents while they're in office as far as income?
It's his son.
Yeah, but he never divested.
It's his son.
Yeah, but he never divested because he was supposed to divest in his first office, and he never did. And then in the second office, nobody ever talked about it. He has never divested any of his companies.
I thought he was supposed to. He was. He's always supposed to
There's no law. There's no law. That's the issue.
That's been the problem.
Norms.
Yep.
There's a bunch of norms that every president has followed. There's no law that says you have to. Trump just basically push all the norms to the side. So therefore, the next time Democrats are in power, they should definitely enshrine all these things into laws.
I love to see the look of it. Fucking those people's faces if Obama would have tried to pull that bullshit and
suing the nation for $230 million. Could you imagine?
So the thing about the $230 million, it only became public because somebody leaked the information. So Trump has been negotiating with Justice for this. And basically, Justice could literally have settled with him for that amount of money and hide it within the disbursements for a year because you literally can't hide it. So for instance, if Trump decided to take the payment under an LLC or a trust or a company, we would have no idea that Justice would have paid him.
But you see,
we could see the outlay for that amount of money, whatever, but we would have no idea that Justice paid him because all that rest of the information would be masked.
But you see, ML, what I think a lot of people
That's some laundering stuff.
Yeah, but I think what a lot of people were banking on ML, right, was the emoluments clause, right? Because if you remember, Norm Eisen had sued him under the emoluments clause, right? And the Supreme Court never took it up because at the time, Anne Ginsburg was sick. Remember, she got cancer, and they were supposed to hear the case, but she got sick. And then we lost the seat. And at that point, the court changed. So when the court started to change, it never was brought up. By the time the court changed hands and the case was actually heard, they threw the case out. So when Norm Eisen actually got an opportunity to try to argue it, he lost, he lost his opportunity to even, So when the courts changed hands, they tried to say, this didn't really fit the argument, blah, 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 all this bullshit. But because the court is stacked now, we'll never really get to see it in real time because the courts are not going to uphold the Constitution. So that's the problem that we have currently. If the courts had been unbiased, we really would have gotten to see it in real time. The emoluments clause really would have been the test as to see whether it would have been upheld. So really, that would have been the true test between that and the Hatch Act if it had been used correctly. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an awful lot of damn loopholes is what it is.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we had had a court that was not stacked, we would have seen the true test of how the courts would have been able to rule based on the actual Constitution. But right now, we have a lawless ass court.
So I gotta get to this clip, y'all. Really sorry. I know I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but I don't know how long it is. And we gotta hear him say what he said about using the military on American streets.
Oh, go for it.
I hope this is the one. Well, I already didn't get a chance to, but I think it is, because how many speeches did he give in Tokyo?
If you want to. All campus. Well, thank you very much. A big hello. This is a special group of patriots, champions, winners. You are winners. So I'd love to have your job. And a very special hello to the greatest sailors anywhere in the seas, the incredible men and women of the United States Navy. Very special people. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great honor to be here. But I'm thrilled to be here among thousands of proud American patriots aboard the 100,000 tons. That's a lot of tonnage. Forward deployed symbol of American might, power, and prestige, the legendary USS George Washington. This is some ship. They don't make them this way anymore, but we're not supposed to say that, but they really don't. This is great stuff. This is really an incredible GW. They call it GW, right? It's And we've come this afternoon to celebrate the strength and the skill and service of every one of the ships. So we're going to all relax, going to have a good time. We're not going anywhere, you know. If you go back to Washington, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. But I want to just tell you that you are special people, and we're going to have a little fun. And I'm going to tell you how great our country is and how well we're doing, because a year and a half ago, we had a different country than we do right now. Now we're the most respected country in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it hasn't taken too long, but I had no doubt. I just didn't know we were going to do it this fast. We've done it fast because of people like you. So I want to thank you very much. And I want to recognize the man that you all know well. And he's a tough cookie. He was formerly our Secretary of Defense, but now he's presently known as our Secretary of War. Pete Jackson. And you know, understand this. He gave up a hell of a job. They were going to pay him millions of dollars. They didn't want him to leave. That crazy fox said he wanted to leave. But he wanted, you know, every time I go on that show, all they want to talk about is the military. And I said, you know, if I ever do this, I'm going to bring this guy along with me. He knew more about it than anybody. He didn't want to be doing the other stuff. And he had a chance. He could have made so much money. He wouldn't have known. He didn't want that. This is what you wanted, Pete. He's so happy now. Those drug ships aren't coming in anymore. We can't find the ships. There's no ships coming in with drugs, you know? It's like he's been incredible. So thank you very much, Pete. You gave up a lot. We appreciate it. Thank you. And unlike past administrations, we will not be politically correct. You don't mind that, do you? When it comes to defending the United States, we're no longer politically correct. We're going to defend our country any way we have to, and that's usually not the politically correct way. From now on, if we're in a war, we're going to win the war. We're going to win it like nobody ever before. You know, we go in, we blast the hell out of countries. Shouldn't have gone in. By the way, if you don't go in, that's even better. We don't have to go in peace through strength. But, you know, we'd go in, we'd win, and then we'd leave. They used to say, to the victor belong the spoils. Well, we'd be the victor, then we'd leave. Because we had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway.
But we're also very honored to be joined by hundreds of our incredible Japanese partners, and they are incredible. Thank you very much. This woman is away. So, you know, we've become very close friends over this because their stock market today and our stock market today hit an all-time high. That means we're doing something right. But the cherished alliance between the United States and Japan is one of the most remarkable relationships in the entire world. Really, there's never been anything like it. Born out of the ashes of a terrible war, our bond has grown over 8 decades into the beautiful friendship that we have. It's the foundation of peace and security in the Pacific. You see it? So on behalf of all American sailors stationed in this beautiful country, let's hear it for our allies and the Japanese self-defense forces and all of the Japanese people that we love and respect. And I have such respect for Japan and the country, and now I have a really great respect for the new and incredible Prime Minister. I have to say this, the first female Prime Minister in the history of Japan. Madam Prime Minister, please say a few words, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all.強く、本日、米国の海軍創設250周年という記念すべき節に、トランプ大統領とともに地域の自由と平和を守る象徴である空母ジョージ・ワシントンで挨拶するチャンスをいただいたこと、心から光栄に思います。This year marks the U.S. Navy's semi-quincentennial anniversary. As we celebrate the important milestone,
I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to deliver remarks with President Trump aboard the aircraft carrier USS George Washington, a symbol of protecting freedom and peace in this region.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway repeatedly becomes blocked.
まず何よりも日夜、我が国と地域の平和と安全のために尽力してくださっている自衛隊、そして在日米軍の、
I can't. There we go.
But it's the first. If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when you're.
It's the first batch of missiles to be delivered to the Japanese self-defense forces for Japan's F-35s, and they're coming this week, so they're ahead of schedule. So I just want to tell Madam Prime Minister they've been waiting for those missiles, and we got them here right away as soon as I heard about it. I want to thank former Senator, great gentleman, by the way. He was so popular, but I took him out and I made him Secretary of State. I think he was voted for it, Marco Rubio. Thank you very much, Marco. Where are you, Marco? Great job. Great job. He was born for it. Ambassador George Glass, thank you very much, George. Good job you're doing. Thank you. And many of our outstanding uniform leaders with us today, including the head of the Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Samuel Papero. Where is Samuel? Hold on. But he's a good-looking people. Make a movie with these guys. They're like Central Canada, this group of people. Commander of the U.S. Forces Japan, General Stephen Just. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. The commander of the 7th. Oh, that's a big deal. So I think you want to switch jobs for 1 week, only for 1 week. All right. 7th Fleet, big stuff. Vice Admiral Fred Kacher. Fred, thank you very much. And the commander of Carrier Strike Group 5, Rear Admiral Eric Sappy Andoze. Hello, Sappy. That's good. Thank you very much. And of course, we can't forget about your command triad aboard the George Washington. There's nothing like this one. This is a beauty. And I hear your commanding officers a big Alabama football fan. You know, I love Alabama. I love Alabama. Captain Timothy Wake says, let me just say, roll tide. You know, I love Alabama. Roll tide. Where's Timothy? Where's Timothy? That was a hell of a game this week. I don't know how the hell you pulled that one afterwards.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when you're.
If you didn't win, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I would have just introduced you. I wouldn't have. But you.
So I can get to the part where he's talking about the streets.
We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailor stands ready to crush them and sink them and wreck them and blast them into oblivion, right? That's a terrible statement for me to make. That's the end of it. Because everybody said that.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body.
Even the commercials want to cut it down.
Happens when your upper
That's what she's fast forwarding.
Yeah. Immediately get the Nobel Peace Award. That takes me out of the running, but that's the way. That's the way it is. The United States is blessed with the strongest and most powerful military in the history of the world. There's no military like our military, not even close. Nobody has our weapons, and it'll be stronger and more powerful than ever before very soon. You know, we just approved the biggest budget in the history. Over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. We have the best ships, the best airplanes, the best submarines, the best technology. But above all, we have America's military. It's the best people. It's all about the people, ultimately. You have to work all of that fancy stuff that we make better than anybody else. The fact is, we do make the best weapons, but if you don't have the right people to operate those weapons, they don't Despite that, as Commander-in-Chief, I never forget that our ultimate strength does not come from equipment. It comes from the men and women of the rank and file. That's true. It comes from you people, incredible people, good-looking people. Too many good-looking people. I don't like good-looking people. I never liked good-looking people, to be honest with you. Never admitted that before. But yeah, I'm allowed to. We wanted the Supreme Court to think based on merit. You know about that, right? Merit. Everything now in our country is based on merit, and that's why I look at you and I see nothing but merit. It's great to have a country back where we can go by merit. Now we don't go by anything else except for talent and work and hard work. And it's such a big win. That was such one of the most important wins. And the will, patriotism, and spirit in your hearts is our single greatest weapon. The strength that you have is unbelievable. That's why, as we make a record investment in our military, we've never spent so much, and we've never spent it more wisely, because now we watch it. We spend it properly. I'm also supporting an across-the-board pay raise for every sailor and service member in the United States. Now, if you don't want it, you want to give back to your country, just let us know. We will give it to you. Is there anybody in that category? Huh? But now, all we really have to do is get the Democrats to approve it. But they'll come along. They always do. Yeah, they always do. And because I heard that the senators on the George Washington took a hit, your family separation pay, you know what I'm talking about, right? You took a little hit to be here, right? By returning to the port, you returned early for this event. I am delighted to announce that as your...
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you're wrecking your life. Your breathing apnea happens when...
I need a
boss. I feel like your boss.
It's going to take longer.
At least you'll be happy about this one. By direction, we're going to make sure that you receive the full amount that you are owed for the deployment. And we're not going to deduct anything because you came in to listen to your commander. I'd like to be an admiral. I always wanted to be an admiral, to be honest. Don't tell the other people that I love so much. You know, they sit around people that have all those beautiful stars and stripes. But I'll tell you what I love. I will always love the admirals. I love those uniforms. And I look at these guys. I don't think I would have done very well if I had to compete with these people. They're too good. But I always felt that the Navy is a very special group of people. And I see it when I see you. I see it over the past 11 months. The spirit of our military has been soaring like never before. You know that. The spirit of our country has been soaring. After years of recruiting shortages, we had been embarrassing, frankly. During my campaign, before the election, November 5th, after that it all changed. After we won, it all changed. And now we have waiting lists with record numbers trying to join the U.S. Navy and all of the armed forces. We have literal waiting lists, and I'm pleased to report that 2025 was the Navy's single best recruiting year in many generations. That's pretty good, isn't it? But you know, think of it. It seems like I've been up here so long, and it seems like I've been doing this for a long time. We had a great first term, but nothing like what's happening now. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I rebuilt the military in the first term, and then they gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. But it was really just a tiny speck. But it was the concept of what it was. We rebuilt the military, and we did so many things in the first term, but we're blowing it away right now. But think of it, just 1 year ago, I was in the middle of a campaign. Can you believe that? It doesn't feel that way. I said, you know, you're right. It's not November 5th yet. We have another week or so to go. And look at all the things you've done since this unbelievable day, November 5th. That's when it all changed. When we won, on November 5th, it all changed, and we went from a country that wasn't respected and a lot of people that had no spirit. That includes joining the police, the fire departments. They didn't want to join. After that, he started joining, and it seems like
Okay, I think.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when...
That's the last commercial I'm doing.
10 years ago, not less than a year, think of it, less than a year ago, I was campaigning. You know, we won the second election by a lot, so we had to just prove it by winning the third by too big to rig, I called it. It was too big to rig. And it was an amazing victory, and thank goodness we won because we were in big trouble. We were in big trouble. But the new recruits, every sailor aboard the ship has answered a sacred call of duty to cross any ocean, fight any battle, and defend America and its allies with unwavering resolve. As you know, the George Washington is the only aircraft carrier on Earth that is permanently stationed overseas. It's permanent. Now, if you'd like to take a trip back to America, let's do it one time. Well, I'll join you. I'd love to join you. You know, when I landed on this, it doesn't feel like a ship is solid. This is a solid piece of stuff. These 4.5 acres of power and steel are the front line of American freedom in the Pacific. Every day you're taking risks to keep our country safe and to defend peace and security in this incredible part of the world, working with Japan, working with other nations. I just left Malaysia. We stopped a big war with, you know, we stopped 8 wars. Can you imagine? In 8 months, I stopped 8 wars. Like, that's 4 months. Think of that. That's pretty good. But I just left Malaysia because they helped us very much with one of them, and actually for even a second, they're great people, and they sent their regards and spent a day there with the Prime Minister. We had a good time. If you carry out your mission bravely, you carry it out brilliantly, and on behalf of all Americans, I just want to say, and I came over to say it loud and clear, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Incredible people. You are incredible people. They usually have the best location because if they're really good looking, they end up in Hollywood. You know, you're not gonna, you have a great look, but you're not gonna.
Lord, please help me. Jesus, take the wheel. I don't hear you.
2 years ago,
That's on mic control that you command actually for talking.
was there a few months into his first fleet tour with the Golden Falcons helicopter squadron when he and his crew were called on a search and rescue mission to find 3 missing Navy divers. Incredible, brave guys, the divers.
If you are sleeping in a position like this,
I'm ready for you to go to
your body and your happens when your upper air.
We want to watch it, we can watch it on our own.
They were stranded at sea. It's right on.
I can't find I have to, tomorrow, I'm going to have to find the exact clips. I'm sure it's going to be everywhere because of the mere fact that he said it. So I will have to listen to the whole damn thing. It's probably already out there. I'm going to Google. Y'all can
This was pure pictures.
One mic on Reds, please. I just want to say this, right? You can hear the amount of sheer jealousy and envy that this man really wanted to serve in the military, and how he did not get the chance to do and put on that uniform because his daddy did not let him put on that damn uniform, and how he still, to this day, is still mad that this Momo did not get to put on a uniform. But guess what? He is a reject. He is a bone-spurred reject. He would never.
I don't think he really even wants to go to the military. He said,
no. But you have to hear what he said. If you hear and you listen that he wanted to be an admiral, he has said this in several speeches. And every time he fires any of these generals, and he's talked about how he's disparaged John McCain being a POW and all this stuff. I've
heard this several times over the years, and he disparages all these generals. It's jealousy, it is envy, it is disgust and disdain, just like that piece of shit headset. These motherfuckers are people who could never be in the shoes or never have filled the shoes of these people's greatness. And these are the momos that they never get the chance to serve or get to that level, so they behave in that manner. Sorry, I'ma call shit what it is. I'm going on mute.
It's no different than pants shitting Ted Nugent.
I just want to say it was good to hear Rural Patriots in that crowd.
Fuck out of here.
Shout out USA, USA, USA.
Come on, guys, stop feeding into it. He's trolling. Come on, that's what they come on here to do. To get their rocks off. Stop responding to him. I finally figured it out. That don't work for him. Don't want it no more.
I can't hear you over Kenya because she's not respecting the Patriots of
Have you
America.
been in the military before?
No, I haven't. But you know what? What I heard in that speech, and I heard that crowd, and I watched the video, it was absolutely amazing. God bless man. God bless America.
You see how he's trolling now? Like, you can't even, you can just laugh, guys. He's a comedian in the room. There's nothing to get mad at about him. He's trolling.
It's true. God is willing that only to bless America because we're in harm's way of the devil. So yes, God is really going to have to bless America. That's one thing you did say, Omari, tonight, which is absolutely 100% true.
Well, shout out to the 63% of military vets that voted for a world commander.
I never voted and never did my veteran friends. And what you will never do, I'm not. I'm not. And guess what? You will never, ever be able to fill mine or any of the veteran friends of mine that did not vote. Excuse me? You about to play with me tonight? Hold up. You about to play with me tonight, Mike?
The peacocking is cool. Everybody does.
You about to play with me tonight? Come on, guys. No. You about to play with me tonight?
Is it just people in the military that deserve a voice?
You about to play with my service tonight? Are you about to play with my service tonight? Are you about to play with my service tonight? Are you about to? I'm not talking to you, Omari. I'm not talking to you, Omari. I'm not discussing you, Omari. I asked you a simple question. Are you about to discredit my service tonight?
Respect my service.
No one can ever get that, Rez, no one can ever discredit your service.
I'm gonna say it again.
Come on, y'all listen, go off. Y'all want to fight.
Are you the only one that deserves a voice?
Excuse me, I didn't say anything about a voice. What I said was, this man could never, ever, and I'm not gonna let anybody, especially you, Mike P, make me feel less than. Never.
But you're trying to make other people just because they didn't fight. You're trying to make.
Who is they? I'm talking about President Trump. He cannot compare to me. He is a civilian. He don't have nothing on me. This man did not serve in the United States military. So to compare him to me, there's no comparison. I wasn't comparing him to me. What are you talking about?
He is triggering you and you're falling for it.
I'm not comparing him to me. That's the difference.
What is happening?
President Obama compared his service to me. So what are you talking about?
Mike is trolling you. Would you stop responding to him?
I'm really in the discourse. Listen.
Okay, stop. Let Rez talk. Nobody else come off on the mic, and I mean it.
I'm good. I'm not triggered. Relax. Mike, President Obama never compared his service to this country to me in regards to him being a president. He's never compared himself to me. Because you see that picture in the White House? He invited me to the White House, right? He thanked me for my service, right? I've met him. I've talked to him face to face. This man honored my service, okay? You see that picture right there? He literally stood right there in my face. And he said to me, I thank you for your sacrifice and what you gave to this country. That's what a real president does. He looked at me in my eyes and said, as a Black woman, what you did, I could have never done. What you did as a single Black mother, I never could have done. What his wife did, she quietly came to Fort Bragg, which you don't know, right? And she invited Black single mothers, right? And let me tell you what she quietly did. She came with the undersecretary to find out what we needed. In 2010, and I sat with Michelle Obama when she was the first lady, and there's nothing funny about that. To find out what we needed as far as housing needs, how she could better things for us. And we sat with her.
I know,
and we literally, excuse me, I don't find none of this funny.
This is me. Who's laughing? Somebody was laughing at what you were saying?
Yes, they're laughing now and throwing laughing emojis. I don't find any of it funny.
Who's doing that?
You need to leave my room.
I didn't do that.
If you think that shit is funny, you disrespectful pieces of shit, y'all need to leave.
Rez, who did that, Rez?
I don't know, but somebody's throwing laughing emojis and I don't find it
Who
funny.
is it?
There was nobody on the stage, so who did it? Someone could speak up on that.
It wasn't from the audience.
I don't find it funny.
You going off on
And
that.
again,
I said you're not the only one in the room. There's a whole audience. Who would be laughing at somebody's military service? Who?
I know you have a big room now. You have a really big room, so it's hard to see.
you can see who done it. I couldn't look down at that moment.
Is it all
But
the people
I don't find it funny.
that can throw emojis?
I'm really disgusted. But again,
That's crazy.
This woman, I got selected as a senior NCO to address the needs of what they needed at Fort Bragg, and we talked about it. We sat down and talked about the fact that there was asbestos that was happening in military quarters. You know what happened 6 months later? We were able to get a grant to get those quarters torn down because there were problems with those doggone quarters. And that is what Michelle Obama did. That's what y'all don't know. See, these are the type of things that y'all don't understand that I advocate for and have advocated for years. This is the shit that I be talking about with y'all, but the shit that y'all don't really know. But this is the kind of shit that be aggravating me all the time.
Right, but again, I've told you many times I respect your service, and again, I'm not.
But you can't respect my service if you sit here. If you sit here, you can't. You cannot respect. I'm not finished. I wasn't finished talking. He interrupted me. You can't respect my service in one breath if you are sitting here and you comparing.
I have to drop them down so I know who's awake and who's asleep because I'm away from the phone. Nobody should be talking to Rez like that when she's talking about her military service. I'm sorry, you might not agree, but that's too bad. Do not come off the mic until Rez says, I'm landed. You're going to respect somebody up in here.
Go ahead, let the plane, Rez.
No, don't tell her to land the plane. Rez, you got as much time as you need, darling. Go ahead.
It is disgusting to me when y'all talk about a president that compares himself to other people's service when he literally talks about him being the commander-in-chief and him being better than military service members. And there are other presidents who don't do that. It is disgusting. This man has literally talked about he could have never been a POW and how he has talked about John McCain. John McCain is one where I disagree with his political views on certain things. But when I tell you I respected this man, I've met him. God rest his soul. But I respected him because this man was a POW. Not for the fact that he was just a POW, but he could have literally left because his father could have gotten him out because he was an officer. But guess what? He chose to stay because he wanted to make sure that his troops got out first. That's how respectful he was of his doggone service in Vietnam. That's what you guys don't know. It is so embarrassing and so disgusting that you guys don't respect people's service. But y'all allow this man to disrespect people's service because of the shit that he says. Now I'm a land.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it's like this. I mean, we can respect people's service, but at the end of the day, everybody deserves a voice. And I think that was the point that I was trying to make. This long, soliloquy, again, as much as it's, appreciated. And I think that there were a lot of people that need to hear that. For me personally, I really didn't. Everyone deserves to have a voice. This whole thing of Trump didn't serve, it's every little thing that you guys want to do. And this is why I say it's bad form. Because everyone is not going to serve in the military. Everybody has different roles to play in order to make this country the best country it can possibly be. We respect the part that you played in it, but there's other people that have different roles. And I land the plane. Very simple. That's it.
Okay, so is it not true or is it a lie that he did not serve?
Is that a rhetorical question, Lisa?
No, no, it's a question. You can put whatever word in front of it that you want.
Clearly, we know that he didn't. Just like
okay, so we can say it as many times as we want to.
Right.
So I don't even know why you even making that a point. We can say if he didn't serve, he didn't serve. Just like you didn't serve. It's a fact.
Okay.
So we can say it as many times as we want to.
He's the president of the United States.
Yeah, and yeah.
So there you go.
Unfortunate, and there you go. You got what you asked for.
I'm good.
Oh yeah, and that shows what kind of person you are. If you good with what you just heard, I didn't even play the rest of it. Talk about you gonna put the military in the streets of the United States.
Should.
You know what I'm saying? That who now? What now?
That's what he needs to. Shit.
He needs to put military to fight against their own citizens.
Some crazy shit.
The police ain't helping the ICE agents.
Well, then you need to fucking fire the police. This is not the military's job.
No, we're just going to
it shows you don't know what the military is for because you're saying incredibly ignorant shit right now. Nobody wants to have the military on the streets of their country. You guys, that's why if they're not doing their job, y'all advocates, why don't you guys sign up for ICE? Why don't you two go do it? You got a lot of mouth. You got a lot of attitude. Why don't y'all go do it? Why don't you sign up for the police?
They don't make enough.
Well, then shut the fuck up. It's not my problem they're not doing their job. And it's not the president's position to put the military on our streets, to patrol us, to militarize us.
Anything that Trump wants to do, I'm all for it if it makes us safe.
Good.
That's all.
And I think he needs. And when he gets ready to start taking all you chocolate-covered men out of it, you're not chocolate-covered, but you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be for that too.
I'm chocolate-covered. What about us?
Well, that's why I said what I said the other night.
What?
Right, but Lisa, but that's why I said that's.
And why you not represented in your party?
Hey, y'all got
why
mad.
Your party not looking for you?
When black men don't
why
do
is your party not offering you any
black men don't
people?
The governor of Virginia is black.
When black men don't do what you want to do, this is how you talk to black men, but you still want to vote though, right?
Well, I want to vote.
Do you support the black woman in Virginia?
We don't need your vote. Since when do we need your vote? For you, so you're being ridiculous. Everything you just said was ridiculous, and I'm just measuring it up to you might have something going on with you. So
it's just
something. You almost. You're not protecting the community. You're not raising the black kids who are in the street with no leadership. You're not in the police department. You're not an educator. You're not doing anything to progress them. You're not doing anything to uplift and progress the community. All you got is mouth. So now what? You're not volunteering to help no kids. You're not volunteering to help.
Man, you don't know. Wait, watch out. You don't know about that.
I don't.
No, you don't.
I don't.
Again, I don't. But see, I like some people. I
everybody,
people
we'll
that
wait
can't
till
get
everybody in the.
I don't even get
Wait, Lisa, I can speak. Lisa, I can speak.
It don't make no sense in my head. You always bringing bullshit into the room. Y'all bringing bullshit into the room. You have no substance to what you're saying when you speak, Mike. So shut the fuck up, Mike.
No, let him have his moment because
some of y'all like to show up.
he's no representation.
You like to show up. The help that you give, you like to show up. I don't do the work. That's all it is.
What do you call it, Mike?
I just do the work. That's it. Go ahead.
Lisa, I can't say this though. I may not like Mike, but a couple years back, he did help me with the Catholic League in Atlanta. He did help me a lot when I was working in Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, and even Ruther Glen, Virginia, with over.
So what factual stuff is the full truck for what he's really?
So I can't wait. Hold on, Dan. Hold on, Dan. Like when you said that he doesn't help in the community, he doesn't help in kids. Capital League, not Capital Link. Capital League is a program from Cap Outside where we go into schools and we help kids typically through 8th through 12th grade.
And he's part of that.
And we take them all around. Now, although Mike is not a Catholic, he did help secure funding and things of that nature so that we could take kids out of the state and show them around college and things like that. So I can't say that on Mike's behalf because I mean Mike definitely does do shit in the community. I can't even say he don't. Like I heard somebody say, "Come on, Mike, I'll wait for you to bring somebody in." Mike might be a troll.
How you know it was Mike P? That ain't him in his PTR. Is that who it was? The one that's in the PTR? Is that who was there? I just want to know if the man in the PTR is the one that was there.
Please allow me to finish.
Okay, she just asked a question.
I'm gonna answer. I'll probably allow me to finish though. So like Mike come on in, he might say a whole bunch of bullshit.
Okay, so you don't know.
With a lot of people, but at the end of the day, that nigga does go.
Why y'all getting mad? Because y'all found out Mike do real work. Now y'all getting
Somebody trying to tap dance for him. So be quiet. You're interrupting your own tap dance.
Wait a minute. Pause. Look, at the end of the day, I may disagree with Mike Kiss on his political views. I definitely do. Me and Mike have been arguing on political views since 2020. I've known Mike since 2019. But me and him have been arguing since 2020 on our political views. But when it comes down to community work, if I need to hit somebody up outside of my frat bros, or outside of people I already know that I work with, if I need some help from somebody, I can help that shit out. This is the last thing I'm gonna say.
You're repeating yourself. This is the end of your life.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go back on mute. Rez, yes, although Mike is not a Catholic, you do understand that our whole time fraternity, we do help we do accept donations, or we do ask other people for donations. So Mike did donate to the Catholic League. So I'm gonna say that.
Give him $50.
If Mike wants to tell him what to say,
was it Mike P or was it Richard T. Jones? That's all I'm asking.
Mike.
Motherfucking thing. That's not you made it seem like he came in the community and did something. Giving a donation don't mean a motherfucking thing. It's a tax break. That's not what you said. You said it, man. You did something. Fuck out of here. You're not even a fucking cop. You don't cap for this shit. You came in here and then you gave some bullshit ass speech and then you couldn't even give the whole fucking shit. Because no, that's bullshit. It don't have nothing to do with my political beliefs. You don't know my political beliefs. You don't know shit about it. I'm a fucking Greek. Done with the bullshit. Fuck out of here.
You
y'all doing it. Jay's not like a booty clapper for MAGA. He's not one. If I would have said it, that would have been different. But Jay's not like one of those. So why can't you just say what he do for the country? I didn't say I lied. So what you had to do is say like, yeah, he might not work, but he come in there and he act like an asshat, or he act like a clown. I mean, that would have been disrespectful, and then like he would have been cool. But instead, you're gonna try to deny that this man did any work, got receipts. This is the shit we're talking about. What if I'm gonna ask you for receipts for certain things?
You can ask me because I can show my fucking receipts.
We don't have to do that.
I can show my fucking receipts. That's the difference. Fuck out of here. I can show my motherfucking receipts. I can show my motherfucking receipts. Fuck out of here. My shit is fucking legit.
But Reg, why would you?
Because I don't play around about the shit I do. Because when I speak on the shit that I do, that I actually excuse me. It's called fucking integrity. And I have to be a person of integrity. And when I do things, or I say I belong to an organization, or I say I do things with this organization, I will not risk, I don't risk my fucking integrity to associate myself with organizations. Fuck out of here. No, you're bullshit. It's not a motherfucker coming here caping for you, and then if I have that fucking cake, fuck it. I'm blessed for the motherfucking shit. I don't give a fuck, because guess what? At the fucking end of the day, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Guess what? At the end of the day, I'm a fuck. Guess what? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because guess what? At the end of the fucking day, I will. No, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
That's what it is. Everybody knows.
That's with the performative shit. You said the same shit the other day. That's why it's fuck you, and I don't accept your apology, Mike, because you said the same now. Because you know what? When I talked about my child the other day, he called me performative. So it's fuck you, Mike. I don't accept your apology because you're a bitch ass nigga. Fuck you.
No, we're gonna stop arguing with women. I let Rez do what she needed to do, and she can handle herself. I don't need to jump in. If anything, Rez needs to jump in for me with this club hate. Y'all, Rez can handle herself. I would love to have Rez by me, near me, protecting me. Rez, I'll be behind Rez while she's time. So I know Rez can handle herself, her business. These two, whatever they are, have not even served in the military. This woman has served in the military. She's been all over the world. I don't need to take up for her. I need her to take up for me. So I know she's ready. She's on speed dial on my phone.
But we respect each other.
Be quiet. I would choose Rez over these two men who are armed to protect me. I would choose Rez over these two men who are arguing with a woman who served her country instead of acquiescing and stepping back and saying, yes, ma'am, you're right. They're going to sit here and argue to devil's length with somebody like this, okay? No manners, no home training, no leadership ability. This is the kind of people we're trying to get to lead our community, to lead our young men. This is why we're in the situation we're in right now. This is a perfect example. I wouldn't let them lead a motherfucking tuna fish. This is crazy. I wouldn't want my boys nowhere near this type of behavior. It shows weakness. It shows pettiness. It shows an inability to control yourself. That's what it shows.
Nobody was arguing.
Nowhere near. Go ahead. Who's next? Because I know Miss Rez will take care of herself.
What I was going to say, to add to what Lisa was saying, I dropped Mike to the group so you can finish speaking. Rez can handle herself.
Rez talk facts. And he can handle me and all the rest of y'all.
So that's why I dropped him down to the group. Mike, yeah, about to fish. Mike know what I'm saying when I said it when I said about my fish.
Oh, Rachel, you saying you're a girl.
Listen, I love
Rest
y'all.
can rest take a second. Rest.
I love y'all. No. Because you know what? Let me tell you something. Y'all mad fucking disrespectful. And I'm gonna tell you why Mike is mad disrespectful. He literally started that performative shit. I don't perform for a motherfucking thing. I'm not a performer and I don't play these fucking games. At the end of the day, the shit that I talk about is real, and the reason I talk about the shit because for me, it's all about being in an advocate space. I advocate for a lot of shit because at the end of the day, my desire is to leave a legacy that somehow or another I make an impact that will leave this earth just a little bit better when I leave this fucking earth. Whether I die tomorrow or if I die in 20 years, my desire is to leave this place just a little bit better for my children, my children's children, and you guys' children. That is what I care about. I don't give a fuck about anything else. So for a person like Mike P, he don't understand that because he has never done what is called selfless service. He's never done anything that at the end of the place your needs behind anybody else's, and you do what's called selfless sacrifice. That means you put other people's needs before your own. He ain't never done that in fucking life. He don't know what that is. But that's called a part of warrior ethos. That's what I believe in. That was what I was taught when I was 17 fucking years old. And that is what I still stand on 40 years later. But that nigga will never understand that. And all I was trying to say to Jay was that you came in here and you gave us a half performative stuff and you gave us half the speech. So it didn't make sense because at the end of the day, he came and gave a donation to your organization, but giving a donation doesn't mean that he actually put in the work. A lot of people give donations to organizations. But that's all you said, sir. That is all you said. No, that's what you said. That is what you said. Don't try to lie now. See, that's what you said. This is the game plan that I was talking about. Lisa, am I lying?
No,
that's what you said. Oh my God, this is the guy.
I said he did work along with the Catholic, comma, he also gave him a donation.
No, you did not.
That's my exact word.
You are a liar.
Hold on. It's just not us. Everybody in the chat, just be honest. This conversation with adults. We got enough trolls on it. We don't have to have this not trolling moment. Is what he said what he just said? Or did he say he donated? Because that's what and listen, I'm not here to not give somebody their props if they're trying to help, especially with our young people, because you guys know how I feel about that. If he said it, and especially if he did it, I'm going to be the first one to say, Mike, thank you so much for being that guy.
You said the man found funding for you. And you said he was not a capper. He found funding. That is all you said. You said nothing else. So you are lying. And that's the problem I had. And I then asked the question. You see, this is why you're lying. And that's what the game plan I don't like. And I then asked, no, you're playing the game. Don't fucking play the game with me. Play it with somebody else. Play it with you. You are playing the game. You're playing the game. Right, now you're going to back down after you get questioned and you get told on your shit.
If we crash now, that's 12.
There's no crashing. It's just that I don't like liars.
I mean,
I'm going to call you on your crap.
Okay, so let's do this.
Me and Mike has known that me and Mike have argued consistently since this happened.
I'm going to get, okay.
But at the end of the day,
go ahead.
Mike don't do work in the community. He makes and say a whole bunch of bullshit, but Mike definitely be up in the high schools and middle schools working with kids.
I'm very proud of him.
Kids out the Morehouse College, out the Spelman, out the Syracuse, out the Virginia Tech, out the Washington and Mary. Mike do be doing work out in the community. I'm not
and no
way to be fucking perfect.
Okay, sir.
on, bro.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down. Let me tell you something. I am very. Can I? No, you're not even gonna listen because now you're feeling some kind of way. I was just getting ready to. Can I just say what I want to say? No, you can finish a whole paragraph.
Respectfully, if someone else was cutting off Lisa, you'd be the first off your mic to hush them up. So you know what, bro? The same thing applies to you, brother.
JD, you're fully correct, bro. But at the same time, Lisa's never interrupted me unless I'm disagreeing with him.
Okay, well, you can say that as well, bro.
Y'all have never interrupted me at all.
You're right, Jay. You're right.
Until tonight because I'm disagreeing with y'all.
No. That's not true. Okay, let me tell you.
No.
Can I just? Oh, but can I just get this one sentence out?
JD, Patty, Deborah, Gap, Paperboard. JD, it's my first time. You know y'all never cut me off.
Wait, Jay, hold on. Let me jump in here. Okay, I'm gonna cut you off now because I can cut you off, bro. No. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Number one, I didn't cut you off. Number one, I didn't cut you off, bro. Number one, I don't cut you off. I didn't cut.
If you want to cut me off,
bro, like I said, I didn't cut you off, but you, hey, no respect. Bro, I don't care. I don't care what you're going for, bro. Yeah, now get your bitch ass to the audience. I don't care what you're going for. Bottom line is respect the goddamn stage. What the fuck wrong with you? I don't give a fuck what side you on. When you come up here, you respect this motherfucking stage. What the fuck wrong with you? I don't give a fuck what side you on, nigga. God damn.
Oh my God. Where's my fan? Where's my King James version? What's going on in these?
And that ain't an echo chamber because typically, I mean, I ain't got no problem if Jay has a disagreement, but goddamn, it's like especially when a lady mouth tells you chill out as she's talking, just shut the fuck up. Like goddamn.
And I'm gonna just say this because I'm not a hater, and I don't care if I don't like you or disagree with you 99.99%. If I know that you are out there in this community, in our community as a Black man, contributing, helping, donating, putting in the work that goes for both of you guys, Jay and Mike. And it's just, and I'm serious, you guys, now. Enough shit is enough shit. I don't agree with 99.999% shit that Mike says. But this right here, I work hard trying to make sure kids make it out of high school and understand math and science. My personal time. So I know what that feels like. I know the energy that you have to put into that. I know the time that I could be doing something else, like getting my lashes done or shit like that. But, just to put in the time and see the growth. See building the community, right? So you two, my hat's off to you, sirs. I appreciate it. Whatever, I do. But please, don't argue down a woman who's been given her life to service so you can sit here and argue and disrespect me, right? Don't do that, especially a female, because once a Black female that not only holds up her part in the military, but she holds up the community like all us Black women do. We carry this community on our fucking backs. So I would love for you to just say, give her her moment, let her say what she has to say, be a gentleman, and then come back and answer her with the respect that you want shown yourself, or any other female in your family. Maybe you don't respect females in your family, I don't know, but just pretend that you do when you're dealing with Rez. She's in the military, she has something to say, and that's all I was trying to do is let her say it. So there we go.
I just come on stage to say, Rez, you are a queen. You served this country. You did your big one and still do your big one. And I just want to say it's actually quite disgusting that monkeys in the bottom, two of them, right? Want to actually say that one of the monkeys is better or does so much for their community because you donated $50 from your paycheck to some Greek letter organization. Nigga, fuck you and fuck your Greek hoe. Rez actually risked her life. What you do? Risk your life pledging, running barefoot and naked through a hallway at night while your frat brothers laugh at your slow ass?
Come on,
You're pathetic.
your pussy ass did something for a white organization that don't give a fuck about your black ass needs, nigga. I'm so sick of these slow ass niggas and I'm gonna pop the fuck off. And Jay, fuck you, you Clarence Thomas Bill bitch, you motherfucking Roscoe.
Fuck you too, bitch. You ain't mad at enough. Fuck you too, bitch. You ain't play that to the day one, Mike. Enough. Fuck you, man, nigga. Yeah, you been at it to the day one, man. Come on, you bitch ass boy. Fuck wrong with you. At the end of the day, man, Mac, you got it wrong. That's outside of a black organization, bitch, nigga. Fuck wrong with you. Nah, hell no, I'm not going for that.
Wait.
You a bitch.
Retard ass half-breed.
And that's all it is, too. I only came off the mic to mention that.
Shut your retarded ass up, and I'm gonna drag you every day, bitch.
I only came off the mic to mention that Mike does do shit.
Pedophile ass bitch, I'm gonna drag you.
That's the only thing I came off mic for. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about the military service shit. I don't live for that. All I came off for to mention that Mike does do shit for the community. So, man, at the end of the day, you can suck a dick. You probably do anyway. And fuck you.
Hold up.
Like, for real, though, you want to get this?
And what you gonna do?
You want to get this much from me? Like, I'm disagreeing. I'm not trying to get disrespectful. I'm not going for you.
Get no pussy and you already have a pussy. So stay.
All right, shall we continue?
Okay, so the problem now is we're fighting among ourselves, and that's something that we're going to have to work on in our community, because everybody has a role, and everybody has some work to do, and we have a lot of work to do, you guys. I know we like to come in here and club hate and tear each other apart, but we're getting to a situation in our community. Everybody else is circling the wagons, the Asians, the Hispanics, and look at us. We gotta stop. We have work to do. Our communities are crumbling and falling apart. Our educational system is suffering. We have boys without fathers. We have girls without fathers. We have whatever the case may be. We need to be busy. Get busy about creating safe spaces. Get busy about electing people who are going to represent us in the way that we need to be represented. We need to get busy about getting people off the couch and out of the house and voting. We need to get busy. You don't have to like me, but you can work next to me. We can work side by side, because if this thing continues with Donald Trump, because of what we're going through, that's how he won. Worried about dumb shit, about 1% of something, 0.00 of something that we don't know nothing about. We got to do better. We got to be civically involved. We got to be community involved, and we just got to do it for the sake of us. For the sake of us. If you hate yourself, let's go jump off a bridge. Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. If you don't like yourself, just stay out the way. If you don't like the way you look, stay out the way.
Yeah,
if you don't like the color of your skin, stay out the way. I'm just saying, I don't like saying things like that, because I'm not that type of person until I'm pushed. But other than that, I think we just need to concentrate, April, on trying to build unity in our, that kind of rhymes, unity in our community.
There you go.
The midterms, yep. The midterms, we got to get this Trump person out the way. And guess what? When he goes away, these people like Mike P. and Amari go away. They're only visible because he's visible. They only got a mouth because he's allowing them to get up and say the dumb shit that he says. They perish. All right? So come on. I'm going to get off my soapbox because I already broke my ankle. So let's just go ahead and continue talking. And hopefully we're going to find a way to build community.
You didn't break your ankle again, did you, Sister Rob?
No, girl, once is enough.
Please don't break your ankle again, please.
Girl, I don't have, they have banned me from the ER.
I have a simple
Banned me
question.
from the ER.
I have a simple question. Since 1960, which party improved the minority position? Since 1960.
Democrats.
Yes.
So I just want to get on the stage real quick and just say, hey, listen, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Again, I don't have any bad bones towards Riz. Riz can say whatever she wants to say.
You call me performative. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
For me, and again, if I put out the interruptions, outside of the children back and forth, outside of the going back and forth, whatever it is, I truly don't have any disrespect towards the sister.
Okay. So are you apologizing?
My main point.
Are you apologizing?
Can I?
No, I'm asking a question though. Are you apologizing?
What am I supposed to apologize for?
For being disrespectful.
I didn't disrespect the sister.
You called her performative. You called her performative.
Well,
you constantly was talking over her.
That's what I did talk over.
Oh yeah, you did. That's why I was like a lot of back and forth.
I mean, 2 rounds I make it right now. Now you're doing it.
No. Listen. Who raised you?
Creating a behalf of
Okay, so did mine. And my father always says, do not disrespect a woman. If you have
we're not gonna let you slide if you disrespectful.
No. You walk away. You walk away like a man. You have nothing from you. That takes nothing from you.
I mean, it's 2025.
I don't care if it's 2085.
And no one called him anything. He called me performative again. All I discussed was the fact that he did not do community. I was literally talking about the fact that because you know what? You called me performative. No, because you interrupted me.
You gave me for sit up.
Mike P, calm down for a second. Okay, you said you're sorry. Raz don't want to hear it. Okay?
He's saying he's sorry and he's not.
Exactly. Clearly she is.
All right, so we're moving on. You heard April.
So I would love to.
No, we're not. Nothing in regards to Reds. We're moving on. So unless you have something else to talk about,
Can we move on? I appreciate it, Jake.
Yeah.
Hey, what up? Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it,
Sean. How you doing, Sean?
What's good with you? I'm trying to connect myself. Anyway. Do y'all still have eggs in the basket when it comes to the midterms? Like y'all still like hoping for that? Y'all trust the midterms? Like still? I was asking.
I got my doubts. I'll just say that.
Wait till November 1st and everybody runs out of snacks.
They're gonna lose again. The Democrats are gonna lose again.
Okay.
I'm not here.
They're gonna lose again.
What are you winning, Mike? Tell us what you're winning. Can we hear about the winning? What are you winning? Please. What are you winning?
Democrat.
My God.
How much winning when 40 million people don't have food SNAP benefits on Monday? It's so much winning.
Yeah. Like somebody glad when he's out of office so they can charge him harder.
So much winning when people when the 11,000 air traffic controllers don't get paid on Friday. It's so much winning when all these people still continue to not have a job in the federal government. It's so much winning when all these people don't have health care and are thrown off of health care in January. So much winning, but we're going to win because we're going to have a $250 million ballroom that doesn't make any damn sense because there's so much winning. Oh, and
we won't have any black people. They might be servers.
That part. And hold on. We're also winning because we just gave $40 billion to Argentina. While our country don't have no we don't have no SNAP benefits, and we don't even have the $6 billion to pay our troops.
People talking at the same time. Okay, Rez, I'm sorry to cut in, but Joe,
I'm cheerleading.
I know, but we don't need cheerleading. We don't need no pom-poms. I wanted to kind of turn back to Sean and see what he thought about November 1st and what's going to happen.
I'm optimistic. I feel like, North Carolina and Florida, like the voting data, like that shit look irregular as fuck. So I don't have no confidence like at all for the midterms.
Did you vote?
That's fair though. In Florida, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, Florida, I know.
Florida votes against its own interests all the time.
Y'all go like that. I mean, Sean finished. Joe, I like you, but don't. Sean finish, please.
these election folks are saying that more people voted in some of them counties in Florida than there is people that's actually there. Like that's real. Like has anybody picked up that shit at all?
Oh
Is
yeah.
there anything to that?
There's been people studying, statisticians, forgive my inability to say all the S's and P's together. They have seen patterns in the voting that are suspect. I'll say that. Even up here in Atlanta, so many people turned out. I'm not kidding. I vote all the time, every time, all the time. Mm-hmm. I never had to stand in line and wait to vote. Okay, never. This time I had to stand in line for an hour to vote.
I was trying to, yeah.
Florida is like the most financially corrupt. Florida has if you're doing mortgages in Florida, you're doing anything in Florida, it is the highest rate of corruption and mortgage fraud in the United States. So yeah, it's insane. Like Florida is just kind of a corrupt state.
What's the mortgage fraud? What's happening?
Mortgage fraud is they're using other people's social security, they're lying about their income, they're submitting applications that lie about their credit preferences, their credit references.
How do you get a mortgage doing all that?
You don't, they get caught. They get caught all the time.
Okay, so that's identity theft. But what is the mortgage? So
It's
what's the mortgage fraud part? Because how are that many people buying a house without with fake ID?
Well, so it's easier to get so here's what happens a lot in Florida. It's easier, the underwriting requirements for a primary residence, like your home you're going to live in, are easier than a secondary or investment property. So a bunch of these people in Florida who already have a primary, they lie about buying this new house as a primary when it's actually going to be a rental. And then they fudge their taxes. I mean, you can Google it. The mortgage
are you a realtor or
I do mortgage complaints.
You do what?
Mortgage complaints.
I think what the guy was talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't see who was speaking. He was talking about how Florida voting record in Miami-Dade County seemed to change all of a sudden. It was heavily blue, it just kept getting bluer and bluer and bluer. And suddenly they voted for Donald Trump, which we noticed some bullshit. That's not realistic, especially after the last Democrat to run before Joe Biden was Barack Obama, and he was plus some crazy amount, plus 30 or something.
Yeah,
it was insane. And then suddenly it just flipped to Donald Trump in the last election. It didn't make any sense. Sorry.
I don't think the shadiness is going to end now. There's a Republican that's running.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Trump's not a Republican.
Can I say something? And I'll go back down. Just give me 1 minute.
They bought all the machines, and they bought machines too. They pulled the machine, it's new machines or some bullshit like that. It's
I'm gonna actually compile some information and I'll send it to Lisa and to all of the mods. But what Royal just said, I live here. I've been here for 20 plus years. I already knew what was happening. I talked about it the other day in a room, and there's evidence coming out every day, more and more every day, to prove it's not a conspiracy theory. This was a rigged election. But when that happened, what Royal just said with Miami-Dade County, if you know the population here, people will point to the Hispanic population. But no, it's not. It's a lot more than that. When that event happened that he's speaking of right now, it's the only reason I popped up here. Anyone that has any doubts that there are issues, if you'll just do a tiny bit of research on Miami-Dade for it to turn red was, red flag. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, at first it was like the night of the election, then it said I was back home in North Carolina, and it just did not make. I was just ignored it. I was all the down ballots but then Trump. Vote blue all the way down, but then Trump. That was weird.
Wasn't there like a weird wobble in Nevada and Georgia too?
Yes.
Yes. There's a lot coming. Yeah. This is more regular. Like y'all know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's more weirder this time. Yeah, it's more weirder this time than it is ever been. Like ever. Like I was like, let me go into this room, the smart nigga, so I can make sure I'm not going crazy. I don't sound crazy.
No, you're not going crazy at all. A lot of us think that, and a lot of us feel like we don't know if we can trust the elections coming up. There's too much going on with Elon Musk and his Starlink.
Yeah. Well, you remember they got Trump calling Georgia, right? I need this many votes. You think that was just the one that was recorded? How many other states do you think he called like that? How many others?
This is Pierre. I think I'm a little concerned about the redistricting conversation, to be honest with you. We're seeing a little bit of that with Indiana. There's the governor just called, I think it just yesterday, he just called a special session. I don't think there's for redistricting, basically, at least to discuss that. I'm not sure all the particulars, but one of the problems for Indiana is that there's a good and plus to it. The good part right now is that they don't think, supposedly there's a political article that suggests that a number of Republicans are saying that they don't think they have enough votes to do something. But my fear is that there's always been sort of this tension with downstate Indiana, which is very heavily Republican. And then my area, Gary, I think Michigan, I think Porter County is also. For the northwestern part of the state is pretty much Democratic, and the redistricting could possibly take out the representative for here. And the impact of that would be there's an impact to the resources here within Indiana that the state will try to control. Like over the years, there was the state trying to control the Gary school system. That was a tension several years ago. A council member for Gary also talked about the Gary airport. The concern is that if it goes under state control, that takes out a revenue base for the city. And the city is still majority black. It still has that history of capture going back to the day. So it's the redistricting that's going on. I'm a little fearful of it, only because I know that there could be long-term impact on communities in terms of not just their voting say, but also on maybe other resources.
Their tax distribution, yes, absolutely. The tax revenue distribution will change.
Did you see what they're doing to the state of Louisiana?
Democrats have been winning up and down the country. What is the election denying going on? Like
there is one district representing Black Americans in the state.
Hold on, Ms. Ramona. Elon Musk went up against a Supreme Court race, and Wisconsin got his ass whooped. Like the election in 2024 was not rigged. Democrats are winning in various cities.
What was Elon running for?
He tried. Again, I'm assuming.
Again, what is he running for?
He wasn't running for anything.
He was supporting a judge that was running.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about what Marty said. I know that.
No, you didn't.
I did know that, fool. That's why I asked you.
He put millions of dollars into that race.
That's why I asked you. You said he lost.
Yeah, because he tried to buy the race.
Right.
What part you don't understand about?
The part that you said. I just want to fight. Say what you need to say, nigga.
Stop cutting me off then. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
It's like at night y'all just get weird.
No, you just dumb all day long and at night.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying, man. This is
okay, well, then say what you need to say. I asked you what he was running for. Nothing. What's your answer? Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. So with that being said, there's nothing going on. The election's going to be fair and square. There's not going to be no, weird voting, irregular, whatever y'all saying. Like, no one's going to fuck with the vote. Like,
we already know this.
votes that weren't counted. They checked their votes to find out if they were counted, and they were not counted. And it was quite a few, more than 10, okay? Less than 75 million. People already know this. Statisticians, there was even a case in New York, upstate New York. Somebody tell me the city.
I'm trying to get to it right now. I was actually going to bring it up.
So we have reason to question things going forward. We know that Republican governors across the country have been changing voting issues. Trump trying to ban mail-in votes. Well, I don't know why you come up here trying to act like we're stupid and we don't know what the fuck is going on every time.
April, we got Jay in the chat.
I don't give a damn about Jay. Jay done got in trouble. Oh, no, we can't have that.
Don't bring nobody in the chat. We need to go with all that shit.
Oh, I see what he said now. Yeah, don't be doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about myself.
Can I say
One
my name?
second.
Wait a minute. I'm not threatening nobody in the chat. He's threatening me, saying he's gonna come to Atlanta and beat my ass. I gave him a fair warning that if he tries to touch me in the streets, when I'm with my fucking kids, he will get shot. Now, if he wants a box and bucket, we can do that. I told him that straight up. We can do that. If he wants a box and bucket, we can do that. I told him, I'm not trying to touch you in the streets of Atlanta. I'm not threatening nobody. He came to me.
Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, now this is getting out of hand right now. You guys understand? It is getting out of hand. You're not gonna it's already a shit show. You're not gonna destroy this platform. You're not gonna do it. Now I want number one, mute your mic. Number one, I don't agree with anybody threatening anybody's family at all or threatening each other. Don't do that in here. I recommend you don't do it anywhere. Right? So Jay, are you being threatened by whom? What happened to Jay? Okay, you guys stop playing.
You can just scroll up and read it in the chat. You can scroll up and read it in the chat. Matt clearly said in the chat. I will whoop your ass. I told him, yo, bro, if you want to box me, do so like buckhead. But in the streets, I'm usually with my family and my kids anywhere I go. If you try to touch me, if you try to touch me outside of that, you will get shot like the last three people did.
Jay.
Oh, God, 3 people.
Jay, do not do that in my room, okay? I understand you're upset.
I gave him a very clear warning.
Hey, I get it. I get the warning because trust me, I mean, I'm serious right now, you guys. Anybody threaten my family, I'm not gonna sit up here and talk about what I'm gonna do as far as like that. But there are people who are hired to do that for a living. So stop it. It's not appropriate. And don't do it in here. Take it to the back. Say whatever you want to say in the back. Just do not say it in the 420. And I don't care what nobody in here think. You're putting me in harm's way as well. And I know you don't give a fuck, but I give a fuck. You're not going to do that.
Mr. I didn't threaten his family.
I had something going, and then we do this. I'm so tired.
Scroll up and read it. Like Quincy said, in the streets, I am with my family. If you try to touch me outside my kid, you will get shot. This is exactly what I don't give a fuck about none of that. My dad is. I will come touch you. I told you straight up. If you touch me,
are you trying to get me to go in my own room?
It's very simple.
Okay, so stop. Tell them in the back down.
It's very simple, Ramon. You can scroll up and read it too.
Did he threaten your family? No. You brought your
My exact words are, if you try to touch me outside of the podcast, I am.
Damn, we got it.
Don't say it no more, Ray. I asked you like 4 times. Don't say anything about causing harm. I don't know what's going on here.
Lisa, can I just confirm you paid for the taxi?
That's the topic for Omari. Omari, listen. So I'm going to give you an example because they brought it up, right? In Rockland County, New York, right? There was the skepticism, and then it's actually being litigated. So, what's going on is this particular area, which votes Democrat, like always, right? Suddenly voted the other way for Donald Trump in New York, right? But here's the crazy thing about it: they voted for Democrats down the line in the rest of the election, in the same election, right? And the same thing happened in North Carolina, and they're like, well, this doesn't fit any natural voting pattern that people would do. Like it doesn't make any sense. Okay, for you to say, oh, and I'm not talking about like it was like 4 or like even, let's say we're going to give them like 25% of the voters. If you have 99% of the voters with this type of behavior in one precinct or county, we know that makes absolutely no sense. So we could just go with that, and you can understand why the skepticism.
I mean, I would hope that what you're saying, people will take it to whoever kind of courts.
They are taking courts,
and then the courts would then have to go take a look at the voting machines, and then they would have to make that determination. But saying that it's something I heard back in 2020, it was wrong. It wasn't. It was the. But there's a 2020. I didn't say you, and I would say people in 2020. Even if they did find issues, it wasn't enough to overturn the election, right? So what your
party whined about it for 4 years, though.
But we're talking about today?
Okay, but then you keep going back, though.
Why do you cut me off every time I say something?
Because you don't want to flip-flop. When you brought up Wisconsin, that was in the past, too. That was in the past, too.
Rude is not ever seen.
You know what? And you can kiss my black ass now.
You know what? This is way too late. I don't know. What is going on? If it's going to be impossible for us to have a decent room tonight, let's just all go to bed. Call it a quits. Because this is not productive. I need to have a room open so we can talk about things that we're going to do, how we're going to progress, all the news that are going on. And this is just the insistence on just bringing my room down in the gutter. I don't like it. So if you can't control yourself, you guys, it's not fair. If you want to have those kind of exchanges, do it off of the 420 platform. That's all I'm asking. You can do whatever you guys want to do off of this platform.
I love you, son. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello?
Yeah.
So if it's not cussing and hollering and screaming, that's what you guys about. Then it's getting quiet.
My bad. If it looked like this weird at 2020, I wouldn't even say nothing. Like if this shit was like normal, like if this went, like if they had this evidence in 2020, I wouldn't be saying nothing. I'm like, all right, bet. But this shit only happened last year. Like only. Every time the people that's like collecting the data and all this shit show this to people that's been in the game for a long time, show them charts, they all have the same fucking stupid ass reaction. It's nuts. I don't just making sure I wasn't going nuts. Cause look, I ain't got it all. Yeah, I just wanted to see where y'all was at.
There's several people and companies doing like analysis on this, and you got people who specialize in hacking and things like that, and they're like, their models are pulling up a lot of weird shit. I think I've seen countless of videos of people talking about this. I've read a few articles, people talking about this, and they're just like, nah, man, this isn't all.
Yeah, on forensic levels, actually. Pierre, I heard you speaking earlier, you're from Indiana?
Yeah, he is, but he's
yeah, I sent him a message. I'm from Indiana also. Lisa, I just want to say this before I drop myself again, sorry. What you were talking about resolution and calls to action, and when you have that, will you please make sure that I know, and I want to be here.
I appreciate you.
We talked about the other night. I so appreciate you. I mean, if you had a call of action in this room every day, it could be to call, a representative to whatever, if folks just gave $5, imagine how quickly that could add up, and we could find a youth center to send books to that are being taken out of the schools. And then now we have, children that are going to be hungry and elderly that are going to be hungry. I have a heart, and we all have, I know, but we have such big hearts for them. And, now we have, there's so many things that we can be doing. And you create.
Besides fighting and arguing, yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And so when those are done, trust me, with all due respect, I'm not, but maybe on those nights, we don't bring up the people that we know are going to entice an argument so that we can have a sole conversation and actually.
Oh yeah, because they're not about trying to get anything done.
No,
Right.
not at all. So on those nights, they just don't get, I understand, the off thing, I get it, but on those nights, they don't have a room on stage. And I look forward to those nights, and I will be, I'm sincerely, I'm trying to get Benjamin, he's my friend of mine. I can't get him to touch it anywhere. I'm doing my best. Because I would just love to bring him on and have him talk as well. But any and everything, and I mean this, that I can do to be a part of that, please let me know. I will do it.
I appreciate you, and I'll put you down on the list because this is going to stop. We're not going to have, we got so much work to do. We're so far behind. I was listening to what TC was talking about earlier today, and he was doing it not in good faith, but he was talking about how our community is last in just about every category. So I went and started researching and found out that what he was saying was correct. Yes, it did hurt, but it was accurate. And what I don't like is the mere fact that instead of us trying to change those numbers, change those perceptions, get our community correct. Like all this arguing, we put this kind of energy and working together and getting something done and create change, we'd be so far ahead. But this is so depressing to me right now. I mean, I'm literally sitting here going, what is the purpose? Nobody wants to be around anybody with any sense. Nobody wants to be around this kind of cussing and acting and you talking about performative. My thing is, there's a lot of work to be done. And if I guess people come to Clubhouse for this. This is the platform for this. So maybe I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong space. I'm serious because this can't go on.
It can't. But can I tell you something? It may take me 2 minutes. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. It's a memory of Michelle Obama when I worked the campaigns. The only time I was in her presence, I didn't actually meet her, but I did have the opportunity to meet then Senator Obama several times. But when Rez was talking about Michelle Obama, and I'm saying this for a reason, and it's the ending of it. An event had gone terribly wrong. It was in a park, and there was a stage set, and someone from the from management was a part of it, but they didn't show up, and there's college kids trying to organize it or what have you. And I got a call that I needed to go there, so because I was a volunteer in all areas. So I show up, and everyone's just falling apart because everything is falling apart, right? Michelle, and there's a reason why I'm saying this. Please.
You're okay, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I just I don't want to take up too much space in the room.
No, please. I'd rather hear this than come on, be serious now.
So I'll never forget this, and it's made such a. This was back in 2003. I'm sorry, 2008. Yeah. So here we are. So she's walking up, and of course she has a bodyguard around her, what have you. And she walks up to the stage. She knows that everything is a cluster, you know what, and the energy about her and around her. I always wondered what it would be. I don't consider this an exaggeration at all. I always wondered, because I love all things Egyptian, and I always wondered what it would be like to be in the presence of like Cleopatra or something, you know. And when she came to the stage, it was just, her energy was just one. It was like complete. It was like a calm. You know how have you ever looked at a lake and it's just completely calm and it's just so peaceful. So in the middle of all this chaos and turbulence, that's the energy she brought. And when they started apologizing, you know, some of them were crying, we're sorry, this is going wrong. She put her hand up. She didn't say a word. She put her hand up. And she said, all I want right now is resolve. I don't want to know what's wrong. We can discuss that later. All I want to know right now is how we get what needs to be done. And I want to focus on that completely right now. And then everybody on the stage calmed down. You could feel everyone's energy shift. And guess what? It was one of the most successful campaign things that happened in our city. It was amazing. So that's the power. This may sound, Lisa, that's the power you have with the community you have. Put that hand up. Say no. This is what we're going to do. Resolve. Anyone that's not from resolve, sit down. I love you.
Thank you for coming up and really just setting the tone and resetting the room. I really appreciate that. You know, as I said, every once in a while, people like a spirited debate back and forth, but that's not what was going on here. And basically, we gotta just do better. It just don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of people who have hate for you, for us, and then for us to behave like this against each other in circles where we consider ourselves to be trying to be informative and trying to be mentors and bring positive information. It's just really, really so. Just thanks for resetting the room, you guys. Thank you for that. I can't wait until we can get together and have a more informative room. Like in the morning, Dr. Carr, please, you guys, you don't ever have to come to the 420 evening thing, because I'm gonna have to really start having to set the pace and set the stage. But in the morning, if you don't mind, we're going to play Dr. Carr and Lamont King from 1 to 6, Sirius XM. They're on in the morning. I believe the thing actually starts, if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be 6:30 in the morning or 7. And then if you're on the West Coast, I believe it's 4. And it's totally worth setting your alarm if you don't already have Sirius XM. You can listen to it at your own. But we're talking about, you listen to these guys, these men, these Black men talk about leadership and affecting change, and also giving civic lessons at the same time in a place where they put it where the goats can get it, where we can all understand and actually enjoy it. It's motivating, it's encouraging, it's what we need to be fed every day, to get out in these streets and be able to tackle all the shit that's coming at us, because I don't really understand. The Black people seem to be the most hated group of people. Every time something comes up, it's we don't like the Blacks, and it's coming from everywhere. And you would think, with that in mind, that we would be more introspective and start coming together, whatever levels we are in our walk, you know, in our journey, that we would be coming together and trying to make sure that we are trying to help ourselves, help our communities. We don't have to have lunch or dine or live together, but what we do have to do is work as a collective to be able to lift ourselves up. You know what I mean? It's horrible when I heard that, and when TC said it once again, I'm gonna repeat it. I don't know what point he was trying to make, but it definitely wasn't anything to affect change. But he was trying to let us know. I forgot the context of it as well, because I started looking it up.
And in every category, we have an issue in our community of being at the top of being last. Mute your mic. I don't know who got the phone in their pocket, but mute your mic. So if you guys don't mind joining us in the morning, it's a small room. I just open it up. It's basically, who's that, Scotty Boo?
Yeah, that was kind of. And Georgia actually said in the chat if you record that room because it's 3 a.m.
I do, and that's the only one. Thank you, Georgia. Those are going to be the only replays that are going to be on from now on. You are not going to regret it. So I'm trying to think what time I'm actually up because I usually was commuting. So it's about 4:30, 5 o'clock on the West Coast, and that would make it like 7. Yeah. Okay. So if you come Georgia about that time, you'll still get us, but try to come at the beginning of it. And it's really, really positive, soul lifting, a great way to start your day with some positiveness. All right.
What is this name called?
The name of the actual Sirius XM station. Oh, the house. No, Scotty, it's coming. I'm just going to do the live version of Dr. Carr, Dr. Greg Carr. He's an educator at Howard University. You guys can look him up. He also has a civics podcast on the weekend. Him and I can't think of the other lady, but I'm telling you, Scotty, you've been in there a couple of times, but you don't stay long enough so you can get the gist of it. It's very uplifting. It's very educational in a way that he serves it so palatable that it's enjoyable just to be fed, right? And it's all positive. It's all informative. It all has to do with what's going on today. We're not going back to 1863. He knows how to reference when he needs to reference. And like I said, he's a professor at Howard University. I don't know too much about Lamont's bio, but just give it a whirl. We're only going to be in there for like 30, 40 minutes because we don't want to step on politically correct time zone. So you guys, if tell me when I'm going over my time because usually I'm doing something else in a few hours. And this for us, Scotty, it's going to be like I think 7 for us. I'm gonna put a I'm gonna put a little thing. You know how you do the schedule, so it is gonna show up all the people who are part of the house. You're gonna get notified, all right? So
yeah, that's fine. I was just gonna make.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm fine. What's going on in your world?
Well, no, I was just thinking. You have the Epstein ballroom being built, and I thought,
what a nice ring it has. Ballroom.
What a nice ring it has, and I think if everybody just called it the Epstein ballroom, which does have a nice ring, I think we could get some traction on that. So
I think that's a
my
good idea.
recommendation for tonight.
Epstein, and something's actually happening with that, you guys. I heard, didn't they swear in? No. The replacement, the young lady who won the seat that her father had, and that's what they're naming. No, where is it? Okay, let me Google. Something's not right. I saw something about that later.
Yes, they are still waiting on her seat. I mean, for him to swear her in.
Okay, let me Google here. Okay.
Hey, Lisa, I wanted to mention what you were talking about with the other gentleman who spoke about the dilemmas that Black people have in this country. And I think one of the things that happens is, everybody will see the color red, right? But then, everybody has different reasons of why it got there. And then there's always the real reason of how the red got there. But even though we have the evidence of how the red got there, people want to see the other things or pretend to see the other things and want to stick to that narrative. And so I think that's one of the problems. That's where all of the arguments starts, the disagreements, the fighting starts. We have the evidence of why Black people are in the positions, just like you said, might be last in a lot of these things. But if we can't get past the fact of why And then, even with all of the evidence, I mean, what are you supposed to do? It's hard to solve something if you don't go to the reason why it got there in the first place. So.
Agree. And I agree with that. So when we start talking about how we last and this, that, and the third, we also got to understand the history behind it, but then we also got to move forward. If you guys don't know the history, that's what our Saturdays.
So Lisa, what things are you talking about in particular? Can you just name one or two? Not everything, but last in what? Like what?
Less in education, less in oh God, let me. It's education, healthcare, economics. It was a whole list.
Okay, I see what you mean.
But I think some of those, I want to kind of give a little pushback, right? Because I think some of those things don't have a lot of context to them when he puts that out there, right? Because when it comes to, for instance, education, Black women, for instance, we are ahead of the game, right? So when we look at, for instance, Black women, we are actually progressing further when it comes to secondary education, and we are ahead of Black men, and we are ahead of white women, for instance. Currently, the data shows that we actually are further ahead than we used to be. So sometimes when we make those generic statements, I get it, but we have to do the deeper dives into those conversations when we're looking ahead. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. And I would say just to go even further than that, Rez, to say that we didn't start. I mean, it's just like running a race, and you are, 5 paces behind when the bell rings. We were already behind, and so we didn't start. We didn't start at the same point. And I would go further to say that is why they're trying to turn back everything. Is because we weren't pushing ahead, attaining things that they didn't think we could or should have. And that's why they are trying to turn back the clock and go back to the way things were.
No, I
agree. Because of our progress.
I 100% agree. I 100%
just saying we might be behind, but like I'm agreeing with you, Rez, that it's how you look at each of those categories. And while we may be behind, we really are progressing, which is why they're trying to take things away, particularly from Black women.
I 100% agree. And I think that was kind of the misnomer I was going with as far as while we are behind from where we started, I think we're further ahead than where we were, and they're trying to strip those things ahead. So I 100% agree with you, Ms. Deborah. I wanted to go ahead and hear your perspective, Mr. Royal.
I was trying to say that while Black women are ahead in getting education, advanced degrees and things like that, the other part of it is the pay aspect of it. The pay aspect is Black women advanced degree is still not getting the pay rate that matches degree, right? Unlike others who have less degrees. And so that contributes to us still being behind in just another facet of it. So you can attach ahead education, slow down I should say less in pay, even though, right? And then that trickles down to the rest of the population. It's one of those weird things that always comes into play, which goes back to us being quotes last in everything.
But the problem with the word last, right, is a very hard word. Right. Right. And that's where I'm going with it, is that when you talk about a person like TC, when he uses the word last, he comes from a very absolute word. So when he uses the word last, it's an absolute word. So he's coming from a place of we are absolutely last, and it's not true. Does that make sense? So he's not coming from a place of real data where you, me, Lisa, Patty, Deborah, we're coming from data. We're going to come from facts, and we're going to go. We started 450 years ago. We're going to go. We jumped from 1965. Where did we go from 1965 to 1975? Where did we go from 1985? How did we progress to 1995? What does it look like today in 2025? And then we're going to look at all these data points and start seeing where we've progressed and how are we getting there. And then what is the current administration doing to roll that back? And then see how it's becoming problematic. And that's the thing. So to me, there's not an absolute last. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, and I can try to like find ways to speak on this. When I'll say that word. I don't even like that word, to be honest with you, because conceptually I can come up with much better words to describe the concept. I can say something really off the cuff, like if you were to turn back the hands of time to millions of years ago, right? If you look at the planet Earth, what you would see, you wouldn't even recognize the planet Earth, right? But then when you move forward, you see where we come from and why the Earth looks the way it does as you move forward, right? But without that concept, right, of looking back in time, right, and look how species were, how the continents were, plants were, right? Without that foundation, right, you won't understand why and how we got here, okay? And that's the same thing when it comes to the social aspect of where Black people are right now. People are not looking at the past like that at all. They just ignoring that shit, right? And they just focus on numbers that they see today, right? And they say, this is how it always was, or I don't even recognize it. I just recognize today. And if you're not with it today, then it's all your fault. That's how their mind works. I hear it every time I come in these rooms.
I get it. But when you say an absolute last, the problem becomes that you erase the progress that's been made. And when you start to get into last, then you are taking away the fact that progress has been made. And that's how people are able to strip away the progress. And now we're back at square one. And now all the rights that we've worked so hard for are being taken. Because now people feel like we don't have a right to affirmative action. Because guess what? Now the playing field is leveled. And people like TC say, well, the playing field is level. There's no reason for affirmative action because there's no racism. You see what I'm saying? So now this is their new argument. There's no reason for DEI because everything's merit-based. And this is the shit that Trump was saying today. We made this country merit-based. So now everything is good. But how do you measure that? Because we don't know what's in the back of someone's mind if they're really basing it on merit. Do we really know that?
We can tell by this cabinet that is not based on merit.
Correct. Right.
The cabinet is proof of that.
100%.
And so for TC or any other particularly Black person, let alone white people, to buy into that is crazy. But especially for Black people. When his whole cabinet, none of his cabinet is qualified.
100%. But again, when you strip away the projections and you say that we are last, right? You are now telling everybody, well, we started to level the playing field
you now have created this false sense of security, and you tell everybody, we leveled the public playing field, so now everybody got a shot at it, and it's a bullshit sense of security. And this is what they're doing. And now they're trying to get into this coonery of, well, now everybody got a shot at it. And it's not true. Everybody don't got a shot at
what should be thrown back up in TC's face.
Exactly.
That specific thing, what you're saying, and then the example is, here's why we know that it's not merit based. Look at his cabinet. And let him try to defend that, which he will.
You know, he is. But you know what he's going to say? Well, Pete Hegseth served. And here's how they get away with it. Because they get the bare minimum of people who barely met the bare minimum requirements. So because they met the bare minimum requirements, they justify it.
Right.
So because he's a bare minimum person, they barely met the requirements. So J.D. Vance has a degree from Princeton, so it makes him okay. Because Hegseth served in the National Guard as a low-level ass major who barely led a platoon of less than 50 people, he gets to now serve as the Secretary of Defense.
Right.
And they'll turn around leading 6 million people.
Right. Now turn around in the same breath, he'll turn around and tell you why Kamala isn't qualified to have been president, even though she served in every branch of government in California. And she's not black.
That part. And then they're stripping her blackness away from her. And then they get to tell you who's not black, right? So I've been told the same thing because I'm West Indian, right? I'm not black. So now you're going to strip my blackness from me. Because I come from the West Indies, you gonna tell me, on my birth certificate, it tell me I'm black, but you gonna tell me, oh, because I'm West Indian, I'm not black. What?
Right.
What you talking about? I've been black my whole life. My mother will tell you, we black. What you talking about? Oh no, you're Caribbean black. What does that, when did that become a thing?
TC is such a hypocrite. I'm not an advocate of telling anyone's business, but he's mentioned this several times when he was on the other side. He actually got a grant from the Biden administration for being part of a marginalized group. So don't let TC come up in here and gaslight y'all. He's taking on a completely different persona because he's taking on a completely different political ideology. So there's that.
And I don't even remember the context of the conversation. I know that, because there's so much going on every time they're in the room. And I don't know why that people can't control themselves when they're in the room. And he was saying something, he goes, and that's why the black community is last in just about every point of society. And I said, what? So I just started Googling stuff, and I was like, well, okay, I didn't Google every single point, but the first three I Googled, and it was, per the computer. Who knows where these figures are coming from? I didn't get a chance to take it that extra step, because the first thing you pull up on Google, you shouldn't stop there. You should continue to go on and reference the reference and just keep it going, but I didn't have a chance to do it. So, but I would like, us, as I said, you guys moving forward, the midterms are coming. Y'all just heard the president say some of the most crazy stuff, military on the streets, talking about now he's glad that the military is not politically correct. Just the stuff he's been saying lately is outlandish, and we're normalizing it. We're like not even blinking anymore. They don't want to even bail out for food. I am so disgusted right now about that. I just don't know what to do. You don't want to give the emergency fund so people can eat? Are you guys absorbing this?
He's the first president. When I read that stat, he's the first president to withhold SNAP benefits during the government shutdown.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's just crazy. And I'll just say this, y'all, because I've been listening. Great
conversation as always. You know, you holding space and giving like your learned expertise and knowledge helps. You know, when I know I need to do my rooms, but Lord, I'm just tired. I took a break, but I'm gonna get back to doing it. We need each lend our experience.
Yeah,
Absolutely. But don't let TC gaslight you, because if you were truly concerned about the condition of the Black community as a whole, as a demographic in this country, Republicans would be the least of what you would support. Because how much, if he said that we're at the bottom, why would you support someone that's going to do immeasurable financial harm to these Black families that are dependent on SNAP benefits? And honestly, it's not even dependent. There are soldiers, there are individuals that work for the government that deserve their paycheck. And we know that a lot of families can't, you know, the 60% of American families, period, don't even have $400 in the bank, just $400 for an emergency. So why would he support a party that is basically going to make these people have to go get a payday loan, which is predatory, probably pay that 29.99% APR that he was so proud of? I'm sorry, I gotta be petty. That's why he don't think it's a problem, because he paying predatory loan rates himself.
37%.
That is not okay, and that's going to be harmful. And that now those people are going to be stuck in the cycle of having to pay that down just because we have a petulant president who doesn't give a shit about the people who put him in office, much less members of the Democratic Party who are in opposition to him.
But it's not just TC. It's not just TC reform. It's these Black mega men like Kim, Omari, Mike, this whole crew of them, Anthony, all of these Black men who do not understand the harm that they are inflicting and impacting onto the Black community as a whole because of their ideology and behavior. Because at the end of the day, here's what's going to happen, right? As they carry on with this behavior and this ideology, they're going to be the ones that are left behind. Because guess what? The first set of Black people that did this crap, Trump left them behind the first time. And guess what? The second set of Black people, he left behind too, because he didn't put none of them in this cabinet the second time. And guess what? He ain't backing none of them. He don't give a damn about none of them. He's left them behind too. They ain't nowhere to be found. He don't give a damn about Tim Scott. He don't give a damn about Byron McDonald, whatever the hell his name is, the one that's running for governor of Florida. He don't care about none of them. And in 3 more years, they're going to be dust in the wind. And when they're stuck, left holding the bag, and they run into financial problems, and they run into legal problems, Trump ain't going to bail their asses out either. He don't give a shit. And then they're going to come crying to the Black community, oh my God, you know, can the Black people help me out? And then what?
The thing is, watch how you do it. Hey, Black people, you know, groupthink. Y'all vote the same exact way. That party hasn't done anything for you. The thing that people love to throw around is that party didn't do anything for you. And if you look at the party, right, and what the party is made up of, you know, whether you vote for that party or register to that party or not, you do realize that party has